Bear with me, bear with me, bear with me. Sorted. Right. Are you ready, you lads? I'm ready. Right, that one's power on there. Dush, dush, dush. 1, 2, 1, 2, we're on. John, you ready?
Are we ready?
I think so. It is, it's that time of day again. Look at that, 10 o'clock on the nail. Look at that, 10 o'clock on the nail.
Yeah, that's on.
That's good, isn't it? Okay then, we're all live, everyone's working. All okay, guys? Excuse me, right. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to our September auction. The usual format, 300 lots today, 300 lots tomorrow, 300 lots on Friday. And also 3 ways to bid. So we've got 300 lots over 3 days and 3 ways to bid. What could possibly go wrong? Thanks, John. So we've got the online, which has been super popular over the last few years, certainly since we've experienced that COVID situation. Everyone seems to embrace that now, so that's really popular. You'll see that happening as we go along. Absentee bids. Josh will have quite a number of those on the sheets. There is quite a number there again, isn't there, on the sheets moving forward as well. And telephone bids. Now, we changed the format slightly this year. We've moved the camera further back so you can see who is doing your telephone bids for you. Just to sort of make you, just feel a bit more involved with it all. Obviously, we haven't got public attendance for obvious reasons. Well, I say for obvious reasons. I still get asked occasionally why. It's because I can't cater for 10,000 people and 5,000 cars, so that sort of sums it up, really, doesn't it? So that's why we haven't got public attendance, but we will have another public auction next year, just so look out for that. We're going to have another one of our gatherings next year where we put a display on, so keep an eye on that. There's no way you can bid in error anymore. There never has been, really, but there definitely is no way you can bid in error now. You have to hit various buttons and jump through various hoops. So the dog can't bid for you, the granddaughter can't bid for you. I don't know. Think of a million reasons that we've had over the years why. So you can't bid in error, so please don't. And if you've got no funds, if you haven't run it past the wife yet, if you're going to have a word with the bloke down the pub that you met last Tuesday, don't bid. Just ask the wife first, speak to the bloke down the pub first. And organise yourself some funds first. So that's that bit. Collections, obviously post-sale collections, as you've already worked out, I'm sure. We use every square metre of our buildings down here. So if you are successful in being a winning bidder on an item that's to the back of one of the units or one of the compounds, it will be later in the week by the time we get to you and we can get it out. So by the time we get through to maybe Thursday, Friday, we can be fairly relaxed about it. But certainly Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we've got to have a bit of a system in place, obviously. So it's just the front ones that we can say yes to, and we will organise the ones at the rear later on. You will need a release code, so please just don't turn up. Again, I think 99% of people have worked that out already. The girls will supply you with a release code upstairs, so we get the right car with the right guy on the right day. So please do that, so book your collections. Provisionals, that's one thing I didn't explain. Provisionals are a big part of any auction, I think, and those of you who have been around the auction process will know exactly how they work. If you haven't, I'll just briefly explain. If, for argument's sake, an item is here with us with a potential reserve of £3,000, the highest bid we have on the day is £2,800. That will be sold to you on a provisional basis. That basically means the girls then upstairs will make a phone call to owner and explain the situation to him, and in 95% of cases, again as you'll see over the next few days, a deal is put together. So you'll meet halfway, for argument's sake. He wants 3, you've bid 28, you settle at 29, £2,900. That's the normal format, and you will see lots of those taking place over the next few days. Bus. The bus, I think, went down really well. We put on a vintage bus this time to ease with parking, predominantly, really, with the industrial estate, because, as we just said, that's why we can't have public attendance. We haven't got facilities for it. I think that's gone down really well. Dave and Ken, I don't think he's with us today, but Dave and Ken have been policing that outside, and I think it's been warmly welcomed, I believe, Dave. I've only heard of positive feedback, which is nice, because let's face it, people love to moan. don't they? Most people seem to walk around with glass half full approach. So it's nice when we get some positive feedback. So that's gone down really well, and I believe that we're going to. I messaged Nathan last night, the owner of the company, and said it's gone down really well, Nathan. We'll have a bit of a catch up next week, iron out any bits and pieces that we've found, and do the same thing again for October. So that's gone down really well. And the last bit that people always inquire about is the charitable donations that we make. We obviously do the collections through the door now, and we then distribute monies out. So this time, or shall we say, I think this was the last collection actually, last collection, there's been donations made, which Tom will put on the social media. Thank you ever so much, incidentally, all the guys that support us on the social media. Appreciate that, thank you, in due course. But so far we have made a donation to Pickering Rocks, which is a festival that takes place in Pickering each year, which is a local thing, which is very warmly welcomed again in Pickering. So we've been asked to support that, so we have done. The Millie Wright Children's Charity, we were hoping to have a Christmas ball this year to raise funds for the Millie Wright charity there. Sadly, it was all a little bit too late, and it's amazing how these venues and things get booked up, isn't it? So we couldn't quite line up all the dots for that. So instead we've made a donation to the Millie Wrights charity. Fantastic work that the family does down there. Locally again, Scarborough and Rydal Mountain Rescue Team. They're based in a village where I live. I see them out all the time. It's a voluntary thing, as you know. They're always out there, arguably the 4th emergency service, aren't they? They're always out helping. So again, we've donated to those. And then another charity that I think we've all, or another emergency service that certainly locally we've all looked on this last few weeks with the Moors fires that we've been experiencing, is the firefighters charity. I think those lads and the farmers up there have done an absolutely storming job with regard to getting the moorland fires under control, and hats off to them. Thanks ever so much, lads. So Jill actually floated the idea. She said, do you think we ought to do a donation to the firefighters charity? And I said, well, I think very much so. So they're the 4 that we've donated to. That would be for last auction's collections, and obviously this auction will put it forward. So that's about where we are with that. I can't think of anything else. Dave, you normally pick me up on something. Was that okay for you? That was okay for Dave. If it was okay for Dave, it'll be okay for everyone. So there we go then. We normally start with number 1. So number 1 we are. Number 1 today is the Firestone Enamel England and Wales map. Off we go. We've got £550 bid straight away on the screen at £550. At £550 we have. At £550 then it's on sale at £550. At £550. At £550 then. At £550 then, going for the first. Going for the second, third and last time. Are we all there? Going to be sold at £550. £550. Sold on that one, Josh, thank you. And moving on to lot number 2 is Charlie's job. That's it, you got it then. There you are. Lot number 2 is the 1989 VW Golf GTI. There we are in the right colour, look, bright red. Bit of information there about it that's supplied by Daniel, thank you very much. We have got 7,002 on my screen here, Charlie, but we've got a £9,000 bid there. So there's obviously been some bids. There we are, we've got a £9,000 bid there. Internet bid at £9,000. At £9,000 we are. At £9,000, I'll take a 1 if it helps anywhere. £9,000, 9192. At £9,200 we have. 9,002, internet bid at 9,200. At £9,200. At 9,002 it's on sale. At £9,200 it's going to be sold. At £9,200 it's going to Oxford. At 9,002 are we all done? At 9,002 for the first. 9,002 for the second. Third and last time at 9,200. Sold at 9,200. Lot number 3 is the handmade. Oh, now this is one of the clocks. Now a local guy, Mark, he does these clocks for us. He does a storming job, does Mark. They are good quality. Where's the Aston Martin car, Michael? Oh, there she is, hanging up behind me. We've got 2 or 3 upstairs in the office. He's done one. I think I've got one at home. I've got a Scania one. They're locally made in York. He does a fantastic job. The finish is second to none. And today we've got the Aston Martin one. So it's £180 we've got bid. Oh, £180 on the Aston Martin clock at 180. Oh, £180. Oh, 180. Oh, £180 there at 180. Oh, 180. Cheap is that? Oh, £180. Oh, 180 then we're going to sell it. Oh, £180 it's going to go. Oh, 180 then for the first. Oh, 180 for the second, third and last time at £180. Sold at 180. Lot number 4 is the Triumph Stag. Oh, a little project there for you. As my father would say, a little bit of weekend work there. The Triumph Stag there, cheap enough. Project car, there you go. We've got 2008 on my screen here in £3,000 bid. At £3,000, good morning Essex at 3,000. At £3,000 we have. £3,100 says Mark, down there at 31. 31 on our phones today at £3,100. At 3,001. 3,200, just missed it, Dave, just gone on the internet at 3,002. 3,002's gone. Back in Essex at 32. Dave's just in at 33, Mark. 3,003. At £3,300. 3,400. Clacton's just gone at 3,400. £3,400. 3,400. 3,500, Mark. 3,005 with Mark. 3,005, Mark's bid. 3,500. 36. 36 I've got on the screen at 36. 3,006 on the screen, 3,700 Mark, £3,700. At £3,700 I've got. At 3,007, £3,700 it's you Mark at 37. 3,007, 38 says Dave, 3,008. At £3,800. 3,008, it's David's bid at £3,800. Are we all there? At 3,800 it's David's bid at £3,800. Sold at 38. David with Mark as the underbidder, and then an internet bid there, I think, is the underbidder. No, 1970, lot number 5, sorry, lot 1977 Kawasaki. There we are, the little Kawasaki there, locally owned and entered. Where are we going to be? You tell me. £1,500 I've got on my screen here, Charlie, 15. At £1,500, 15, 16. At 1,700. At £1,700 then. At 1,700, are we all there at 17? At £1,700. At 1,700 then. Cheap enough then at 17, 18 in Manchester. £1,800 we've got. 1,800 at £1,800 bid. £1,800, that's a Manchester bid at 1,800. Are we all done? At 1,800 then. 1,800, that's provisional Manchester at 18 then. Are we all done and dusted at £1,800? Provisional there. Josh, lot number 6. Now then. Someone said we had one of these. I haven't seen this great truck. We had one a couple of years ago. Multi-fuel, I think it was, that one. I'm sure they're probably all the same. Look at that. What a bit of kit that is, isn't it? There you go. Lot number 6 then, the 1958. Truck there, where are we going to be on that? You tell me. Who's going to start me? £5,000, thank you. At 5, it's a start. 52.50. 5,250. 5,500. 5,750. £6,000 I've got. At £6,000. At £6,000 and a quarter. 6,250. At 6,250. At £6,250 then. At 6,250. At 6,250 then. At £6,250. Are we all done? That's cheap enough. At 6,250. At £6,250. At 6,250 then. Are we all done? At 6,250. Lot number 7 is, oh, the lovely little minivan. Oh, it's a lovely little thing. There we are, the 1967 minivan. There we are, spare wheel, new battery, carburettor refurb, electronic starting. Well, I should hope so. She won't be a handle, will she? All new rubber engine mounts. There we are, starter motor and plugs. There we go. The whole thing's there. Where are we going to be on that £10,000? We're away at 10. At £10,000 then. At £10,000, 10 and a quarter. 10,250. At £10,250. At 10,250. 10,500. At 10,500. At £10,500 at 10,500 and 750. At £10,750. Cheap enough is that, isn't it? At 10,750. At 10,750, £11,000. £11,000 then. £11,000. Are we all done and dusted at 11? £11,000 then. Are we all there at 11,000? 11,000. And moving on to lot number 8. The sign there, park, drive sign. Michael, you've got it on display down there, have you? Michael's got it on display, he tells me down there. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. £100 away, thank you. At £100 we've got £100 then, 110, 20, 30, 130, at 130, 140, 140, 150. At £150, at £150 we have. At 150 then, just that internet catch up. At 150. Thank you, 150, 160 then. At £160, at 160. At £160, 160 going for the first then, 160 going for the second, third and last time that's provisional at £160. Lot number 9 is the Rally Chopper. Here we are, Rally Chopper, ultraviolet. There we are then. Oh, there you are. The lads have got it. Super duper, looks a nice genuine thing. Where are we on that? We've got various bids. We've got 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 1400. At £1,400 and sold at 1400. At £1,400 we have. At 1400 then. At £1,400 then, are we all done at 14? At 1400 then we're going to sell it. At £1,400 and it's on sale. £1,500 in Essex at 1,005. At 1,500. At £1,500 bid at 1,500. £1,500 then. Are we all done? At 1,500, I'll take a 50 if it helps, because if you were here, you'd probably shout out a 50. I'll try and do that as and when I can. Not, it's going at £1,500 then, down to Essex at £1,500 then. Are we all done? Be warned. £1,500, underbid at top right there, Josh. And lot number 10 is an unusual piece of kit. There we are, is the Bora. There we are, V5 Bora as well. I remember a good friend of mine got one of these as a company car. And really good car it was too. There we are. Nice bit of information there from Sylvia. Thank you, the owner. Tells you all about it. 2-owner car. You've read all the description, I'm sure, more than once. I've got some bids absentee. You've got some bids there. Charlie's bids all over here. We've got £3,000 on my screen there. We've got 3, we've got 3-1, we've got 3,002 on the internet there. We've got 3,003 as an absentee bid here with me. So we've got 3,003 we've got on sale at 3,003, 4, £3,400, 3,5, 3,500. At £3,500 we have, and 3,6, 3,7. 3,007 there, 3,008 West Yorkshire, 3,008, 3,9, £8,000 with me at £4,000, at £4,000, 41's coming through, 41, 42, 42 I've got, 4,002, 43, 44 with me, 4,004 with me, 4,004, 45 in Essex, 4,005, at 4,005, 4,006, I'm out, 4,006, 47, £4,700 at 4,700 at £4,700 and 4,008, 4,008, 4,9, 4,009 at £4,900 at 900 at £4,900 we've got at 49 at £900 at £4,900 and £5,000 bid at £5,000 at £5,000 we have 51 just come through at 5,001, 5,1, 5,001 at £5,100 bid at 5,1 at £5,100 at 5,100 at £5,100 then. Are we all done? I'm going to sell at £5,100 then. Off it goes at £5,100 then. Are we all done and dusted at £5,200 at 5,002 at 5,002 £5,200 then. Hammer's coming down at £5,200. Are we all done at 5,003? 5,003 at 5,300 £5,300 at £5,300 53. It's off to Essex at £5,300. When the hammer's down, it's gone at £5,300. 5-3. Sold. Lot number 11 is the Aston Martin, which we're going to hang over until October, ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid. We've just got 1 or 2 family things just to tie up. We're just going to pass on that one. Please give me a ring through, or Paul, or my father, and we will have a chat with you. But for the time being, we're going to move on to lot number 12, please, Charlie, which is the hand-painted Dunlop tyre sign. There we are then. We call them wall fillers. They're exactly that. They're cheap as chips. We have lots around our units in here, over in mixed unit at number 3. lots down at Thornton Down. I've got some at home. They're cheap as chips and they just take your eye off a plain wall. And we have got £140 bid on there, 140, 150 and 160 here with me, Charlie. £160 I've got. Oh, 160. Next bid's 170. 160 I've got. Oh, £160 bid. Oh, 160. Oh, £160. Oh, £160. Then we've got, oh, 160 then. Absentee bid with me on the sheet at 160 then. Hammers coming down at £160. Then are we all done? Oh, £160. Sold. Lot number 13. 2 mechanics trolleys, a box of various fan belts. There you go. That's handy enough, isn't it? Where are we going to be on that 30, 40, 50 pound bid? At £50 we've got. At £50 then. At £50 then. Are we all done at 50? At £50 bid. At £50 then. Cheap enough then at 50 then. Are we all there at 50? At £50 for the first. At £50 for the second. Third and last time. Hammers dropping down at £50. Lot number 14. Leading pair shell oil, enamel sign. There we are then. Let's have a look at that one, Michael. Be a later reproduction sign, won't it? There you go, but there you go. Yeah, there you are. Yeah, good sign though, good value for money, priced accordingly. Look at that. We've got 140 on the sheet there at 140, sorry, on the screen. £140 there, Charlie, at 140. 140, 150, 160 I've got. Oh, £160. Oh, £160 I'm going to sell at 160. Oh, 160 then. Are we all done? 160, 170. But 170 there we've got in Humber, on the Humber. There we are. Barton on Humber there at 170. Oh, £170 then. Oh, 170. Oh, £170 then. Are we all done? I'm out, you're in. Oh, £170 for the first, second, third and last time at 170. So, lot number 15, the Lotus. Here we are. My father used to run these, and got some fond memories of these. There we are, the Lotus Eclat and Excels he used to run. There we are then. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. We've got £7,000 there, Charlie, thank you. £7,000 at 7. At 7,000, 712, 723, 7,003. That's cheap enough. At 7,003, 4, 7,004. At 7,004 and 5, £7,500 then at 75. At 7,500. At £7,500. That's cheap enough as that. At 7,005, 7,6, 7,600, 7,600, £7,600 bid, 7,600. Pretty sure it come from long-term ownership, this one. I do remember seeing it come across my desk. At 7,006, it's provisional at the moment at 7,600. At £7,600 bid. Are we there at 7,600? At 76 then, at 7,600, that is provisional then. Hammers coming down at 76. 76 provisional. Thank you, Josh. Just have a mouthful of tea, ladies and gentlemen. Hang on a minute. Oh, lovely jubbly. Not a bad cup of tea, that, for Linda. Lot number 16 is the midget, the MG Midget 1500. Look at that. Talking to Linda, look, another Linda's put this one in. Transferred into Mum's name following my dad's passing. I'm sad to read that, Linda. There you go. There you go then, the little MG. Where are we going to be on that? We've got £1,600 on the internet there in Suffolk at £1,600 bid. That's cheap enough, little MG, isn't it? Look at that. At £1,600, 17 with Andrew down there at 1,700 we have. At 1,700. At £1,700 then at 17. At £1,700 bid. At 17 we've got 18 coming through. 18 in Cumbria. 18. £1,800, 19, £2,000 with Andy, £2,000, at £2,000 then, at £2,000, looks a bonny little car that, at £2,000, at £2,000, should be doing more than that, 21 we've got, 2001, at 21, at £2,100 we've got, 22 with Andy, 2002, 2,200, at 2,200. At £2,200, that's the cheapest car today, I think. 2003, at 2,300. £2,300, 24. Just gone, Andy, sorry, 24. Just come up with Cumbria at 24. 25, do you want 25? 24 we've got. 25's just gone, sorry, mate. 25's just gone on my screen. Have to get out of bed a bit earlier, won't he? 25, 26, he's in now, he's on it. At 2006. At £2,600. at 2,006. Cumbria, you're out. That's cheap car, Cumbria, at 2,600. 2,007, just come through. Suffolk, 2,007 at £2,700. 28, says Andy. 2,008 at £2,800 we've got. 2,008. I was just reading through the spec there. Not a bad car at all by the sounds of it. £2,800 we've got. Your bid, Andrew, I believe, at 2,800 then we're going to sell, believe it or not, at 2,008, 2,9. Suffolk's back in at 2,009. 2,009. 2,009. He's going to miss it for 100 quid at 2,900. At 2,000, £3,000 bid. Cumbria at £3,000. Worth every penny, I would suggest. At £3,000. At £3,000, 31. At 3,001. At £3,100 bid. 3,001. You're out, Cumbria. £3,100. At £3,100 then. At 31. £3,100 then. At £3,100, you have a load of fun with that. 32. Cumbria's back in. I don't blame you. 32. 3,002. At £3,200. 3,002. Looks a bright little thing to me. 3,200. Oh, has Jake got it on the camera there? Oh, Jake's got it on the camera. You can see then. There you go. Go onto our YouTube channel, incidentally. And I need some numbers for that, actually, Tom. You normally give me some numbers. I knew I wanted numbers for something. At £3,300 we've got. At 3,300, we've got a roaming camera as per usual, and whenever Jake can get to one of the cars in either Unit 1 or sometimes Unit 2 across there, he does his best. At 3,003, at £3,300 we have. At 33, at £3,300, then I'm going to pull the lever. At £3,300, Cumbria out. At 3,003 for the first, second, third and last time. Off to Suffolk at £3,300. Off it goes. Lot number 17 is the Hovis Baker's Bike. There we are. Nice bit of advertising there for you. Mick's been home on it twice, said it runs well. He's been to Gisborne on it twice. Yeah, which is why he's a waffer thin. There we go, guys. Where are we going to be? You tell me who's going to start me at £100. Someone, surely, for a bit of advertising somewhere. Somebody, surely, can't get much of a Baker's Bike. £100 says Young Jack. £100 then. £100 we've got. £100 then. £100 then. £100 we've got. At £100 then. At £100 Jack's bid at £100. At £100 then. At £100. That's cheap enough, isn't it? Look at that. At £100 then. At £100 then. Take the Ovis bit off, can't you? And put whatever name on it you want. Park it outside your shop. At £100 then. Provisional then, Jack. At £100 then. Are we all done? Moving on then. We've got a lot to do again today. Are we all done and dusted? At £100 provisional. Young Jack. Lot number 18, the Austin Ely Sprite. Oh, here we go. Again, bonny looking little car. I've got some absentee bids here. There's bids coming on your screen. There's Charlie. There's bids on mine. Where are we going to be? We have got 10, 11, we've got 12, we've got 12.5, so we might as well jump straight to 12.5 there, Charlie. 12,005, 12.5, 12,750 we've got. 12,750, 13,000. At £13,000 and on sale it's going to go. At £13,000 then off it goes at 13 and a quarter and 5. 13,500. 13,500. At 13,500 and 750. At 13,750. At 13,750. 14,000. Mark's in at 14. At £14,000. Mark's telephone bid at 14,000. I'll take 100 if it helps anywhere. At 14,000. 14,500. 14,500 says Alan at 14,500. £14,500. Alan's bid. 14,600 says Mark. 14,600. 14,600. 14,600. £15,000 says Alan at 15,000. £15,000. 15,100. 15,100. £15,100. At 15,100. 15,200. 15,002. 15,200 we've got. 15,002. 15,200. 15,200. Thanks for letting me know. Your bid, Alan, at £15,200 then. Hammer's coming down at 15,003. 15,003. 15,400. 15,400. Has the wife just gone out? 15,400. She's just gone out. 15,500. Off he goes now. 15,500. At 15,500. 15,600. 15,600. 15,6. 15,6 against you, Mark. 15,6 with Alan. £15,600. 15,006, then I'm going to pull the lever, it's going to Alan at 15,600. 15,7. 15,007. 15,7. 15,8, straight back at you, 15,8. 15,8. £15,800. She's come back in again. 15,800. Oh no, she's out. 15,009. 15,9. 15,9. 16,000. 16,000. £16,000 we've got. 16. 16,000 and 1. 16,1. 16,1 we've got. 16,2. 16,002. 16,200. 16,3. 16,3. 16,3. 16,4. 16,4. 16,5. 16,5. 16,5. 16,6. £16,600. 16,006. He's tried hard in all seriousness, hasn't he? At 16,600, it's back with Alan at 16,600. At this point, the internet normally drops in, doesn't it? 16,006 though. Hammer's coming down. Mark's out. He's the underbidder, Josh. Alan, your bid at £16,600. Sold at 16,006. Well done, lads. Lot number 19 is the Evolution Riken electric bike. Now, I've been out on this twice. Seriously, I know we joked earlier on about Mick going home twice on the trades bike, but I have actually been out on this twice around the industrial estate just to make sure there's no one parking stupidly, and it works a treat. Absolutely bang on this. Lovely. Spot on. Here we go then. We've got £200 bid. £200 bid on my screen there. We've got 210, 20, 30, 230, 240, £240, 250 I've got. At £250, cheap electric bike that. At £250 we've got. At 250, 260, 270. 270, 280, at £280 we've got 80, 280 we've got, £280, at 280, 290, Scarborough bid, local bid, £300 with me, £300 on my sheet here with me at £300, bidder number 600340, 310, 310, Scarborough bid at 310, at £310, at 310, lovely little bike then at 310, so little bike, it's a big bike, £310, then are we all done, at £310, then it's staying local, ride it home to Scarborough, at £310, then are we all done at 310, sold. Lot number 20, Austin Healy. The big Healy 3000, nice bit of information there supplied by Terry. Look, the owner, thank you very much, tells you all about it. Similar spec, I think, to mine by the looks of things. Morris Jennings Croft Engineering, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, good spec car. I treated myself to one of these a couple of sales ago. There you go. Yeah, nice bit of information there. Thank you very much, Terry. And I've got some interest here, Charlie, straight away. There's no point in going much lower. We've got a couple of bids on my screen, and the highest one being 30,000. So £30,000 I've got here. The next bid is 30,250. At £30,000 I've got. At £30,000 then at 30,250. At 30,250 and 5. 30,500. At 30,500 and 750 and 31. At 31,000. 31,000. 31,250. 31,250. 31,250. 31,005. 5 and 750. 31,750. I have got £32,000 here with me. £32,000. I'm going to put it on sale. £32,000. Bid with me. Bidder number 500033. 32,250. Fresh bidder in Leeds. Bidder 869. 32,500 here with me. 32,005 here with me. 32,005 here with me. Absentee bid 32,750. 32, 33, Charlie here with me, 33, 33,000 on my sheet here with me at 33, £33,000 on my sheet and a quarter in Leeds, and 33.5 here with me, 33.5 here with me, 33,500 here with me, 33,500, 33,750 in Leeds, 33,750 and 34 here for me. 34, 34. As I mentioned it earlier on, we have lots of absentee bids throughout the day. 34,250. 34,250. Before I say any more, Charlie, what's the gentleman's name in Leeds? Or lady? Ian. Ian, I've got 34,005 on my sheet here. 34,500. 34,005. We've got instructions here. 34,750. 34,750. 35,000 pounds here against you, Ian. 35,000 pound I've got. 35,250. We're getting there, Ian. 35,500 I've got here. 35,500. 35,500. 35,500 I've got. 35,750. 36 here with me. 36 here with me. 36. 36 here with me. Bidder number 500033. 36,000 pounds here with me. At 36,000 pound, I'm going to have to pull the lever. At 36,000 pounds, thank you for your bids, Ian. At 36,000 pound, though, it's against you. At 36,000 pound, then hammer's going to drop. At 36,000 pound, thank you again. At 36,000 pound, then it's going to go. For the first, second, third, and last time, be warned. Off it goes, top right-hand corner there, Josh. And with obviously with the number 8, whatever it was, Ian at underbidder. And the little Vauxhall Astra here, lot number 21, the Astra SXI. Here we are, cheap and cheerful little car. One lady owner from you, it says here, Sheila. There we are. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. I've got 320, 340, 360, 380, 380 pound bid, 380, 400, 420, 440, 460. At 460 pound I've got. At 460 pound, that's cheap enough, isn't it? At 460 pound then. At 460 pound I'm going to sell it. At 460 pound. Believe it or not, look at that. What a cheap little car. At 460 pound. At 460 pound, cheap as chips, look. At 460 then, hammer's coming down then at 460 pound, you're missing it. If you want a little cheap run around, if not, it's going to go at 460. 460, top right. And, the little, is it Herald? It's a Vitesse. There we are, the little Vitesse, here we are then. Nice little car in bright red. Lot number 22. What have we got there about it? There we are, 1971 Vitesse, Mark II convertible. There we are. Where are we going to be? You tell me. Where are we going to be? 65 there, Charlie. 6,005 then. I'll do that. 65. 65, 66. 67. At 6,700 pound. At 6,007. At 6,700 pound then. At 6,007. Excuse me. At 6,700 pound. At 6,007. That doesn't look out the way. At 6,700 pound then. At 6,700. At 6,700 pound. Are we all done? At 6,700 pound. At 6,700 pound, then are we all done and dusted? At 6,700 pounds. 67. I think he's going to want a bit more than that. That's what we can see. 23. Lot number 23. A pair of Guinness lamps. There we are. There you go. Pair of lamps there. There we are. Got the Guinness livery on them. There you go. Don't know the originality of them, but they've certainly got Guinness on them, and they'll certainly light up if you put a bulb in, I'm sure. There we are. Where are we going to be on that? Sorry, I just refreshed my screen. I apologise. There we are. There we are. Where are we going to be on that? £200 bid. Thank you. At 200 then. At 200. 225. At 225. 250. At £250 then. At 250. At £250 then. At 250. At £250 then. At 250. Are those stickers then on there? So you could take them off and put something else on if you wanted, couldn't you? Yeah. So like Esso or Shell or something similar. Yeah. There you are, £250 we've got. At 250 then. At 250 then. Are we all done at 250? At 250 then. At 250. At 250 going for the first, second, third and last time at 250. £250. And then lot number 24 is the little MG Midget 1500. Here we go. Nice bit of interest here with me. We've got lots of bids there, Charlie, but we've got 16, 17, 18, 19. Blimey hell, 2,000, 21, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2,008, 2,800 pound we've got. At 2,800 pound we have. At 2,008, 2,008 on sale. At 2,800 pound it's going to go. At 2,008, lots of bids on my screen now, not on my screen, on my paper here. At 2,9, a fresh one, 2,009. At 2,900 pound in Cumbria. At 2,009, 3,000 pound in Cheshire. And 31 back in Cumbria. 31 we've got. At 3,001. At 3,100 pound we have. At 3,100 pounds. At 3,001 are we all done? 32. 3,002. At 3,200 pound. At 3,200 pound in Cheshire at 32. At 3,002. 3,200 pound, are we all done and dusted then? Hammer's going to drop at 32 then. Are we all done at, we're not, 33. Cumbria, 3,003. At 3,300. 100 even. Cumbria, you're in, 3,003. 3,300 pound, and it's going to go. When the hammer goes down, it's gone. 3,4. Cheshire, 34. 3,004. Cumbria, you're out. 34 in Cheshire. 3,004. 3,400. I'll pop a 50 in if it helps, Charlie, because like I say, if they were stood in front of me, they'd probably try a little cheeky 50, wouldn't they? At 3,4 I've got. I'll take a 50 if it helps. At 3,4. 50 in Cumbria. 3,4, 50 in Cumbria. 3,4. Same with you, Cheshire. I'll do a 50 if it helps. 3,4, 50 at the moment. It's off to Cumbria at 3,450 pound. Are we all done? When the hammer goes down, it's gone. It's gone, off to Cumbria. Lot number 25 is the John Deere illuminated box sign. There we are. £180 bid there, Charlie, on the screen. Look, £180 I've got. 180. 180 I've got. 180 there. Next bid's 190, please. 180 I've got. £180 and I've got at 180 I'm going to sell. At £180 I've got at 180 then. Hammer's coming down then at £180 then. Are we all done? 190. 200 with me, which is why I said put it at 190. £200 I've got here with me on my sheet at 200. At £200 I've got. Bid another 600 to 112. At £200. Bid on my sheet. At £200 then are we done? At £200 then off we go. 210. Hereford, there you go. At 210. 210. Hereford's in. I'm out. At £210 then we're going to go. At £210. At 210 for the first, second, third and last time at 210. Sold. Lot number 26, the Mini Cooper S. It's got your name all over this, Charles.
A bit of a Targa car.
Yeah, a bit of a Targa car, is it? Targa car, says Charlie. As you know, Charlie does ever so well in the Mini Challenge. And we sponsor it as well. Myself and Paul. With Guy, we sponsor the Mini Challenge, which is growing in popularity, which is lovely to see. There's a load of minis out coming up. Was it Molten or Track Rod? There's loads of minis coming up. 35 minis out on Track Rod, is it? Yeah, that's brilliant, isn't it? It's I think it's a superb entry level route into rallying. I don't think you can do it any cheaper, really. It's a controlled environment. They're a great bunch of guys and girls, aren't they? They're really keen. They go out, they have a right giggle, and after time you win. Yeah. Or Tom Hines always pushing you along, isn't he? Tom Hines. And there's, what's the other lad? There's another lad who's always close up with you. Kyle, was it? There you go. Yeah, them lads. They're always up there, aren't they? But it's a level playing field, which is nice. It's not an open checkbook event. It's a level playing field, which is lovely to see. There you go. Anyway, without me wabbling on, this is a Targa type car, but again, cheap way into motorsport. I've got £3,000 there on my screen here, Charlie, at £3,000. At £3,000 I've got. At £3,000 then. At £3,000 then. Entry level little car, look at that, for £3,000. At £3,000 then. I can sell it. He was hoping for more, but £3,000 I got. 31 on that screen there. 31. 32. 3,002. At £3,200. At 32. At 3,002. Cheap, isn't it, really? £3,200. At 3,200. At £3,200 then. At 3,002. Are you sure? At 3,002. £100, a very usable little car. At £3,200 then. I'm going to pull the lever, it's going to go. I thought it would make more. At £3,200 then. Are you all done and dusted at 32? Sold at 32. Lot number 27 is a Lamborghini Countach metal sign. There you go. Oh, that's a big one, she said. There you go. For all you Countach owners, there you go. We have got £120 bid on the screen there. 120. Nice big sign though. £120 bid we've got. £120 then. £120 then, are we all done? 120 it's going to go. £120 then it's off. 120 for the first. 120 for the second, third and last time. Off it goes at £120. Kaboom, there it goes. Lot number 28 is the Massey Fergie. There we are, which is in Mick's shed. In Michael's shed up at number 3. There we are. Look at that. You can't go wrong with one of these. We've got quite a lot of interest on my sheets and I've got some bids there. We've got bids all the way, starting from 2004 to £3,000 to £3,800 to £4,000 on that sheet there. Screen, sorry Charlie, get my words right. £4,000 we've got there. At £4,000. At £4,000 I've got there. 4,000. 4,1. 4,2. 4,3. 4,003, 4,4, 4,400 I've got, at £4,400. At 4,400 what you have, 4,5, 4,6, 4,6 I've got, 4,6, £4,600. At 4,006, 4,8, 4,008 says Alan there, 4,8, 4,008, 4,008, 4,9, 4,9, 4,009. £4,900, 49, £5,000 we've got, £5,000 we've got, 5,000, £5,000 we have, £5,000. Are we there at £5,000? 5,1, 5,1, 5,001, £5,100 at 5,001. Absentee bid on my sheet, not you, Alan. It's bid a number 600,318 at 5,001 here on this bit of paper. 5,052. Charlie, can you go 5,250 for me, please? Can you put a 50 in there? 5,250 at 5,250 on my sheet. 5,250. £5,300 with Alan at 5,003. 5,003. 5,350 in Essex, 5,350, 5,350, 5,4, 5,004, 5,004, 5,004. Bids with you, Alan, at 5,400. Are we all done? I'm out. Essex, you're out. Alan, you're in. £5,400, and are we all done? Hammer's coming down then to Alan's telephone bidder at 5,450 in Essex. 5,450 in Essex. 5,005. 5,500. £5,500 we've got. Back with Alan at 55. 5,005. £5,500. Alan, it's your bid. I'm going to pull the lever now. 55. He's been in from the start, I believe, at 55. It's Alan's bid. When it goes down, it's gone. Alan, 55. Lot number 29 is the Fiat 131R Bath light up box sign. There we are. Michael's got it there. There she goes. There she goes then. Where we're going to be, you tell me. £100 out the traps at £100. Thank you. At £100 we've got. At £100 then. At 100 then. And £100 bid. At 100 then. At £100 then. Are we all done at £100? At £100 then. At 110. £110. 110. At 110. At £110 then. At 110. At 110. We'll put you down provisional Gloucester at £110. Are we all done? At 110 then. At 110 then. Hammer's coming down provisional at 110. Lot number 30. There you go. If you missed the last one, here's another one. Look, little Massey Ferguson FE35. There we are. Same stable as the previous one. There we go. We've got some bids coming straight away. We've got 4,400 in York. Thank you, York, at 44. At 4,400. If you missed the last one, here's your chance to get another. At 4,004. 4,5 young Mark at 4,005 was Mark's bid. Just beat you in. 4,005. Mark just beat you in at 4,005. 4,006. Internet beat you in then, Andy, at 4,006. 4,7 says Andy. 4,7. 4,8. Young Mark at 4,8. 4,008. 4,800 pound. Andy, 4,900. Mark, 5,000. 5,000 pound bid. 5,000 pound bid. 5,000 pound bid. Andy, 5,100. 5,100 with Andy. 5,001. 5,100. 5,100. Mark, 5,200. 5,002 with Mark. 5,200. Andy, 5,300. 5,300. Mark, 5,400. 5,400. We've got a sleeper called David who's waiting to bid in a minute. 5,400. 5,500. Andy, 5,500. 5,600. Mark, 5,600. 5,006. Andy, 5,700. Andy's 5,700. 5,800. David's in at 5,008. 5,008. 5,008. Mark, 5,900. 5,900. It's Mark. Andy's, you're out. Dave, you're out. 5,900 I've got. 5,900. Andy, 6,000 pound. 6,000 pound. Andy on the phone at 6,000. Mark, 61. Mark, 61. 6,001. Mark, 6,200. Andrew, 6,200. 6,200. 6,002. Mark, 6,300. 6,003. 6,300. Andy, 6,400. Are you going to show your hand, Dave, or what? Mark, 6,500. 6,500 with Mark. 6,600 with Andy. Sleeper's gone to sleep. 6,600 with Andy. 66. Mark, 67. 6,007 with Mark. Mark's bid. Andy, 68. 6,800 is with Andy. Mark, 6,900. 6,900 with Mark. 6,009. Mark's bid, 6,900 pound. At 6,009. 7,000 pound with Andy, says 7,000 pound. At 7,000 pound. At 7,000 pound. 7,001. 71, says Mark at 71. 71. 71. 72. 72. 7,002. 7,200. Mark, 7,300. 7,003 with Mark. 7,300. 7,400. Andy, 7,400. 7,400. 7,400. 7,500. Mark. 7,500 I've got. 7,500, it's yours, Mark, I believe, at £7,500. Are we all done? At £7,500 then. Andy down as the underbidder. And Mark's going to be the winning bidder, I believe, at £7,500. Are we all done and dusted? Giving you fair warning. It's going to Mark's telephone bidder at 75. It's gone. There you go. Thank you for your bids, gentlemen. And lot number 31. Oh, is the Triumph Bonneville. Basically a brand new bike, ladies and gentlemen. A little ding in the tank, which you may or may not do. It's up to you. It's nothing much really. It hasn't broken the paint, so you'll be able to get a dent man on that. I'm sure you'll gain access through the filler. There you go. But basically, it's a new bike. Simple as that. There you go then. Where we're going to be then, we've got £6,000 bid at 6,000. I think they're about 12, £13,000 new, I think. So that's half the new price, isn't it, for what is really a new bike. I think it's done something like 200 miles, 250 miles. I think something like that. So it's as good as, isn't it? It's like a one long ride home, isn't it, really? One Sunday's run out. 6,000 we've got. 62 we've got on the internet. 62, 64, 6,004. Half the price new. £6,400 we've got. At 6,004, I'll take 100 if it helps. We've got 64. At 6,004. At £6,400 we've got at 64. 65. At 6,005. At £6,500 we have. 6,005. At £6,500. At 6,500. £6,500 then. That's very provisional, Nottingham. We'll have a conversation, but you're a little bit off at £6,500, and are we all done? At 65, hammers coming down, provisional at 6,005. Very provisional, Josh, on that one. And the little mini, lot number 32, the little mini Cooper. There you go. Someone highlighted to me earlier in the week there was a little bit of a mileage discrepancy. If you look on the DVLA database, there's a couple of previous MOTs that record actual fact a little more miles. Not many. I think there's a couple of thousand more maybe or thereabouts over and above the current. Make of that what you will. But obviously as soon as we pick up anything like that, we relay that to you guys. There you go. So I have sent off an email to the vendor. I haven't personally caught sight of a reply yet, but there you go. It is what it is. Where we're going to be on that, you tell me. Anyone want to start me at £5,000 anywhere? Anyone want to start at 5,000 asking? At £5,000 asking. Anyone want to make a start? It's a cheap enough little car, that, isn't it? It is a limited edition one. Where we're going to be on that, you tell me then. No more? Anyone want to make a start? Failing that, we'll have to move on. We've got a few more. If you've got some interest in the little car, please have a word with the team upstairs in the office and they'll see what they can do for you. And moving on to lot number 33 is a Cadillac service sign. Where we go? There we go then. A Cadillac service sign. There you go. Again, another one, a later reproduction sign. There you go. But they look the part and they're cheap enough. There we are. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. £100 and away. Thank you. £100 then. 110, 20. 120, 30. 130 we've got. £130 then. 130, 140. £140. £140 then at 140. 140. £140 then are we all there? £140. 140, 150. West Yorkshire 150. £150 we've got. Internet's in. You're out. Internet is in at 150. £150 bid at 150. £150 then. At 150 then are we all done at 150? We'll put you down provisional then, West Yorkshire. At £150. 150. Internet one that was. And lot number 34, the Ford Cortina. There we are. Look at that. That was one of those cars that makes you smile. Bright little car. Nice bit of information there from Sean regarding the car. Thank you very much. There you are. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. £4,000 there. Charlie at 4,000. 4,001. 4-1. 4-2. 4-2. 4-3. At 4,003. 4,300 then. That's cheap enough, isn't it? 4-4. 4,004. At 4,400. At £4,400. Cheap Cortina that. At 4,004. At 4,005. Sorry, Alan, 4,500. At 4,005. Bids with Alan on the floor at 4,500. At 4,005. At 4,005. Bid is with Alan on the floor at £4,500 we've got. At 4,005. Provisional Alan at the moment. At 4,005. At £4,500 then. Provisional bid with Alan at £4,500. Alan provisional. Thank you very much. Jack, can you do some results, please? Can you take him through to the office? Or Jill's coming through. No, just save you coming backwards and forwards, Jill. I'm sure Jack will sort that out. Lot number 35 is the Triumph Stag. Here we are. Triumph Stag, sensible on the money, I feel. Look at that, hard top with it as well. There you go. Look at that. That looks sensible, doesn't it? Hard top, soft top. The engine was rebuilt about 8 or 9 years ago. Gearbox overhaul last year. There you go. All sorts, new starter motor, few spares with it as well. There you go. That's sensible, isn't it? 4-seater as well, which is why they're popular. Not many are 4-seater, but you can take up children, grandchildren, whatever. There you are. Where are we going to be? 4,000. 4,800, Charlie. Thank you. 4,008. At £4,800. At 48. 48 then at 4,008. That's a cheap Stag. At £4,800 then. At 4,800. At £4,800. 4,008. That is not out the way. At £4,800 then. At 4,800 then. At 48. 4,800 we've got. £4,800 then. At 4,800 then. Are we all done and dusted at 48? At £4,800. 4,009. 4,900 at 4,009. £4,900 we have. At 4,009. £4,900. That's provisional. Bid number 42 at £4,900. It's also very cheap, isn't it? At 4,009. The girls upstairs, there's a full team of them in again today, obviously. They'll do their best to put a deal together for you at £4,900 then. That is provisional. Hammers coming down at 49. Provisional 49. And moving on to lot number 36 is a 63. 63. Early car, MGB. There we go. Photographs there and video. There we are. Chrome wheels, chrome bumpers, wire wheels. Bright red, look at that bonny looking car. Where we're going to be, you tell me. £6,000, thank you. Nice little car, says Michael. Nice little car, says Michael. Michael looks after Unit 3 for us and keeps us up to speed with what's happening. At £6,000, that's cheap enough, isn't it? 6,000. 61, 2, 3, 63, 4, 64, 5. At 6,005. 6,005. At 6,005. 6, 6, 6, 7. At 6,007, 8. 6,007, 8, 68. £6,800. At 6,008. At 6,008, bright red MGB there at £6,800. They're good value, aren't they, at the moment? At £6,800 then. At 6,800 then. Storm in value at 6,008. At £6,800. At 6,008 then. At 6,008 then. £6,800. Good value for money car. If you can't get on with an MGB, the classic car movement, unfortunately, is not for you. Period. That's fact. At 6,008. At £6,800. They need a bit more. Have a word with the girls upstairs in the office. They'll do their best to put a deal together for you. Lot number 37 is the large Lotus clock, which is an eyeful, isn't it? That's a nice looking thing. There you go. Michael's got it there. We've got £200 bid, we've got 210, 220 we've got, I'll take a tenner, 220 we have, at £220 we've got, at 220, staying local in Moulton at 220, at £220 then, at £220 then, local bid at 220, at 220 then it's on sale at 220, at £220 then, Hammers coming down, it's off to Moulton at £220. Gone. Lot number 38 is the Rover Vitesse. The very, 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 very sensibly priced Rover Vitesse. Granted, she wants some work. She wants going through the workshops. I think the engine's tight on it, if not locked, I think, I'm afraid. But there you are, it's all there, and it is a Vitesse. Say it's all there. I'm going to say, someone's going to say something's missing. It's 99% there. There you go. We've got some bids on the screen straight away, and it's clicking up as I speak. We've got £3,000 on that screen. We've had 31, 32, 33, 34, 35 there. £3,600. Cheapest Vitesse you're ever going to buy at 36. I think it was a press car, was it not? At 36, 37. Don't hold me to that, but I think it maybe was. Oh, here we are. Opportunity to own a press car. Yeah, I thought it was. There we are. 38, 39. I'm not selling it on that basis. I'm selling it as a blue Rover Vitesse. So I'll stress that. At £3,009, £4,000. At £4,000, the Rover Vitesse may or may not have been a press car. At 4,001, 4,2. At 4,002, 4,002, 4,3. 4,003, 4,300 there, 4,445 standing, 4,5 standing at 4,500, at £4,500, 4,6 Andy, 4,006, Andy just beat you in Richmond at 4,006, Andy's bid at 4,006, 4,7, Norwich is back in at 4,7, 4,7, 4,8, 4,008, Andrew's bid, no, 4,8, 4,8 with Andrew down there, 4,9, Hertfordshire, 4,9, Norwich, £5,000. Andy, was that a 5-1? 5-1 with Andy on the phone. 5,001, Andrew's phone bidder, £5,100. 5-2, Norwich, 5,002 in Norwich, 5,002. At 5,002, 5-3, 5-3, 5,300, 53. 5-4. Hertfordshire back in at 5-4. 5-4. You're out, Andy. Thank you very much for letting me know. At 5,400, and it's off to Tring then. At £5,400 then. Are we all done and dusted? We're not. 5-5. Norwich, you're back in at 5-5. 5-6. Tring, you're back in at 5-6. 5,006. 5,006. There you go, Josh. 5,006. At 5,600. £5,600 we have. £5,600. Hammers coming down then. Oh, Norwich, you're back in. 5,007. £5,700. Tring, you're out. Norwich, you're in. £5,700. At 5,007. 5,007. I'll take. There I have got 58 then. Back in at Tring at 5.8.
50.
I was going to say I'll take a 50 because they may well be shouting 50 if they were stood at the back of the hall. 5,008. 5,008 I've got. 5,008. It's off to Tring then. I'm going to pull. Norwich, 5,850. 5,850. 5,850. 5,9. 5,9. We do our utmost to keep it as transparent as we can. 5,009, then it's going to go to Tring. Are we done? At £5,900, then Hammer's coming down. Looks like it's off to Tring at 59 for the first, second, third, and last time. Be warned. Off to Tring. Thank you for your bids. Thank you, Norwich, as well. Lot number 39 is the hand-painted Dunlop sign. There we are then. Hand-painted but on metal, I believe. There we go. Where we're going to be then. 40, £50 I've got. £50 I've got. £60 bid. At £60 then. At £60 then. £60 I have. At £60. 60 and £60. £70 then. Charlie, £70 I've got. 70, £80 then. £80 then. £80 I've got. £90 bid. At £90. £100 says Charlie. Jack even. £100 then. Oh, £100, 110, 120 with me on my sheet, 120. Oh, £120 I've got, 120, 120, 130, just beat you in at 130, just beat you into Jack, 130, Jack's bid, 130 Jack, £130 Jack's bid, I'm out, Jack, you're in, 130, not for long, Leicester's back in at 140, 140, you're out, Jacko. 140, thanks for letting me know. Oh, 140, then off it goes then, going to pull the lever. Fair warning then at £140. 140. Lot number 40. There we are, is the Puma. There you are, the 1.7 16 valve Puma, look at that. Sensible price there, I've got the wrong one. I'm just giving you that one. We're getting in the muddle. We don't know what we're doing. Here we are, lot number 40. I'm thinking, hang on a minute, 300 quid. There we are then. The Puma, lot number 40. Here we are then. You just can't get the staff. 1.7. You can't get the auctioneers. We have got some bids. We've got £3,200 bid there. Charlie at 32, then at £3,200, then it's provisional at 32. At £3,200 then. At £3,200. At £3,200 bid. At 32. £3,200 then. 32. £3,200, that's cheap enough in it. At 3,200, we'll put you down provisional. At £3,200 then, off she goes then, it's provisional. At 3,200, 3 coming in. Surrey's coming at 3,003. At 3,003. 3,003, you're only just in Surrey at 3,300. Still provisional, mind you. At 3,300. At £3,300, then it's provisionally down to Surrey at 33. Thank you. Lot number 41. There we are, the Avery Hardall petrol pump parts restoration. There you go. There you go. Make a nice restoration job that one. There you go. £700 we've got at the moment. £700 and sold at £700. It's going to go at £700. Then it's on sale. It's going to go at 7. At £700. Then off it goes at 700. Are we all done? And 25. 725, 750, 750, at 750, 775, £800 bid, £800, 825, 825, 825, 825 we have, 850, 875's gone, 900's gone, 925's gone. 925 has gone. 950's gone. 950's gone. Gone, just gone. 975's gone. £1,000. Just, he just beat you in at £1,000. Just. £1,000. 1,025. 1,050. 1,050 we've got. 1,075's gone. 1,075's gone. £1,100. £1,100 we have. 1,125, I believe. Yes, 1,125. 1,125. 1,150. 1,150. 1,175. 1,175. £1,200 bid. 1,200. £1,200 we've got at £1,200. At 1,225, 1,225, 1,250, 1,250, 1,250 we've got at 1,275, 1,275 and £1,300 at 1,300, £1,300 at 1,300, £1,300 at £1,300. Are we all in? At £1,300, I'm going to pull the lever at £1,300, then off it, 25 and 50, 1350, 1350, 1350 we've got, 1350, 1350 then, off she goes then, 1375, 1375, 1,400, £1,400 at 14, 1,400 at £1,400. Are we all done? I'm going to pull the lever at £1,400. The hammer's coming down. When it goes bang, it's gone. At £1,400 then, first, second, third and last time. Sold. Lot number 42, however, is a Land Rover Defender, 110. There we are. There she is. I'm in mine today. I wouldn't be without it. 110. Still got yours, mate? Yeah, Charlie's got one. We've all got one, I think. Everyone's got a 110 kicking about. There we are, or a 90. There you are then. Heavy-duty winch on the front, beacon lights. Serviced every 10,000 miles, it says. Workshop stored. There you go then. She's on BF Goodrich with about 80% tread left. Reason for sale, there you are, is Chris is retiring. There you are then. There you go. Genuine 2012 Land Rover Defender. All the bells and whistles there. Where are you going to find another one as straight as that? Look at that. That's a nice truck, isn't it? Where are we going to be? You tell me. You tell me. £14,000 we'll try. 14 and a quarter. 14,250 and a half. 14,500 at £14,500. 14,500. Good value, these 110s. At 14,500. 14,500. 750. 14,750. At 14,750 we have. At 14,750. Good value for money. 14,750 at 14,750. £14,750 at 14,750. £14,750. He needs a bit more than that for it. I don't blame him. Have a word with the girls upstairs in the office. They'll try their best to put a deal together for you. A lot number 43 is a Black Cat cigarette sign. Michael's just about to pick that up. There you go then. There you go then. A later sign there. Where we're going to be, you tell me. £50 on the way, thank you, at £50. And are we all there at £50 bid? £50, £60, thank you. At £60 then. At £60 then. Cheap enough at 60. At £60 then. At £60. At £70 bid at 70. At £70 then. At £70 then. On sale and sold at 70 then. At £70 then. Hammer's coming down then at £70 then. Are we all done at £70? Cheap in that, £70. Lot number 44 is the Yaris, the GR Yaris, fantastic little car. I had one myself for a while, thoroughly enjoyed it. There you go, here's another one. This one has got the circuit pack on it, which is nice, 13,000 miles again, which is lovely. There you go, pocket rocket, garage kept, 4 brand new tyres. Amazing little cars, brilliant little cars. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. 22,000, thank you. 22,500, 22,500, 23, at 23,000, at 23,500, 23,500, at 23,500 and 4, 24, at 24,000 then, at 24,000 and a quarter, 24,250, at 24,250. Excuse me, at 24,250. Cheap car, at 24,250, at 24,250. At 24,250. That's a cheap little car, that. At 24,250. At 24,250. 24,250. That sort of miles, you could put it away. It'll grow into money, that. At 24,250, then are we all done? At 24,250. At 24,250. Again, he's looking for a bit more. Have a word with the girls upstairs. Cheap little car, that. Lot number 45 is the MGTD. Now, these are sensibly priced now, aren't they? We used to do lots of these. As a company, we used to bring them in from the States and we would convert them to right-hand drive, 5-speed conversions if need be, unleaded heads, repaint, retrim, you name it, and we would turn them out and they'd go out the door at £20,000. Now, look, you can buy one, a nice car for a lot less money than that. That makes them very good value for money, these. The MGTD, in my opinion, is the best of the bunch. I think it's the best driving out the T-Series. That's my opinion. That's, I think, down to the fact we've got independent front suspension and we've got obviously a steering rack as opposed to a steering box. And consequently, they look period but drive very modern. They're a very, very forgiving little car. Where are we? You tell me. We've got £9,000 bid, 9.25, 9,250, 9.5, 750, 9,750, £10,000 we've got, £10,000.25. 10,250. We'll submit the best bid today at 10,250 and 5, 10,005, 750, 10,750. Cheap little car at £10,750. At £10,750 then, at 10,750, are we all done? At 10,750, at 10,750, we'll submit it at 10,750 for the first, second, third and last time. And moving on to, well, that's a nice period sign, isn't it, by the looks of things? Well, certainly, well, maybe not. It's been aged nicely, though. There you go. It's, not that old, I wouldn't have thought that one. But she looks like that. She looks the part, doesn't she? There you go. It looks the part. There you go. And it's priced sensibly. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. 50, 60, 70, 80, £90 bid. At £90 then, at £90 we've got. At £90 then, at 90, at £100 with young Jack there at 990. At £100 we've got. £100 was with Jack, Charlie. £100 Jack Jeff jumped in at 9. 110 we've got now, 110 anyway. At 110 we've got. At 110 we've got at £110. At 110, 120, 130, 130. At 130, 140. At 140. 140, 140, 150, 160 coming along. At 160, at 160, at £160 then. At 160 and 70, 170. At 170 we've got 180 now. 180 now we've got 180, 180, 190 with Jack. 190, 190. Jack's bid at 190. 200. Internet bid at £200. £200. 210. Just flick it round so they can see the rear of it, Michael, as well, please. There you go. At 210. To later sign at 210, 220, 220. At 220, 230, 230, 230, 240, 240, 240 we have. 240. Jack's out. Leicester, you're in at £240 then. Hammer's coming down at £240 then. Are we all done and dusted? 240 we are. And lot number 47 is the BH57BRY registration number. There we are. Absolutely pointless if you're called Graham, but could be an idea if you're called Brian. What do you think? Or Michael? Can you see Michael in that if you squint? I can't. No, but there you are. Where are we going to be then? Have we got anyone called Brian? If we've got someone called Brian, then we've got two people called Brian. We're home and dry, haven't we? There we are then. Anyone then? Anyone want to have a stab at that? Who wants to start me? I'll take 250 as an opening bid. Charlie at 250. If not, we'll move on. Must be worth 250 to Brian somewhere, mustn't it?
Everybody that's in the interesting bidders list isn't called Brian.
Is that right? Yeah. The system shows us on our screens here if there's what's happening, if there's any interested parties coming through and so forth, so we can just keep an eye on what's happening. And Charlie just pointed out we've got a number of interested parties, but no one's called Brian. Eric? Eric? I don't know if you turn it upside down, maybe. I don't know. Yeah. Gary. No. Who? Gary? Well, we've got an R and a Y. Yeah. We're getting there, aren't we? Yeah. Yeah, we've got a lot of dyslexic interested parties in that. There you go, yeah. If you've got an interest in a Brian registration number or Brian, please have a word with the girls upstairs in the office. So we'll see what we can do for you. In the meantime, let's move on to a more serious matter. Lot number 48. Lot number 48 is the Honda CL350 Flying Dragon. Flying Dragon, this one. There we go then. So it's a very limited edition run, hence the fact they're 3 or 4 times more expensive than a normal 350 CL. There we are. So a Flying Dragon machine there. Where are we going to be on that? Lots of information there about the model itself. Where are we going to be? I know they're an expensive bike. I get that. I can't start much lower than 15. I'll start at 15, Charlie, but I can't start any lower than 15. It's come in from an overseas customer. This one is a couple of 2 or 3 lovely bikes that he's brought in as David. 15, I can't start any lower than 15. If there's not a 15 bid, we'll have to move on. He realises there's a bit of a limited market. If not, we will move on. And we'll move on to my misspent youth, really, which was playing bar billiards when we've still got the table. Spent hours playing bar billiards, and I was, quite tickled to see this one come in. There you are, she's a lovely table, it's next door. Where are we going to be on that? We've got some bids on the screen, Charlie. We've got 1,500, we've got 15, 16, 1,700 pound bid at 1,700, at 1,700 pound, at 1,700 pound. Fantastic if we've got limited space. 18 says Jack, 18, 19, 2,000 pound on my screen at 2,000 pound on my here. My paper, sorry, I apologise. 2001 at 2001. That's Jack's bid at 2001. He was in first at 2,100 pound. We've got 21 is Jack at 2001 at 2,100 pound. At 2001, 2002 at 2,200 pound. At 2002, 2003 at 2,300 pound. Never play my father at bar billiards. He is the jammiest git you could ever think when it comes to bar billiards, honestly. Yeah, which he finds very funny because he keeps winning us all the time. 2004, 2005, at 2005, at 2,500 pound we've got. At 2005, 2006, 2,600 pound. 2007, at 2,700 pound we have at 27. At 2007, that's Jack's bid at 27. 2008, back in Oxfordshire at 2008. 29, 2009 with Jack at 2009. 2009, lovely bit of kit. 2009, 3,000 pound we've got. Off to Oxford, it looks at 3,000. 31, 3001, Charlie's phone bidder at 31. Sorry, Jack's phone bidder at 31. At 3,001, it's because I can't see your face behind all that hair. 31, 32, 33 with Jack at 33. 33, 3,003, 3,300 pound. 3,4, 3,004, 3,5, 3,005, 3,005, 3,500 pound we've got. Jack, your bid at 35. Are we all done? You're out of Oxford, thank you. At 3,005, it's going to Jack. At 3,500 pound, then Hammer's coming down at 3,500 pound. Thank you all for your bids at 35. Jack at 35, and lot number 50 is the Nissan Micra LX Auto. Here we are. Little automatic Micra. Lovely little cars, aren't they? Brilliant little cars. We've got some bids here. We've got 1,900 there, Charlie, on my screen, please. We've got 1,92000. 2,000 pound we've got. 21, 2, 22, 3. 2,003 and 4. 2,400 pound on sale at 2,004. At 2,004 I'm going to sell. At 2,400 pound. At 2004, 5, 25, 2005. Can I just go 50 for my figures? 2,550, please. At 2,550 pound we've got. At 2,550 pound, then are we all done? At 2,550. At 2,550 for the first, second, third, and last time. Hammer's coming down at 2,550. Off she goes. You missed that one, Josh, and your name all over that. Lot number 51, Harry said that was a bit powerful, it was a 1251, when is it 12 in the end? 51 we've got, lot number 51, this is a rare bit of kit. Now these I'm led to believe were given to employees of Ready Mix back in the day. I think I've got my story straight there, I'm sure I have. There you go, and it says there, never, there you are. Oh, there you are, I thought I was right, there we are, these were never sold to the general public. They are, it's in the original box, never seen the light of day for 55 years. And father used to work as a rep for the company in the 60s and the 70s. A rare bit of kit there, a rare toy there. There you go, rare toy. Where are we going to be? Who's going to start me at £100? £100 anywhere? Oh, Michael's got it. Don't bounce it, Michael. Is it a lighter? Is it? Ah. Oh yes, it says there, desk light. Of course it does. There you go. Oh, look at that. Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice? I might take up smoking. Nice that, isn't it? There you go. Who's going to start me at £100? Must be worth 100 quid, surely. Surely. Who's going to start me at £100? I'm not going to give it away for any less. Who's going to start me at 100? If not, we'll move on to 52. You'll have to have a speak with the girls upstairs, and they'll be just as hard as me. They'll want 100 quid plus for it. Anyone? If not, we will move on. £100. Thank you very much, Herefordshire. Thank you. Must be worth 100 quid, mustn't it? Look at that, nice bit of kit that. £100 then, oh, £100 then at £100. Oh, £100 bid, oh, £100 then. Thank you for your bid, Hereford, at £100. Oh, £100 then, oh, £100, it's basically brand new. Oh, £100 then, oh, £100 then. We'll put you down provisional at £100. Provisional at 100. Are you coming for the results, Lou? Well done, good girl, there she is. Lot number 52 is the TVR. There we are, the TVR, pronounced Chimera, I think they pronounce them, don't they? Right. Michael's just pointing out there that the car was driven to the sale, and Michael was chatting to the owner. There you are, so made its way here direct from the owner. There you are, it's got a current speedo reading of 54,000 miles. It's got some service records there with 8 stamps. There you go, outriggers replaced in 2015. It's got the later serpentine belt engine, power steering, there you go. That's an important USP, I think, isn't it? Is the power steering as well, and an unusual rare colour. There you are. And I think dead sensible on the money there. Dead sensible, look. There you go. Where we're going to tell, where we're going to be. You tell me £5,000 there, Charlie. We'll make a start at £5,000 then at 52.50. 5,250. 5.5. At 5,005. That's a cheap TVR. At 5,750. At 5,750. At 5,750. £6,000. At £6,000. At £6,000. That is not dear. At £6,000. At 6,000 then at £6,000. At £6,000 then, at £6,000, a very sensibly priced TVR there, at 6 1/4, 6,250, at 6,250, at £6,250, at 6,250, at £6,250. Can you smell something? 6,000, it's my dogs. 6,250, at 6,250. At 6,250. Jack, will you go and get my Jack? I think the dogs are in need. Andy will. Andy, will you go and get my Jack for me, mate? At 6,250. At 6,250. At £6,250. That's cheap enough, is that? At 6,250. At 6,250. At 6,250. At £6,250. That's very provisional. 6.5 in Leeds. 6,005. £6,500 in Leeds at 65. I'm going to have to put it down provisional. Leeds at 6,005. At 6,750. 6,750. At 6,750. At £6,750. At 6,750. It's provisional at £6,750 then. Are we all done at 6,750 then? At 6,750, you having a bid, Alan, or not? 6,750 at £6,750. It's provisional. 6,750, very provisional. And lot number 53. When my screen updates, lot number 53 is the rally bike sign. There we are, rally bike sign. Again, a later sign there. Where are we going to be then? Who's going to start me at 50? At 50 anywhere. I'll start at 50 then. It's a later sign. At 50 then. At 50 we have anywhere at £50, at £50 bid. At £50 we've got. At £50 then. At £50 then. £50 we've got at 50. £60 then. At £60. At £60. At £60 then. At £60 then. A later sign at £60. A later one then. She won't have a lot of age about it, but she's worth £60 then. Are we all done at 60? Are we all done then at £60 then? Before we go at £60. £60, provisional, we'll try for you. Now then, the Peugeot. This is the one you've all been waiting for. The Peugeot then, the 504 GL diesel. There she is. That's a rare bit of kit, isn't it? A rare bit of kit. There you are. Very, very bit of kit. Nice old bus there. Lovely bit of information there from Anthony. Tells you all about it. There's no point in me going through it all. It's all there. There you go. Where we're going to be on this. I've got 5, 250, 5, 750, 6,000, 6 1/4, 6 1/2, 6,750 there, £7,000 I've got, at £7,000, at £7,000, £7,000 bid, at £7,000 bid, at £7,000. Just let the internet catch up. I've got £7,000 absentee bid on my sheet. at £7,000, at £7,000, 7,250 in Ken, at 7,250, 7,500, 7,500, at £7,500, 7,500, 750 with David, 7,750 is David's bid, 7,750, £8,000 is Andy, £8,000 is Andy, £8,000 is with Andy, 8 1/4, back with David at 8,250, 8,250, Andy, 8,500, Dave, 8,750, 8,750, 8,750, £9,000, Andy, 9, 9, 250 with Dave, 9,250, 9,250, 9,500, Andrew, 9,500, 9,750, Dave, 9,750, 10, Andy's bid, £10,000, Andy's bid, £10,000, it's Andy's bid at £10,000, at £10,000 then, Andy's in at £10,000 then, I'll take 100 anywhere if it helps, if not, it's going to be £10,000 then, Andy's bid then, at £10,000, 10-1, Buckinghamshire, 10,001, 10-1, 10-2, 10,002, 10,002, 10,200, it's back with Andy, I'm going to pull the lever, 10-3, Buckinghamshire, 10-3, 4, 10-4, 10,004, 10,004, 10,004, 10-5, 10-5, 10,006, 10,006, at 10,006, Andy's bid, 10,607, back in Buckinghamshire at 10-7, 10-8, 10,008, 10,008, 10-9, 10-9, 11, £11,000, £11,000 with Andrew, 11,000, 11,001, 11,1, 11,2, 11,2, Andrew, your bid, 11,002. Are we all done, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you very much for your bids. 11,200 then. It's going to go to Andy's telephone bidder. 11,002 for the first, second, third and last time fair warning. Andy, 11,2, internet underbidder. Lot number 55 is the BP motor oil enamel sign. Again, a later sign there. There you go then, priced sensibly and accordingly. £160 bid. That's it. Away it goes at 160 then. Are we all done at £160? At 160, nice sign there. A nice sized sign as well. At £160 then, at 160. At £160 bid, at 160. At £160 in, 160, 170, 180 down there. At 180. At £180 bid, at 180. At £180 then, 190 we've got. 190 then, 190. 190, £200 bid at 200. At £200 then, at £200 then, at 200. At 210, £210 we've got. At 210. At £210 then, at £210 bid at 210. At 210. At 220, 220. At 220. £220 is with Jack at 220. At 230. 230. It's a later sign. Remember, 230, 240, 240, 240. At 240. £240. A nice sign though. At 240 and 50 we've got. At 250. At 250 you're out, Jacko. You're back in at 260. At 260. 260, it's Jack's bid at 260. Are we all done? At £260 then, are we all done and dusted? At £260. 260. Lot number 56 is the Sierra Sapphire LX. There you go. Bright looking car. Been part of the family for 32 years, says Darryl. There you go. Right level old car. It's had its personal bits and pieces put on it, which again, they can stay with it, or you can take the personal bits and pieces off it. Basically, but underneath the personalisation is a very straight Sierra Sapphire LX. There you go. That's had a lovely long-term ownership of 32 years in the family. We all like that, don't we? Nice bit of information there, all supplied by Darryl. Tells you all about it, where we're going to be on that. We've got 3,002 straight away. Bid here, Charlie, at £3,200 bid. At £3,200 we've got. At £3,200 then. At 3,002. That's cheap enough, isn't it? At 3,002. At 3,002, I'll take a 50 if it helps. At 3,200. At £3,200 then, it's cheap enough at 3,002. At 3,250. 3,250. At £3,250. At 3,250. At £3,250. At 3,003. 3,003. At 3,003. At 3,003. £3,300. Good afternoon, Londonderry. I apologise, I think my father's over there at the moment, so yeah, I'm sorry about that, but anyhow, I couldn't do much about it. £3,300 we've got. 3,003. At 3,003, the hammer's going to come down at £3,300. I'm going to sell at £3,300, making sure I've missed nobody at 33. 33, off it goes at 3,300. And lot number 57 is the little Honda. That looks a clean little bike. There we are then. 1978 Honda. CB500T, I believe. There you are. Where we're going to be on that? £1,500. That's cheap, isn't it? Bikes are cheap at the moment. They really are. Honestly, they're a good investment at the moment, the motorcycles. At £1,500. They'll come back. At £1,500 we've got 15. At £1,500 then. At £1,500 are we all away at 15. At £1,500 then. £1,500, that's cheap enough, isn't it? At 1,500 then. Are we all done at 15? That is a cheap little bike at 1,500. At £1,500 then. How cheap they got to be? At 1,500 then. At 1,500 we need a bit more. Have a word with the girls on that one and we'll move on to the little Austin. There we are, little Austin 7 there. Look at that, she's a little beauty, isn't she? A thing of beauty and a joy forever. I think it's down the far end there at the bottom. There we are, where we're going to be, £5,000 away, thank you. At £5,000, £5,000, £5,000 we've got, 5,250, 5,250, 55. At 5,500, that's cheap enough at that. At £5,500 then, at 5,750, Cumbria, at 5,750. At £5,750 we have. At 5,750. At 5,750. At 5,750. That's a cheap little Austin 7. At 5,750. I'll take 100 anywhere if it helps. At 5,750. At £5,750. At 5,750. 5,750. That's cheap and it's also provisional. At 5,750. Are you all done? Lot number 59 is the AA style Donington Park sign. There we are, AA style Donington Park sign. There we are. It looks like it could be. It's got the right mounts on the back. That's what it says anyway. It certainly says Donington Park, and that's what we're selling it as, a Donington Park sign. £50 on the way. Thank you very much. At £50, £60. Thank you. At 60. At £60. Wherever that sign's pointing to, it would appear. Yeah. £60 we've got. At £60 then. No, not to be confused with the dyslexic Brian registration number purchaser. There we are then, yeah. At £70, yeah. So Gary's bought the Brian reg number, and he's also bought the Donington Park sign that reads Doddington, but he's happy, and that's all that matters. He's happy. Leave him alone. At £70 we've got. At £70 we've got. At £70 then. At £70 then. At £70 bid. At £70 then. At £70 are we all done and dusted. At £70, he's a lot happier than you and I. At £70 then. At £70 we're done. At £70 then. Hammer's coming down. At £70 then. Off she goes at £70. And away. And moving on to a cup of tea, Linda, if you wouldn't mind. Don't want to, put you under any stress or anything. Lot number 60, the 1965 matchless. Here we are. 65 matchless again, sensible on the money. £1,000 we've got. At £1,000 then. At £1,000 we have. At £1,000. That is a cheap bike, isn't it? £1,000. £1,000 then are we there at 1,000. At £1,000 then. 1,000, £1,100. 11, thank you, £1,100. 1,100 then. £1,100 we have. 1,100. 1,100. £1,100 are we all done and dusted at? £1,100. £1,100, lot number 61, the Michelin Man. Michael will have it here somewhere, the Michelin Man. Here we go, £40 and away, straight away then, £40. Just wants a bracket making, doesn't it, I think, Michael? Yeah, there you go. Just wants a bracket making for your mirror or whatever you want to put it on. £40 then, that's cheap enough, isn't it? £40 then, off she goes at £40 then. Hammer's coming down. What a cheap Michelin Man that is at £50 bid. At £50 we've got. At £50 then, at £50 then, £50. At £50 then, at £50, £60 bid at £60. At £60 then, you want to buy it and give it to Ivan. Yeah, who's a Pirelli dealer. £60 then, at £60 then, at £60 we've got. At £60 then, at £60 then, are we all done then? At £60 then, Hammer's coming down at £60. Sold, a lot number 62. Probably the nicest MGB we've got on site, I would think, at the moment. There's also a very nice yellow one, inky yellow one as well, I think, but this is a stunner. There we are then, nice bit of information there from Annette, thank you very much. We've got a lot of we've got a lot of information, and we've got a lot of bids here, Charlie. There's no point in me starting with all of these, but what we have got, we've got a number of bids that go to 9,750 on my screen there. So can we have 9,750 on your screen, please? At £9,750. At £9,750, then are we all done? At £9,750, £10,000 bid. At £10,000 we've got. At £10,000 then. At £10,000 then for the lovely MG at 10,000. I'll take 100 if it helps. We've got 10. £1,000 there, £10,000 bid. At 10,000 then, it's going to go. Make no mistake, it's sold, it's going. At £10,000 then, off she goes at £10,000 for the first. At £10,000 for the second. Third and last time, are we all done at £10,000? Sold. Lot number 63 is the Kawasaki Ninja double-sided light box, I think. Is it a light box, Michael? Is it lit up? Oh, okay, so it's only illuminated on one side. Oh, both sides. Oh, it is a double. All right, okay. There we are, guys. Is it illuminated? Is it working? Oh, there you go. Michael's got it working down there. There you go. Where are we going to be then? You tell me then. £100 on the way, thank you. £100 we've got, thank you. 125, 125, 150. £150 we've got. At £150 then. At £150 then at 150. At £150 bid. At 150 then. At £150 then. Are we all done at 150? At £150 we have. At £150 then. At 150 then, are we all done and dusted? At £150, thank you very much, Andrew. At £150. £150. Gentlemen, do one of you guys want to have a go? Go on. You can if you want. Where's the other? There's three musketeers here. You're coming up only because I've got a straightforward one here for you, if there is such a thing as a straightforward one. There you go. We've got I've never had a chance to speak to the guys personally myself this morning, but we've got a little group that I assume is it'll be, was it a charitable thing, something to do with my father? Yeah, there it was. There you go. So there we go. What do they call you, mate? Mark.
Oh, it's
like riding a bike, Mark.
Yeah, that's what that's.
There you go. There you go. So pop that on, if you will. Just pop that over your ears.
Which way?
Yeah, that way. That's it, the way it was. The other way, mate.
Other way.
Yep, there you go. So Mark's part of a group that have very kindly donated some money for charity to be with us today. Thank you very much. In fact, I'll turn mine off, Mark. And so I just thought this is a fairly straightforward one for you. And it would be, wouldn't it, if it turned on? Give me a minute or two.
It does.
Get your specs on, Mark.
Yep.
Is it working?
I hope so. Yep.
Are we on?
We're on.
No, I don't think we are.
Don't think we are we? Hang on a minute. We will be in a minute. Try that one, mate. Yeah, we're there now. I can hear you. There you go.
Yep.
Right, so, give you a crash course in auctioneering. There you go. So, we've got a screen there that shows bids.
Yep.
We've got a screen there that shows bids.
Yep.
And we've got some paper here that shows bids. bleep that bit out. Bleep that bit out. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, sugar, Mark says. Yeah. There you go. So, it's doing it for you, to be honest with you, because look, I thought we've got some bids here, so that was quite straightforward. Yeah. And we've got a bid there, but we have got, so she's gone up. So if you want, you can start, just to give yourself the experience, you can start at 36, and then you can 38. Go up 36, 38, and then you've got, goes on there. So there you go, Mark, it's all yours. Okay. What could possibly go wrong? Yeah.
So we have a current bid of 36, 38, and we're up to
Got 4,000, 4,2 there.
4,2
4,2,
and 4,5 at the moment.
4,500.
4,500.
Oh yeah.
What car? 1991.
Lot number 64. Lot number.
Lot 64, 1991.
Listen, Figaro. Listen, Figaro. There you
Got
go.
there in the end. Okay, so current bid 4,500. Do we have any further bids? 4,500. Internet bidder 75752 from Scarborough.
4,500.
4,500. Any advance on 4,500? Yep. 4,600. Tamworth in Staffordshire 4,600. Any advance on 4,600? Yep. Scarborough's back in at 4,700. Any advance on 4,700? No. 4,700 still with Scarborough. Local place.
Local,
I think.
yeah,
It's
local
Yorkshire,
bidder.
isn't it?
Yeah, local bidder.
Not that I know much about Yorkshire, but anyway.
Did it?
So
4,007. I think that's where we are, Mark.
any advance on 4,700? 4,700 for the first time, 4,700 for the second time, 4,700 for the last time. It's yours.
Yeah, I like that. Nice little camp tap there.
Yeah.
We'll have a wallop. Yeah, there you go. 4,700 quid. There you go, mate. Well done. Thank you. Well done, mate. Good lad. It's not as easy as it looks.
No,
is it?
it's not. I'll leave it to you.
Okay, mate, no problem. Well done. Thanks ever so much, guys. There'll be another one. There'll be an easier one come up later on. To be fair, if we'd have got prepped up before that a little bit, we could have had a go there. Anyhow, thank you ever so much, guys, and thank you for your contribution to the charity for being here today. Thank you. There you go. 4,700. Good result there for everybody. Lot number 65. Moving on. Lot number 65 is the handmade Porsche sign. There we go. Supplied by Mark from York. Local lad does the signs for us. There you go. Lovely bit of kit. Where are we going to be on that? £100 bid. Thank you. Up £100 bid. That's cheap enough. That's £100. Up £100 bid. 110, 20, 30, 130, 40. 140 we've got. Up 140, 140. 140, 150. Up £150 then. Up £150 bid at 150. Up 150, 160. Up £160 then. Up 160. Are we all done and dusted then? Hammers coming down at 160. I've got one thing. 160 then. Up £160 then. Off we go at £160. Lot number 66, the Skoda Fabric. There we are. God, PDI'd loads of these. We used to be Skoda dealers for a number of years. I've still got all the tooling for them over at Rillington there. Blooming good car they were. There we are, the Skoda Fabric GLXI, which is a model that used to sell. There you go. You tell me, we've got £2,000 there. Straight away bid at £2,000. At £2,000 then. At £2,000 we've got. At £2,000. At £2,000. That's cheap enough of that. At £2,000 I'm going to sell it. I've got instructions to sell. At £2,000 then 21. Thank you. 21. At £2,100 we've got. 21. 22. At 2,002. At 2,200 we am 23. £2,300 bid. At 2,300. At £2,300 then. At 2,300. At 2,003. 24. At 2004. At 2004 and 5, £2,500. At 2005 is a beauty. Thank you very much. At 2005. At £2,500 then. At 2,506. 2,600 and 7. 2007. At £2,700 bid. At 2,700 then. Are we all done? At 2007 and 8. 2,800. At 2008. On sale, off she goes at £2,900. At 2,900. At £2,900 we've got. 2009, £3,000 bid. At £3,000. At £3,000 then. At £3,000 we've got. At £3,000 then. Are we all done and dusted? At £3,000 then. Hammer's going to drop at £3,000. Fair warning, off she goes at £3,000. Sold at 3,000. Moving on to lot number 67 is the Shell forecourt sign with raised logo. There you go. Oh, that's a genuine Shell sign, isn't it? Yeah, proper sign that. There you go. Yeah, it'll be one side of an illuminated pole, I would suggest. There you go then, but you can put a light behind that, she'll look lovely, won't she, with some LEDs behind it. Where are we going to be on that then? We have got £100 bid, 110, 120 we've got, £120 then, and sold at £120 then, are we all done? At 120, that looked lovely with a bulb behind it. At 120, 130 in Driffield. Good afternoon, Driffield. At 130, at £130 we have, at 130, at £130, at £130. At 130 then, Hammer's coming down at 130. It's off to Driffield then at £130 for the first, second, third and last time. Are we all done at 130? We are sold. Lot number 68 is the Pilgrim. They are the AC Cobra replica, built on a Pilgrim chassis. This one, there's obviously ever so many different ones. AK sports cars, Pilgrims, Gardner Douglas, there's ever so many. I think there's about half a dozen different ones. There you go then. Where are we going to be on this one? There you are, the Pilgrim. 3.5 litre engine in this one. Current V5 we've got. Paperwork includes some starting instructions, but it shouldn't be too difficult, should it? There we are. 3.5 Rover V8 with 4 SU carbs, 5 owners it says. They tells you all about it. There's no point in me going through it all. Tells you all there. Lovely bit of information there from Peter regarding the car. Thank you very much. Where are we? £12,000 we've got. At £12,000. At £12,000. That's a cheap car at 12 and a quarter. At 12,250 and a half. 12,500. At 12,500. At £12,500. At 12,500. That's a cheap Pilgrim. At 12,500. 12,750. At 12,750. Lanarkshire. Good afternoon, 12,750 at £12,750. At 12,750 at £12,750. It's very provisional. Cheap car that, 12,750. In the world of AC Cobra recreations, that's not a dear car. At 12,750, then are we all done? At 12,750, we'll put you down. It's very provisional. At 12,750, making sure I've missed no one. At 12,750. Provisional. Lot number 69 is the Mrs. Drip SO sign. There we are again. A later enamel sign. There you go then. There you go. These are cheap, aren't they? Sensible money. Considerably cheaper than the ones that, you know, obviously the original early ones. We have got £70 there. I've got £80 here. Charlie, £80 bid. 80, 90 and £100 here. At £100 I have. At £100 I've got. At £100. At £100 then I've got at 100. At £100 then off she goes. We're going to sell. At £100 then. At £100 then are we all done and dusted at 100. £100 then Hammer's coming down at £100. Be warned. Way up. Oh, look at that. £100 and it's definitely sold. There you go. Thanks, Josh. That was that one. Lot number 70 is a 19... It's because this cable gets caught. It's the 1997 Ford Scorpio Ultima 16 valve. There we are. I don't see many of these nowadays, do you? You don't see many of these. It looks real level. Yeah, Michael's just interjected there and said it's up at his... Unit 3 up there in a level car. It looks a right level car. Yeah, I can remember when these first came out and we didn't know quite what to make of them. Anyhow, there we are. I don't think we know what to make of them yet. There you are. We've got £2,000 bid on here, Charlie. Got 3 bids, which go up to 2,000 on my screen there. £2,000 we've got. At £2,000 then. At £2,000 then. At 2,000. That's a cheap colour, isn't it? At £2,000. At £2,000 then. £2,000 then. I'm going to sell it. It's on sale. It's going at £2,000. At £2,000. At £2,000 then are we all done? At £2,000 then Hammer's going to drop. Off she goes. At £2,000 then it's going to go. Cheap car that. £2,000. Lot number 71 is the Ferrari enamel sign. Again, a later enamel sign. Call them reproduction if you want. Call them what you will. There you go. But they still look the part and it's a nice size sign. That's what they are. Priced accordingly, we've got 150, 60, 70, 80, 90, £200 then, 210, 20, 30, 230, 240, 250, 60, 260, 270, 280 there. At 280 I have at £280. At 280, at 280, 290 I've got. At 290, at £290 then are we all done at 290. At 290, £300 and 10. At 310. At £310 then, at 310, 310, at 310, are we all done? At 310 then, hammer's coming down, be warned, I'm going to sell it. At £310 it's going to go for the first, second, third and last time. Off she goes, excuse me, 310. So a quick mouthful of tea while you guys have a look at the blue MGB. There we are, MGB, 1972. Level car, says Michael, there we are. And again, Lynn has supplied us with a bit of information regarding the car, heritage body. Oh, alloy bumpers. Oh, different, isn't it? Yeah. Tonneau cover she's got there. DVD regarding the MG build in France. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? There you go. Bit different. There you go. 4,008 anyway. Out the traps at 4,008. 4,900, 4,009 and £5,000. At £5,000 then at 5,000. £5,000 then at £5,000 then. That's a cheap MGB at 5,000. £5,000. £5,000. 51 says young Alan at 51. £5,100. At £5,100. At 5,001. That is provisional at 51. At 5,001. £5,100 provisional at £5,100. Are we all done? At 51, we'll put you down for bid. 52. There you go. You nearly missed it then, didn't you? 52. 5,002 and 3. 5,3. 5,003. £5,300. 5,003. Alan's bid at 53. 5,003. Alan, your bid, provisional, 5,3. Hammer's coming down at £5,300. Favours the underbidder. Lot number 73 is the Jaguar XK. 120, doesn't say anything about 120 on there. It's a Jaguar illuminated light box there. I can't for the life of me see where it says 120, but there you are. It's a Jaguar light box. That's certainly what it is. We have got £100 there. Thank you. At 100 then. At 110, 20, 30, 130, 140. At £140 we've got 140. £140 then at 140 then. At £140 then are we all done at 140? £140 then. Hammer's coming down at £140 then are we all done at 140? Provisional at 140. Lot number 74 is the Ducati. Now this looks a lot of bike as well. The ST4. There you are, 2000 model ST4 916cc. Factory Ducati luggage included. That's nice, isn't it? MOT'd until May next year. New belts and valve settings done only 400 miles ago. New chain and sprockets. Recent new clutch. There you are. It ticks all the boxes. Now these bikes are cheap, aren't they? Isn't that a lot of bike for the money? A lot of bike. We'll drop it down to 15, Charlie. I can't start a load on 1,500. Anyone want to jump in at 1,500? We all know that's worth £1,500. It must be worth £1,500. You don't get much of a Ducati like that with all the luggage for £1,500. If we can't get £1,500, we'll have to move on, and you guys will have to have a word with the girls upstairs in the office, and they'll see if they can put a deal together for you. And lot number 75 is the Mercedes C180. They are the C180 Mercedes. Automatic as well. Current V5 we've got. Paperwork includes Mercedes wallet containing owner's manual and a service booklet with a couple of stamps. We've got £2,800 bid. 2,008 we've got. At £2,800 bid. At 2,008 we have. At 2,800. At £2,800 then. At 2,800 we've got 2,008. At £2,800 then. At 2,008 we'll put you down provisional. At £2,800. At £2,800 are we all there? At £2,800. At £2,800 then are we all done and dusted? At £2,800. Provisional at 28. And now probably I think one of my favourite cars here today is the Ford Escort. They are the competition show car. Lovely car, owned by Stuart, a friend of ours. He's just having a bit of a change of direction. He's got 2 or 3 lovely cars. And in fact, I nearly had a deal with him on my Fiesta R5 a couple of months back, but I've already got Escorts. I didn't really fancy another Escort, so we didn't. But I was very, very tempted. It's a lovely car. It draws the crowds wherever it goes, and Stuart is very proud of it, and so he should be. And it's been a bit of a wrench, I think, but he's just fancying doing some other things. There you go. So here it is. It's all the specs there. No doubt you've read through it on more than one occasion. It's a well-known car. It's got quite a following within the movement. You tell me where we're going to be. £44,000, that's the start, Charlie, isn't it? 44, 5, 45, £45,000, 46. Oh, incidentally, the trailer also goes with it. There's a trailer to enable you to move said car, should you wish. If you didn't want to drive it, there's a trailer that goes with it. £46,000, 46, 7, 47, 8, 48,000, 48, 9, 49, at 49,000 and £50,000 bid at 50, at £50,000, at £50,000 then, at £50,000 then, are we all there at 50,000, at 50,000, at 50,000, I'll take 500 if it helps at 50, at £50,000 then, are we all done at 50, at £50,000 then, at £50,000 are we all done, we'll have a conversation at 50, at £50,000 then, £50,000 then, another car then at £50,000, thank you very much for your bids at 50, we'll have a conversation at 50,000, 50,000, lot number 77. Lot number 77 is the 1982, the little Mini, little BEL Mini, there we go. A bit of information there, it's about a new battery restored into a new body shell in 2008. Yeah, new body shell in 2008, new rear subframes, brake servo, front discs, electrics, there you are then. Where we're going to be, you tell me, £5,500 and it's a start, thank you, at 55. At £5,500 we've got, at 5,500, at 5,500 and 6, £5,600, at 5,600, at £5,600 then, at 5,006, it's on sale, 5,007, was that his, at 5,007, at 5,007, David's bid at 57, 5.8, internet bid. Clackmanshire, yeah. That one, yeah. If the sign man's got a stutter or there's a lot of M's and N's in there. There you are, 5,008 we've got. At £5,800 bid. You're out, mate. £5,800 then. Internet bid at £5,800 then. At £5,000, you're just in. Internet. Who's that, Charlie? Ian, you're just in at £5,800 then, at 5,008. Dave said he's out, £5,800 then, are we all done? At £5,800, off to Ian at 58. Thank you. Lot number 78 is the Royal Enfield. There we are. Royal Enfield, 350 bullet, I believe. There you go, where we're going to be on that, you tell me, £1,600, that is so cheap, 16, 17, at 17, 18, 18, £1,900, at 1,900, at £1,900 then, at 19, £2,000 we've got, at £2,000, at 2,000 then, £2,000, £2,000 then, at £2,000, at £2,000, cheap bike, at £2,000, at £2,000 then, are we all in? At £2,000 then, Emma coming down at £2,000. Very provisional at 2,000. Lot number 79 is the Castrol Oil Dispenser, Michael. There we are. 160 bids straight out of the traps at 160, 160, 170, 180, 190, £200 bid. I'm not surprised. Lovely is that. At £200 we've got. At £200 then. At £200 we have. Ask Linda for a corned beef and tomato sauce. At £200 we've got. £200 we have. At £200 we've got. At £200 then. At £200 bid. At £200 then I'm going to sell. At £200 it's on sale. It's going at 200. At £200. Hammer's coming down. At £200. Off it goes at £200. I like these. I have never personally owned one. I think it's an itch I'll have to scratch at some point. I like these pilots. And this will make a car as well. So it's a 19, lot 80, a 1951 V8, obviously pilot, as they all were. There you go. It's got the makings of a nice car, this. Where are we going to be on that? 7,250, thank you. 7,250 we have at 7,500. £7,500 at 7,500. At 7,500. 7,750. Londonderry 7,750. At 7,750. At 7,750. At 7,750 are we all done? It's going to be provisional. At £7,750. At 7,750 then, very provisional then. At £7,750 are we all done? Do you want 100, Mick? At 7,750 are we all done? We are. It's provisional at 7 3/4. Lot number 81, the Mr. Drip. There we are, a later sign again. There you are, reproduction, sign, call it what you want, recreation, you name it. £50 bid, £60 bid, thank you, that's £60. At £60 we've got, at £60 then, at £60 then, at 60. At £60 then, at £60 we've got, at £60 then, at £60 bid, £60, £70 we've got, £70. At £70 then, at 70. At £70 are we all done? At £70 then, hammers coming down at £70. Are we all done and dusted at £70? £80, £80 bid, £80 bid, £80 we've got. At £80 then, £80 are we all done at £80? Sold. And lot number 82. I've got some bids on this. Not surprising. Look how cheap it is. God, yeah, there's all sorts of bids. And where do you start? Do you want me to start at the bottom? Start at the top. Well, to abbreviate a little, we've got 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 and 4,004, if we're just going to round them all up. At 4,004, you can see there on your screens at home, ladies and gentlemen, there's been 15 bids, all sorts of different numbers, accumulated right to the top there at 4,400. Look, there you go. So I just shorted the list down there. We've got £4,400 bid at 4,004. 4,005, young Andy at 4,005, at £4,500. Andy's bid at 4,500, at 4,500. We'll submit this, Andrew, for you. We'll get an answer for you as soon as we can. At £4,500 we've got, at £4,500. At £4,500 then, we will submit it and I'll get you an answer as soon as I can. At 4,500. At £4,500 then, £4,500 Andy's bid then, we will be submitting it at £4,500. Andy at 4,005. I just want to make sure my figures are right, Andy. Stress that to your gentleman on the phone if you would. 83, the Rolex Style Deep Sea Dweller Wall Clock. There we are. Again, lots of bids. 3 bids on that screen. £140 we've got at £140 bid. At £140 then we have at 140 on that screen there, Charlie. At 140, 150 we have. At £150. At £150 then. At 150 then. At 150 then. At 150 and 60 and 70 and 70 then. At £170 bid. At 170 and 80 and 90. At £190. At £190. At 190 and 200 and 10. 210. At 210. 210. At 210 going once. 210 going twice. Third and last time at 210, 220, 230, at £230, at 230, 230, at £230 then. Hammer's going to come down at 230, 235, 240, at £240. Oh, thank you very much, darling. At £240, at £240, 240. At 240 we have 240 and 250, 250, 260, 260 we've got, 260, 260, £260. Are we all done at 260 then? We are going to call it in now at £260. So 260. Just have a mouthful of tea. I might even have a bite of my corned beef and tomato sauce sandwich. Oh, they're lovely. Lovely. I'm going to have to move them a minute, Josh. Don't eat that sandwich, will you? Good lad. Well, there we are. Lot number 84 is the 1967 Austin. There you are. The Austin, there you are, they're a lovely old truck these, aren't they? Wooden drop side truck, there you are, 2.2 diesel. I was here when it arrived, it started off the quay, bang, straight away. Gentleman drove it off the trailer, down into towards our main building down here. There you go. Lovely old truck. Where are we going to be on that, you tell me. We've got £6,000 on that screen, Charlie, so £6,000 is a start. £6,000 then, at £6,000 we've got 61, 2, 62, 63, 6,003, 64. £6,400 we've got, 6,004, at 6,004, at 6,400 pound, at 64, 5, 6,500, at 6,500 pound then, at 6,500 we have, at 6,500 pound, at 6,500. That's not out the way, is it? At 6,500. At 6,500 pound then, at 6,500 pound, are we all done at 65? He's looking for a bit more. Have a word with the girls upstairs and they'll try their best to put a deal together for you. In the meantime, this is very unusual, isn't it? It's a little Airstream Bambi. There you go. And Jonathan supplied all the information you could possibly require on that. Tells you all about it there. Look at that, tells you everything you need to know. There you are. Where we're going to be on that, you tell me. Got 14,000 on my sheet. Charlie, 14,250. At 14,255. 14,005. At 14,500. Lovely little bit of kit that, isn't it? At 14,005. At 14,005. At 14,500 pound. At 14,500 then. 14,500 pound. 14,005. I don't think how much these are new. At 14,005. At 14,500 pound then, at 14,500, are we all done at 14,005? That's cheap enough, isn't it? At 14,500, and moving on to lot number 86, the 2006 Mini Cooper S, convertible, by the looks of things, unless someone's been under a low bridge. There we are. We have got some bids here and a bid there. We've got £1,200. There's £1,200 everywhere. There's £1,200 there, Charlie, at £1,200 that bid there. At 1,200. At £1,200 we've got. At 1,200 then. At £1,200. Believe it or not, it's on sale at £1,200. I'll take a 50 if it helps anywhere. If not, it's on sale at 1,200. At 1,200, I'll just have a sandwich if you've got a minute, yeah. At 1,200, at £1,200 then, at 1,200, that's a cheap little convertible, isn't it? At £1,200, and are we all done? At £1,200, £1,200. 87 is a box of tin plate models, there we are. Ah, yes, I see who they're from, the vendor. I know the vendor, he supported our auction business from day one. Donates a tremendous amount of his proceeds to charity each year. He's a top lad, his rate. Thank you very much. Here we are then. Away we've got £30, £40 bid at 40 and 40 and 45, £50 we have. At £50 then, at £50 then, at £50 then, at £50. At £50 then, at £50, are we all done? At £50 then. Hammer's coming down at £50 then, are we all done and dusted at £50? Are you sure? £50. Lot number 88 is another little Mini Cooper. There you go, another little convertible. We've got some interest here. We've got 1,200 on there, Charlie. We've got 1,300 in there. I've got 14 here. £1,400 I've got. At 1,415 and 16. £1,600 I've got at 16. £1,600. Bid with me at 16. Bidder number 600390. 17 on the internet. 18 back with me. 1,800. Same bidder. 1,800 back with me. 1,800 is back with me. Bidder number 600390. £1,800 then. Going to pull the lever then. It's going. 1,800, £1,900 in Bedale. Good afternoon, Bedale. At £1,900. At £1,900 and £2,000 we have. At £2,000. At £2,000 then. At £2,000 are we all done? At £2,000 then. Hammer's coming down at £2,000. Are we done? We are. 89. Here's the BMW 325 Cabriolet. Excuse me, we've got a few Cabriolets in at the moment. There we are. Again, thank you ever so much, Brett, for the information there. It tells you all about the car. No doubt if you've got an interest, you've read that 2 or 3 times this last week. Where are we going to be on that? £4,000. Oh, I bet. £4,000 we've got. 4,2, 4,002, 4,4, 4,6, 4,6. 4,800, 4,008, at £4,800, at 4,008. That looks a lot of car, doesn't it? £4,800, I'll take 100 if it helps, at 4,008, at £4,800, at 4,008, 4,008. It is a 325 as well. Be mindful of that. 4,008, at £4,800, at £4,800. Are we all done at 4,008? Cheap car. 4,008. 4,9 says David at 4,009. At 4,009. You're out, Dave, you're in. 4,900, 4,009. It is provisional though, at 4,900. David's bid at 4,009. At £4,900 then. Dave's bid then at £4,900 then. Are we all done? At 4,009. David's bid to be warned at 4,900. But it is provisional, David, at 49. 4,009. I'm just going to have my corned beef sandwich. And corned beef and tomato sauce.
Oh, don't she look after you?
She does. The luscious Linda.
Does she?
And Paul's just going to do a few, just while I have a 10-minute break, guys. Thank you very much.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Morning, everybody. And thank you. Right then, we'll start off. Have you read these out yet? No?
I haven't. I'm waiting for them.
We shall start off here then. We have some solds being converted by Jill and myself in the provisionals office there. Lot number 3 has been sold. Lot number 5 has been sold. Lot number 8, a Park Drive sign, sold. Lot number 13, trolleys and fan belts, sold. Lot 34, Ford Cortina, has been sold. And we shall get on to the rest of that list a bit later on. So well done. There you go. That is the importance of getting your name in the frame. I take it we've done 89. We are now on to lot number 90. There we are, little mini. There we are then, ladies and gentlemen, where we're going to be. You've seen it, I'm sure. Completely redone at a professional body shop, it says here. There we go, look, we've got £7,000 there, bid, Charlie, and we're off. At £7,000 bid. At £7,000 then. At £7,000 bid. Is there one? At £7,000 then, you're out. Bidder number 600362 and 600381. You are both outbid. At £7,000 bid then, the little mini. At £7,000, is there one anywhere? B sharp. At £7,000 then, looking round. At £7,000 then, on sale, ladies and gentlemen. At £7,000 then for the first, for the second, for the third and last time at 7,000. Going off to Harrogate, thank you. And on to lot number 91. There we are, the Escort SI. There we are then, estate car. Don't see many estate cars, as we all know. There we are. The vendors provided chapter and verse there, in all fairness. 5-speed SI. There we go, 100,000 miles just over. There we go. Where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to be £600 bid. At £600 bid then. Oh, we don't want that on there. At £600 bid. At £600 then, the Escort estate car there, £600 then, at £600 bid. At £600 is the 50B sharp. At £600 bid then, we'll talk. At £600 then, 7 he says. At £700 bid. At £700 then, the Escort SI. At £700 only, we shall submit. We'll get you an answer as soon as we can. At 700. Very provisional, top right. And on to lot number 92. There we are then. The Ford, the Mustang, there it is, look, looks a lot of car. There's some interest here with me, Charlie. There's some interest there with you by the looks of it, Charlie. There we are, both track rod ends required. It's had new one supplied with the car. Bottom ball joint is warm, but it's supplied with a car. Oh, it comes in kit form. There we are then. So there you go then. We've got £6,000 bid there, please, Charlie. At £6,000 bid. At 6,061 with me. At £6,100 then, on sale. At £6,100 bid. At 6,100, bidder number 600395. At £6,100. At £6,100 then, on sale. At 6,100. 6-2 says Driffield, 6-3 with me. At £6,300. At 6,300. It looks good value. Looks good value, John. At £6,300 bid. And 4 and 5, Charlie. At 6,500. Bidder number 600395. At £6,500 bid. 6,500, shall we say 6? At £6,500 bid. At 6,500 then for the first. At 6,500 for the second. Third and last time at 6. No, it's not. 6,6. Going off down to Barry. £6,600. Only just Barry. At 6,006 and 7. 6,007. I'm out. At £6,700 then, Nelson in Lancashire. At 6,700, is there 8 anywhere? B sharp. At £6,700 then, the hammer's coming up then. £6,700 for the first, second, third, 6-8. 6-8. You're trying. At £6,800 bid. At 6,008, shall we say 9? At £6,800 then. At 6,800 then. B sharp. At 6,800 then for the first. 6-8 for the second. Third and last time, 6-8. You'll have to take that one back, Charlie. Plenty of time there, Nelson. You missed that there for £100. There you go. That's what happens. I keep telling you, don't leave it to the last minute, guys. 6,800 going to Barry. Yeah, there you go. Well done. Thank you. And on to lot number 93, the Pirelli enamel sign. There you go. Andy's holding it up there for you. Where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to be 120, 130, 140, 150, 160. At 160, 170, 180. At £180 here with me, 190 he says. At £190 then, Jack's telephone there. At £190 bid. And 200. At 200, 210 he says. At £210 then, Jack there on the phone then, 220. At 220, at £220 bid. At £220 does he want 30? At 220, 30 he says. At £230 then, Jack there on the telephone there. At £230 bid. At £230 then, the hammer's coming up then at 240. At £240. At £240 then. At £240 then, Ashbourne, Derbyshire. At 240 for the first, second, third and last time. 240. Thank you very much. And on to lot number 94, the console. Here we are then, ladies and gentlemen. Current V5, paperwork includes V5s, MOT certificates, previous insurance documents, 2 inspection books, manual, owner's workshop manual, various show badges and some invoices, and a very, very nice, bright, smart looking example. So there we are, and we're going to start off, Charlie, with that 4-8 on that screen there, please. At £4,800 bid. At 4,800. At £4,800 bid. At 4-8 and 4-9 he says. At 4,009. At 4,900. At £4,900. At 4,009 and 5 says Dave. At £5,000 then, Dave there on the telephone. At £5,000 bid. At £5,000 bid, is there one anywhere? At £5,000 bid. At £5,000 then, you on the telephone, Dave. At £5,000, be a cheap guy if this comes, won't it? At £5,000 bid then. At 5,000, is there one? At £5,000 then, we'll submit it. At £5,000 then for the first. 5,000 for the second, provisional tell him. 5,000 for the third and last time, provisionally. Dave's phone, thank you. And on to lot number 95. Here we are then, the RS Cosworth illuminated sign. There we are. We have £100 bid and we're off. Is it here somewhere? At £100 bid. On show down there, is it? I can't see it from here. There we are, lit up. Not lit up, but it's there. There we are then. There we are then. At £100 bid. At £100 bid then, on sale from the off. At £100, 110. At £110 bid. At 110 then is a 20. At £110. At £110 then, 120 he says. At 120. At £120 bid. At 120, £120 then is a 30 B sharp. At 120, 130 he says. At £130 bid. At £130 bid then. £130 then. Sold and away then. No, it's not. 140. At £140. At £140 then. £140 then. Brighten up a dingy corner. 140 for the first. 140 for the second. 150. 150, don't leave it till the last minute. At £150 bid. At £150 then, what do you think, Scotland? At £150 then, £150 then is a 60 B sharp. At £150 then for the first, second, third and last time at 150. Thank you. And on to lot number 96, Little Riley Elf. Been dry stored, refurbished earlier on in the year, I think that should say. There we are then, Little Riley Elf,
Nice little car that. Wants a right good machine.
It wants a real good deep clean, doesn't it? Yeah, machine polish. Charlie says it wants a machine polish and a deep clean, really. But there you are. Largely mini running gear, of course. Make a lot of sense. There we are. Then where are we going to be with that one? Then we're going to be at that. We've got 3.6, 3.7, 3.8, 3.9 there, Charlie. At 3.9 and 4,000, he says. At £4,000 bid. At £4,000 then, the little Riley then at £4,000 bid. Is there 4-1? At £4,000 bid then, at £4,000. At £4,000 then, shall we say 1? At £4,000 bid. At 4,000 we'll submit, we'll get you an answer. At £4,000 then looking round for the first. For the second, third and last time, 4,000. We'll try for you. Thank you. Top right. And on to lot number 97. Here we are then, Texaco light box there, look, there we are. Where are we going to be with that one then? We've got £50 bid and we're off. At £50 bid. At £50 bid then, at £50 bid. At £50, shall we say 60? At £50 then, is that it? At £50, no it's not, 60 says Driffield. At £60 bid. At £60 then, turn it round Mick, is it Bonnie? At £60 bid. To me, to you. At £60 only. Oh, that'll look lovely lit up, that. At £60 and 70, I should think so. At £70 bid then, at £70. Is there 80B sharp? At £70 bid then, £70 only. At £70, 80. £80 says Driffield. At £80 then, Hammer's coming up then. £80 then, Driffield for the first, second, third and last time, provisionally. £80, thank you. And on to, that'll look lovely lit up, that. Yeah. And on to the Bedford fire tender. There we are. Where are we going to be with that then? Just ready for your uniform, Mick? You get yourself togged up, couldn't you? We need, hey, to be fair, you could go straight to work up on the moors, couldn't you? Absolutely. Hats off to them guys up there. They've been up there for a few weeks now. I think they've got it largely under control, but hats off to them. Well done to each and every one of them up there. Thank you. Anyway, lot number 98, Bedford fire tender. There we are. We have some interest here with me. There you go. You've found it, Charlie. Well done. And the current bid, is that this man here, Charlie? Because it should be bidder number 600329 at £3,600 bid. I know. And it should be this man because he bid first. At 3.6, it doesn't matter. 3.8, 3.7, sorry, says Mark. At 3,700 is Mark on the phone. At 3.7, 3.8 Mark. At 3,800. At £3,800 then. At 3,800. Drove in, you know, it drove down the road. At £3,800 bid. 3.9 says Mark. At 3,009. At 3,900. On sale from the next bid. At 3,900. 4,000 at on sale, Mark. At £4,000 bid. At £4,000 bid then. At £4,000 then on sale. At 4,000, does he want one? At £4,000 bid. 4,050. Go on then if he wants it. He's keen for it, isn't he? 4,050 says Mark. We might be here for a while. At £4,050. At £4,050 then. At £4,050 then, Mark's on the telephone there. On sale, don't miss it for £50. £4,050 for one, he says. At 4,100. At 4,100. What's he think, Mark? He's out, he's off. At 4,100 then, is that it? Are we done? At £4,100 then for the first. For the second, third and last time at 4-1. Sold it away, thank you. I thought that 50 might have just done it, you know. And on to lot number 99. Daimler, Vanden Pla. Another little light up sign there, look. There we are, brightening up a little dingy corner. And a nice little sign for a change. There we are then. Where are we going to be with that then? We're going to be 40, 50, £60 bid. At £60 bid then. £60 bid then for the little Daimler sign. At £60 bid. At £60 then is the 70B sharp. At £60 bid. At £60 and 70 he says. At £70 bid then. At £70 bid. At £70 is there 80. At £70 bid. at £70 then, looking round, £70 then, sold and, no, not sold, provisionally sold, £70 for the first, second, third and last time, provisionally Barnsley. And on to lot number 100. Here we are then, the Motor Guzzi. I started it, I've had it running. I think I rode it from here to there. Lovely bike, proper looking thing. Looks a lot of money. It should do a lot of money. It looks like it's worth more money. There we are. Where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to be 1,500, he says, Charlie. At £1,500. At £1,500 then. At £1,500. At 1,500 is a 16B sharp. At £1,500 bid. At £1,500 then the little Motor Guzzi there. Nice cruiser. Got some luggage with it as well, look. At £1,500 bid. At 1,500 then. At 1,500, is that it? Are we done? At 1,500 we'll try for you for the first, second, third and last time, very provisionally. We'll try. And on to lot number 101, Never Never Give Up, enamel sign. There we are then. There you are. There we go then, we've got some interest here with me, Charlie. We've got 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 and £90 bid. At £90 bid then, bidder number 6, 0096. At £90 bid. At £90 bid. At 90 and 100 he says. At £100 bid then. At £100 bid. £100 bid then is the 10B sharp. At £100 bid then, Never 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 Give Up. At £100. At £100 then, 110 he says. At £110. At 110 is the 20. At £110 bid. At £110 then is the 20 anywhere. At £110 then the hammer's coming up then at £110. There you go. And on to lot number 102, the Lambretta. There we are. I believe I had this one running. Did I have this one running? Was this the one? Anyway. There we are then, the little Lambretta. It's not going to take a lot of getting going, I know. Lovely little bike. Look at that, what a little sweetie. There we are then. We have a bid here with me, Charlie, at 3-2 on my right-hand screen, which was picked your internet bid, I'm afraid, at £3,200 bid. At 3,200. No, different man. No, this guy here, look, bidder number 60060. There you go. He bid £3,200. At £3,200 bid, thank you. At £3,200 then. At 3,002 is a 3 anywhere. At 3,200. At £3,200 bid. At 3,200. At £3,200 bid then is the 3. At £3,200 bid. At 3,200 then for the first, for the second, for the third and last time at 3-2. Yeah, that's a different name to that name on there, look. Yeah, and on to lot number 103. There we are then. We'll let the office work that one out. There we are. Ford Mustang illuminated box, mix as it's there. There you go, lovely, thank you. And we have got 90, 100, and we whiz all the way up, Jack, to £160 bid there with me, please. At £160. At £160 bid then, bidder number 600357. At £160 bid. At 160, 70 says. At £170. At £170 then. At 170 is there 80 anywhere. At £170 bid. 180 he says. At 180. At £180 and 90. £190 then is the 200, round it up. At £190 bid. At 190 and 200. At £200 bid then. At £200 bid. At £200 bid then. At 200, shall we say 10? At £200 bid then, the hammer's coming up. At £200 then for the first, second, third and last time at 200. Thank you. And on to lot number 104, the Chevy GMC truck. Good example of a vehicle of this age and type. Australian import. We've had it running out there. Battery was low when it came in, brakes are a bit sticky, bits and pieces, but generally speaking, it's a lovely old truck. It really, really is. So, there we are then. Where are we going to be with that then? Have we got 7 for it? Is there 7 out there somewhere? If there isn't, Jack, we're moving on. Is there 7,000 out there, ladies and gents? I've got no interest here with me at the moment. Is there 7,000 out there? If not, we're going to have to move on, and you will have to ring the office and show an interest in that one. We're going to have to pass on that one, I'm afraid. There we are. And on to lot number 105. There we are then. Shell lubrication sign. There we go. Mick's got it there for you. There we are. And again, once again, with some interest here with me, we have 80, 90, 100, 110 and 120 here with me, Jack. Up £120 bid. Up £120. Up £120 bid. Bidder number 600333. Up 120. Not anymore. It's not. Up 130. Up £130 bid. Up 130 on sale. Up £130 bid. Up 130 is the 40. Up £130. Up £130 then for the first. 130 for the second. Third and last time at 130. There you go. And on to lot number 106, Audi Coupe Quattro. There we are then. The vendor says the cylinder head has been refurbed with 3 new exhaust valves, new valve lifters, new cam belt, new water pump, wheels have had a refurb, new tyres. So there we are then. So you would expect it to drive well. There you are. So where are we going to be with that one then? Well, we're going to be at that 8,000 there for a start, look. At £8,000 bid. At £8,000 then, very usable classic. At £8,000 bid. 8-1. At £8,100 then. At £8,100 and on sale, looks good value. At £8,100 then. 8-1, 8-2 he says. At £8,200 bid. At £8,203. 8-3. At £8,300 then Harpenden. At £8,300. At £8,300 then is the 4. At £8,300. At £8,300 bid. £8,300 bid then. And 4 he says. Milton Keynes, morning. At £8,004 and 5. 8-5. At £8,500. At £8,500 is the 6. At £8,500. £8,500 then Harpenden. £8,500 then. Sold and away then. Hammers coming up. Don't miss it. 8-6. 8,006. At £8,600. And 7. 8-7. 8,007. At £8,700 then. At 8,007 is the 8. What do you think? At £8,700 then for the first. At 8,700 for the second. 8-8. You should think so. Don't leave it till the last minute. 8,800 there, Milton Keynes. 8,800. 8-9. Newman. 8,009. At 8,009. And 9,000. At 9,000. Harpenden, you've been in from the start. At £9,000 bid is the 1. At £9,000 then. At 9,001. 9-1. At 9,001. At £9,100 then. At £9,100 then. The hammer's coming up then at £9,100 then for the first. For the second, third and last time, 9-1. Thank you for your bids, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. And on to lot number 107, salvage sign. There you go. Mick's got it down there. There we are. Where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to be £50 and away. At £50 bid. At £50 then. At £50. We could do with that hanging in various places around here, couldn't we? At £50 bid. At £50 then. And 60 he says. At £60. At £60 then. At £60 then. Is there 70 anywhere? At £60 bid. At £60 then, £60 then, we're going to submit at £60 then for the first, provisionally for the second, third and last time at £60. It is provisional, but we'll try for you. And on to lot number 108, the Jaguar XJ8 Auto, no current V5, new owner to apply, we have some various MOT certificates, some previous V5s, and some historic insurance documents. So there we are. Where are we going to be with that one then? We got £1,200. At £1,200 then. At £1,200 bid. At £1,200 then. It's Fiesta money. Don't forget it is a Jag. At £1,200 bid. At £1,200 then is a 13B sharp. At £1,200. At £1,200. At £1,200 only. At 1,200 then, we'll talk for the first, £1,200 for the second, third and last time. Very provisional, but we'll have a go. And on to lot number 109, the handmade Honda VFR 750 metal sign. There you are then, and everyone's pointing down here, so it's obviously there. There we are. Where we're going to be with that one then, we're going to be 120, 130, 140, 150, 160 on there, Jack. At £160 bid. Bidder number 600314. At £160 bid then. At £160. At £160 bid. At £160 then. At £160. At 160 and 70 and 80. At £180. At £180 then. At £180 then. At 180 is the 90 B sharp. At £180 then. At £180 for the first. £180 then for the second, third and last time at 180. Top right, thank you. And on to lot number 110, 1962 BSA Rocket Gold Star. There we are then, current V5, dating certificate. The model is a 1962 BSA Rocket Gold Star. Make your own inquiries and inspections. There you go. There we are then. Where are we going to be with that one then? Can we get £8,000 to start us off? Is there 8,000 out there? If there isn't, we're going to pass on it. Is there 8,000 anywhere? Is there anyone there, Jack? I've got no interest here with me on this one, ladies and gents. Is there 8,000 to kick us off? If not, we shall pass and we shall move on. Is there 8,000? It doesn't appear so. If you have an interest, give the office a tinkle and we shall have a word. And just before we start the next lot, lot number 35, the Triumph Stag, has been sold. Lot number 40, the Ford Puma, has been sold. Lot number 29, an R-Bath sign, has been sold. Lot number 17, Hovis Baker's bike, has been sold. Lot number 33, a Cadillac service sign, has been sold. And lot number 43, the Black Cat cigarette sign, has been sold. So thank you very much for those. And on to lot number 111, 111, the Lotus Elan S4. There we are then, lovely bright looking example that. We have a new owner to apply for a V5, we have an old HPI check, previous new keeper slip, purchase invoice, MOT certificates and a handful of invoices. There we are. Where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to be at that 15, 15, 15, 5 and 16. At 16,000. At £16,000 bid. At £16,000 then. At £16,000. At 16,000 then. At £16,000 then, the little Lotus Elan. At £16,000 then. At 16, is that it? Are we done? At 16,000. At 60, is there two anywhere? At £16,000 then, looking round. At 16,000 then for the first. Provisionally for the second. Third and last time at 16. We'll have a go for you. We shall get you an answer as soon as we can. And on to lot number 112, the BMW 320 SI. There we are then, nice bright looking example. 320 SI, homologation special edition, created for the World Touring Car Championship. There's lots of blurb there from the vendor, which is lovely, thank you. It features a hand-built engine, etc, etc. There you go, special car. Where are we going to be then? We're going to be with that 2,000 there. Look, Jack, we've got £2,000 bid. At £2,000 bid then. At £2,000 then. At £2,000 then on sale from the off. At 2,222. At 2,200 here with me. At £2,200 bid. Looks good value that. At £2,200 then. At £2,200 bid. At 2,200, bidder number 600389. At £2,200 bid then. At 2,002 is the 3. At £2,200. At £2,200 then. The hammer's coming up then. £2,200 then. Sold and away then for the first, second, third and last time at 2-2. There you go, top right, thank you. And on to 113. Here we are then, Imperial Airways enamel sign. There we are, nice little sign there. Look, Mick's got it, only a small one. There we are, and we've £100 bid and on sale from the off. At £100 bid. At £100 then. At £100, should we say 10? At £100 bid. At £100 then. At £100 then is a 10 anywhere B sharp. At £100 bid. At 100 then for the first, for the second, third and last time then, sold and away at 100. Thank you. And on to MGB GT. There we are, we love an MGB. Can't go wrong. If you can't get on with an MGB or a Morris 1000, don't go down the classic road because it's not going to work, is it? It's not going to work. So we tell everyone the very same thing. If you cannot live with that car, you might as well stick with a modern, haven't you? You might as well, because if you can't run an MGB, you've had it. There you go. Mick's giving it the kiss of approval. There you go. So there we are. Right then, without further ado, with £6,250 bid there, Jack. At 6,250. At 6,250. 6,5. At 6,005. At £6,500 bid. And 750 and 7,000 with me, Jack, please. At £7,000 bid. It just shows when they're right. At £7,000 and a quarter and a half, please, Jack. At 7.5. At £7,500 bid. At 7,500 here with me, bidder number 5, treble 035. At £7,500 bid. At 7,005, 750, 750, and 8,000, please, Jack. At £8,000. You drop that to 100 if you want. At £8,000 bid. At £8,000 bid. At 8,000, 81, 82. At 8,002. At £8,200 then. At £8,200 bid. At 8,200 and with you all the way. At £8,200 then, is that it? Are we done? At £8,200 then for the first. At 8,200 for the second. Third and last time, 8-2. Thank you for your bids, chaps. Top right, thank you. And on to lot number 115, pair of Valentino Rossi, the doctor's signs. There we are then. There you go, Mick's got them there, look. Where are we going to be with them? We've got £50 bid here, look, Jack. At £50 bid. At £50 bid then. At £50 bid. At £50, £50 only is the 60 anywhere B sharp. At £50 bid then, is that it? Are we done? No, we're not. £60 he says, and on sale. At £60. At £60 bid then is the 70. At £60 bid. At £60 then on sale, sold and away then. £60 then the hammer's coming up then. £60. There you go. You'll have to just dismiss that one, Jack. He missed the hammer there. I'm sorry, guys. Are you all right? Thank you, thank you. And on to lot number 116, the Wetline 350 rib. There you go then. There we are. We get a bit of all sorts in here, don't we? Can we get a couple of £1,000 to kick us off? Is there 2,000 out there somewhere? There must be a couple of grand for a rib, mustn't there? There must be. I'm looking around for Dave. He's got a thing about boats, hasn't he? I was waiting for him to come running out, shouting. Is there 2,000 anywhere? Otherwise, we're going to pass on that one, ladies and gents. I've got no interest here with me on that particular lot number. I guess not then, Jack. No, we're going to pass on that one then. And on to lot number 117. There we are then, petrol pump. Where is it? There, that side. There we are. Shell petrol pump. They're lovely, aren't they? Aren't they great? Lovely, works of art. There you go. There we are then, ladies and gentlemen. You can see it lit up, renovated. I don't know if it's got a pump in it. Assume it hasn't. There we are. And interest here with me, Jack. And we're going to wind up at 2,200, look, as per my right-hand screen. At £2,200 bid. At £2,200 then, bidder number 600373, not anymore, 2324, please, Jack. At 2,400. At £2,400 bid. At £2,400 then is the 5. At £2,400. At 2,004, 25 he says, 26. At 2,600. At £2,600 then. At 2,006, 27, 28, please, Jack. At £2,800. At 2,800. At £2,800 then. At £2,800 then. Sold and away. No, it's not. 29 and 3,000, Jack. At £3,000 bid. at £3,000 bid then. Bidder number 600373, not anymore, 31 at 3,100. At £3,100 then, I'm out. At £3,100. At £3,100 then. At 3,100, do you want two? At £3,100. Looking round then, 3,100 for the first. At £3,100 for the second. Third and last time. 3-1. Thank you very much, chaps. And on to lot number 118, the Austin Morris Mini Special. Special. Mixed it's a special car. We got the kiss. There it is. There we are then. It sounds a special car. If Mick jumps up off his chair, you know it's a special car. There we are then. Two previous owners. The present owner has owned the car for 15 years. Been garage stored, dry weather use only. Yeah, well there you are then. You can tell it's a special car, can't you? So there we are then. And while we've been talking, Jack, that right-hand screen has crept up to 9,000 men. At £9,000 bid. And that is bidder number 600188 at £9,000 bid. At £9,000 then. At £9,000 bid. At 9,001. At 9,100. 9,2. At 9,002. At 9,200. It just goes to show, ladies and gentlemen, quality always shines through. 9,3. At £9,300. At £9,300 then. At £9,300 bid. At 9,394, he says. At 9,400. At 9,400. At £9,400. At 9,400 is the 5. At £9,400, clearly a very special car. At £9,400 then for the first. At 9,400 for the second. For the third and last time at 9,400. Sold. Thank you very much, ladies and gents. Thank you. And on to lot number 119. Here he is. There he is, look. He's just been on road test, I think. There we go. Demonstration. There we go. 1960s Robert Michelin man. Is he Robert Mick? Not fiberglass. He's a Michelin man anyway, that's all we know. He's a white Michelin man. So there we are then. There we go then, ladies and gents. Where are we going to be? We're going to be 150 quid and we're off. At £150 bid. At 150, £150 bid. At £150. At £150 bid then. At 150. At £150 then. At 160, 170. At £170. At £170 then. At £170. At 170, 180, 190, at 190, at £190 bid. At 190, look nice on that old Rolls Royce out there, wouldn't it? At 190, it would, wouldn't it? Yeah. At 190, at £190 bid then. At 190, is that it? Are we done? At £190 then. At 190 for the first, second, third and last time at 190. Thank you. And on to lot number 120, the little Fiesta ST. There we are then. We all know what interest these little things cause. Terrific interest. They're going to be the affordable Escort, aren't they, of the future? They really are. There we are then. Lots of interest here with me. We've got £800 there, Jack. We have 1,000, 12, 14, 16, and we wind up at £2,600, Jack. At 2,600. At £2,600 then. At £2,600 bid. At 2,600. At 2,006 and 7. And 7 and 8. You were picked there, mate. And 9. At 2,009 and 3. £3,000. £3,000 and 1. 3-1. At 3,100. 3,001 and 2. Alan can't hear, look, because I'm a bit loud. At £3,200 bid. At 3,200, 3-3 says Andy. At 3,300 says Andy there. At 3,300 and 4. 3-4. At £3,400. At 3,435 he says. At 3,500. At 3,500, 636. At £3,600. At 3,600, what's he think, and? At £3,600 bid then. Is that it? Are we done? No. 3,700 he says. At 3,700. At 3,738. back at you at 3,800, at 3,800 pound bid, at 3,800, 3,900 he says, at 3,900, at 3,900 pound. Then is there 4? There is at 4,000 pound. At 4,000 pound, then going to Welsh Wales by the looks of it. At 4,000 pound bid, at 4,000. Does he want 1? At 4,000 pound. Then the hammer's coming up then. 4,000 pounds then for the first, for the second, for the third and last time at 4,000. Thank him for his bids. Thank you very much. And on to lot number 121, the Honda CR-V. There we are. Now, where are we going to be with this one then? Last serviced in April 2023, not driven since. I know it arrived with a flat battery. Did it get a battery put on this?
Yeah.
There you go. That's why I asked. The car arrived with a flat battery and a steering fault, but of course the steering will be electronic, and so we have since fitted a new battery, and now we have no power steering fault. So it all runs as it should, it seems. So anyway, without further ado, we have 3,000, 4, 3.5, 4, 4.5, 5, 5, 1, 5, 2, 5, 2, 50, Jack. At 5,250, please. At 5,250 pound bid. At 5.25. At 5,250. 5,250 pound then. When Jack, hey, are we there? Are we all right? Hang on. We're still at 5,250. We're all right. We're okay. We'll get there in a minute. There we are. There we are. At 5,250. At 5,250 bid. At 5,250 pound then. 5,500 he says. At 5,005 and 750 and 6,000. At 6,000 pound bid. At 6,000 pound bid. At 6,000, 6.25. At 6.25, 6,500. 6,500's gone. So you want 750. At 6,500, he's missed it. 750. At 6,750 bid. At 6,750. At 6,750. At 6,750, 7,000 he says. At 7,000 pound bid. At 7,000. At 7,000 pound bid, Jack's telephone. At 7,000. At 7,000 pounds then. Is that it? Are we done? At 7,000 pound then for the first. At 7,000 for the second. Third and last time at 7. Oh, hang on. To be fair, Alan's put his hand up first there, mate. 7.25. Alan on the phone. Sorry. 7.25. Make no mistake, internet. Alan picture. 7,250. Alan on the telephone then at 7,250 pound. Only just. Ooh, only just. At 7,250. I'll take 100 if it helps. Keep it fair for everybody. At 7,250. 7,250. Then the hammer's coming up then. 7,250. Alan on the telephone for the first, second, third and last time. 7.25. Alan's phone. Thank you very much. Good motor that. It's a good motor. Oh, sorry, that is my next one. Yeah, there we are. And on to lot number 122, the little Robin Hood. There we are then. 2 litre Pinto, as most of them are. Yamaha R1 bike carbs. Tuned up, lots of fun on a sunny day. Absolutely brilliant fun. And I bet it runs lovely with them bike carbs. They are the future, aren't they? There you go. There you go. Mick's just confirmed it. Runs lovely, sounds lovely. Looks lovely, lovely, lovely. There we are. Where are we going to be then? We got 32 there. Look, Jack, we got 32 at 3,200 pound then. At 3,200, is there 3 anywhere? At 3,200 pound. At 3,200 pound then. At 3,200. At 3,200 then. Provisionally at 3,200 then for the first. 3-2 for the second. Third and last time at 3-2. We'll try for you. And on to lot number 123. Here we are then. Captain, what are we? Captain Webb Matches. There we are then, enamel sign. There we are. We have 50, 60, 70, 80 pound, 90, 100, 110, 120 pound bid. At 120, at 120 pound bid then. At 120 pound then, bidder number 600316. At 120, 130 says Charlie, 140 against you. at £140, at 140, 50 and 60, at £160 then, at 160, 170, 180, £180. At 180, that's my bid. At 180, 190 says Charlie. At £190 then, at £190, I'm out. At £190 then, Charlie on the telephone. At £190 then, is that it? Is there 200? At £190 then for the first, second, third and last time at 190. Charlie's bid. And on to 124. Here we are then, the Nico Abruzzi. There we are, look at that. Yeah, lovely little bike. There we are. There we go then, where are we going to be with this one then? Used by my partner. This is, well, not my partner, but the vendor's partner. But she left in 2019, so it never had MOT. Was going to keep it, but lost interest. Has a 4-stroke auto covered with 730 dry miles. Look at that. So it's near to a new little step through as you're going to get. There we are then. We're going to be 8, 9, 1,000, £1,100 bid. At £1,100 then, and on sale. Looks terrific value, doesn't it? At £1,100 bid. At 1,100, at 1,100, £1,200. At 1,200 then, at £1,200 bid. At £1,200 then, at 1,213. At 1,300, at £1,300 then, are we done? At £1,300, at 1,300 then, looking round for the first, second, third and last time, B sharp. 1,300, top right, thank you. And on to 125, Michelin Code Paragon enamel sign. There we are, Mick's got it there for you. There we go then, where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to be 140, 50, 60, £160 bid. At £160 then. At 160, at £160 then is the 70 B sharp. At £160 there is the 70. At 170, at £170 bid. And 80. At 180, at £180 bid. At 180 is the 90, at 180, 90, at £190. At 190 is the 200, at £190 bid then, at 190 for the first, at 190 for the second, third and last time, 190 going off to Loughborough, thank you. And on to 126, the Rover Mini Cooper. There we are then, the vendor has provided the following, 1991 Mini, driven 80,000 kilometres it says here, 12 months MOT, cosmetic damage to panels, a dent in the passenger door, well, at least they're being honest, a dent in the passenger door, 2 side panels, needs finishing, needs a little bit of love I think, that's fair to say, so there we are, she wants a little bit of love, but there we are then, price sensibly, there we go, where are we going to be with that one then? Have we got 3,000 anywhere? Have we got 3,000 to kick us off? If we haven't, we're going to pass. Is there 3,000 anywhere there? Is there anyone there hovering, Jack? Just for you guys at home, we can see on our screen if somebody's thinking about jumping on, but they obviously don't always. Anyway, if we can't get 3,000, we're moving on. There we go, we've got £3,000 bid. At £3,000 bid then the little Mini. At £3,000 then is the one anywhere. At £3,000 bid then. At £3,000. At £3,000 then B sharp. At £3,000 then for the first. Provisionally for the second. £3,000 then for the third and last time. Very provisional. We can talk. Thank you. Hope you get it. And on to 127. There we are then, the small glass region petrol pump globe. Must be a small petrol pump for that one, mustn't it? Yeah, it's not an HGV pump, that is for sure. Anyway, there we are then. Where are we going to be with that one then? Have we got £100 to start? Is there 100? 80? £80 he says. At £80 then. At £80 bid. At £80 bid. At £80 then, 90 says Mark. At £90 bid then, £90 then Mark on the telephone. At £90 then, is there 100 anywhere? Fill it up. At £90 then, I'm going to put it on sale. How's that? At £90, Mark on the telephone there. £90 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at £90. Sold that. You bought it, Mark. Well done. And on to lot number 128. Here we are then, current V5. The vendor has provided the model to be a CB 504, but make your own inspections. He's not even guaranteeing what bike it is. There we go then. Have we got 4,000 to start? We all know the motorbike market isn't on fire at the moment. There's some bargains to be had at the moment. There really, really are. Is there £4,000 out there? There must be 4,000. There is 4,000. There you go. At £4,000 bid. At £4,000. At £4,000 bid then. A Honda like this for £4,000. At £4,000 then is the one. At 4,000. At £4,000 then. At 4,001 he says. At 4,100. At £4,100. At 4,100. At £4,100 then. 4,100 is the two. At £4,100. At £4,100 then we'll submit, we'll talk. At £4,100 then looking round for the first, very provisionally I might add, for the second, third and last time at 4-1. Thank you, we'll try. Add on to lot number 129. Oh, you get two of these. Two of these. Yes, there you are then. Don't come for one, you can have them both. There we go then. Can we get a couple of £100, Jack? Drop that to £200, mate. They're worth that, aren't they? For buy one, get one free, Mick said. There you go. £200 for both vans. Both vans, £200. There must be £200 for two vans, surely. Be sharp. Is there £200 out there? Is there? Otherwise, we're going to move on, and they're going to have to. There you go, Milton Keynes. Quite right, too. Come with a trailer and a little truck or something. Don't leave one. At £200 bid then. At £200 then there is two vans here, ladies and gents. Two vans. At £200 bid. At £200 then. Certainly this one runs. Does it not? This one? Is this one the runner?
No.
There's this one and a green one.
I think the other one.
I might be thinking of another one. Anyway, at £200, it doesn't matter, does it? At £200 bid then. At 200 then is a 300 beat sharp. At £200 bid. At £200 bid then, looking round for the first, for the second, third and last time at £200. There you go. Hope you get them. I hope you get them. I need the room. And on to lot number 130. There we are then. Ooh, we like this car, don't we, John? Toyota Celica Supra. Mick ran a couple back in the back then. Yes, in your time. Lovely car, lovely driving car. It sits up there somewhere. We looked round it the other day. I forget just where it is now. Have you moved it up there? Have you? There we are. Lovely thing. Nice. Very user-friendly. There we are then. Anyway, while we've been talking, Jack, we've got 8,000 bid there, look, and we're up to 9,000 on this screen, please, Jack. At £9,000 bid. At £9,000 bid. At £9,000 bid then. Bidder number 600359. At £9,000. At £9,000, 92 he says. At 9,200 I would think so as well. At 9,200. What a good looking car. At £9,200 is the 4. At 9,200. At £9,200 then. At £9,200. You can't find them, can you? At £9,200. At 9,002 is the 4 anywhere. At 9,200. At 9,200, I'm surprised. I thought this would romp on. At 9,200, drop that to 100, Jack. We'll take 100 if it helps. At £9,200 bid. Is there 3? At 9,200, then don't miss it for £100. At £9,200. At £9,200, then we'll submit, we'll talk. At 9,200 provisionally for the first, second, third and last time at 9,2. There you go, we'll try for you. I thought that would do into double figures with ease, that car. And on to lot number 131, the hand-painted wooden SO Mr. and Mrs. Drip sign. There we are then. Where are we going to be with that one then? Don't forget it's wooden, wants to be inside, out the way. We got £40 bid here, at £40 bid. At £40 bid then, at £40 bid. At £40 is a 50. At £40 bid then, at £40 only. At £40 then we'll submit. At £40 then looking round for the first, second, third and last time at £40. £40. We'll put it on the wall. And on to lot number 132. There we are then. the little 1960 Austin. There we go. It's had a significant restoration in the early 2000s. There's photographs and evidence of this in with the paperwork. The seats have been reconditioned. It's only done about 20 miles since then. Oh dear, didn't get a lot of fun out of it, have they? V5 Heritage Certificate, original driver's manual, full service parts list and sales brochure, which adds to the authenticity of the vehicle. There we are. So, where are we going to be with that one then? Where are we going to be, ladies and gents? We got 5,000. Are we 5,000 out there? At 5,000. 5,000 we do. At 5,000. At 5,000. At 5,000 pounds. At 5,000 pound then, and 1 and 2. At 5,200. At 5,200 pound. At 5,002 and 3, he says. At 5,300, looks for nothing. At 5,300 pound bid. At 5,300 is the 4. At 5,300 pound then. At 5,300. At 5,300 then be sharp. At 5,300 pound. 5,300 then we'll submit, we'll talk. At 5,300 I think you'll have to find a bit more. 5,300 then for the first, second, third and last time. Very provisional Nottingham, but we'll try for you. And on to lot 133, the 1927 Sunbeam. Now, to look round this last week. Yes, Mick's just said, nice example, lovely old girl, bit of patina. Shame father isn't on site because he collected the car, so he'll know more than us put together, won't he? But however, Derek's comments. The stunning two-seater and dicky finished in royal blue over superb black leather upholstery and hood cared for by the now deceased owner since his purchase in 2012. The history folder includes Vintage Sports Car Club certificate dated 2009. The vehicle was shipped to Australia/New Zealand some years ago, completed in a tour with no serious issues. Oh wow, fantastic. The vendor has accumulated a number of useful spares whilst in his ownership. The successful purchaser will be given the opportunity to purchase these. So there we are then. So very sadly here for the all too often deceased. So anyhow, there we are then. 1927 Sunbeam, two-seater and dicky. Where are we going to be with that one then? Is there 16 out there, Jack? Is there 16? There must be 16,000 out there, otherwise we'll have to keep it for next month. Is there 16 anywhere? Is there anyone there, Jack? I've got no interest with me with that one. Is there 16,000 out there? Surely there must be. There must be. Makes a lovely change from a Model A. No, if you have got an interest, ladies and gents, give the office a tinkle, have a little chat, and we'll see what we can do. And on to lot number 134. There we are then, the Snap-on Ultra Diagnostic Tool. There we are then, what is that, code reader? There you go, Mick's got it there, look, code reader. Where are we going to be with this one then? Where are we going to be? We must have £200 bid for that. There must be £200 out there. Is there £200? There is £200. There we are then, £200 bid. At £200 then, at £200 bid. At £200 then, the code reader. How much are they off the van? There must be a fortune. At £200 then, at 200, there will be, yeah, absolutely. At £200 bid. At £200 then, at £200. At 200, 225, at £225. At 225 there, at 225 is a 50B sharp. At £225. At £225 then is the 250. At £225 then we'll submit. At 225 then looking 250. At 250. At £250 bid. At £250 then and 75 I should think so. At 275. At 275. At 275 is the 300. At 270, 300 he says. At £300 then, at £300 bid. At £300 then, you earn yourself a fortune next week with that, can't you? At £300 then, at £300 bid. At £300 then is a 25B sharp. At £300 then, looking round for the first, for the second, third and last time, provisionally at 300. We'll try for you. And on to, excuse me, lot 135, the AA Garage Services sign. There we are then. Nice bonny sign. Down there, look. It's only a little one. There we are. Just down there it is, Mick. Look, there. There we go then. We got £40 bid. At £40 bid then. At £40 and on sale. At £40 bid. At £40 then. Is that it? At £40 bid then. And 50 and 60. At £60 here with me. At £60 bid. At £60 then. And 70 and 80. £80 here. At £80 bid then. At £80 then. £80 bid. At 80 and 90 and I'm out. At £90 then. At £90 then. At 90, is there 100 anywhere? Be sharp. At £90 bid then. Looking round for the first. At £90 for the second. Third and last time at £90. Thank you. And on to lot number 136, the Ford Capri S. Mick's just saying he has got this Capri in his shed. Are you snaffling all the good cars in your shed? I think he does that. I think he does. Every time something comes up in Mick's shed, he stands up and, yeah, I think you're pulling rank. There you go. Ford Capri 3-litre S, 1980 in red. Registered as historic, of course, 76,000 miles, in nice condition with room for improvement. Has full Carla Brown Recaro interior with original fishnet headrest, original parcel shelf, radio cassette, sitting on RS alloys, Toyo tyres, comes complete with original alloys, had engine rebuild, converted to unleaded, new front springs, fuel pump, exhaust system, clutch, brakes. Good Lord. There you go. Where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to be at 8.5, 8,750, 9,000. At 9,000, £9,000 bid. At £9,000 then. At 9,000, we'll keep that. That's right, Jack. Yeah. At £9,000. At £9,000 then. At 9,000 and a quarter. At 9,250. At £9,250 bid. At 9,250. At £9,250. At 9,250 bid. 9.5 says Dave. Like a coiled spring there, did you see him? At £9,500. At £9,500 then Dave there on the telephone. At £9,500. At 9,500. At 9.5, 9,750. At 9,750. At 9,750 he says. At 9,750, 10 says Dave. At £10,000 then Dave on the telephone. At £10,000. At £10,000 then is there 250, be sharp. At £10,000 then Dave's been on the telephone, make no mistake. At 10,250. At 10,250. At £10,250 then, does he want 5, Dave? At 10.5 he does. At £10,500. At 10,500, Dave on the telephone. At £10,500 bid. At 10,500. At 10,500, give everyone plenty of time. And 750. At 10,750, we're going down country now. Worcestershire, good morning. At 10,750, 11 says Dave. £11,000 bid. £11,000 bid there. £11,000 then Dave on the phone. £11,000 then, do you want 250? £11,000. £11,000 bid. £11,000 then, I'm sure it'll come. 250, 11,250, 11,250, 11,250 and 5 says Dave. 11,500, 11,500, £11,500 then Dave on the telephone then. Be sharp, Worcestershire, if you're coming in again. £11,500 bid. 11,500 then. Hammer's coming up then. 11,500. It is provisional, but I'm sure it'll come. 11,500 then for the first. 11,500 for the second. Third and last time looking round. Dave at 11,500. Provisional, tell him, Dave. Thank you very much, chaps. And on to 137, the large illuminated double-sided Guinness sign. There we are. Mick's just gone trundling off over there for it. There we are. Oh, there we are, look. Ah, lovely. There we go. Where are we going to be then? We're going to be 160, 170, 180 with me, Jack. At £180 bid. At 180, 190 says Charlie, 200 with me. At £200 bid. At 210 says Charlie, 220 with me. At 220. At £220. At 220, 230, 240. At 240. At £240. And 50 and 60. Sorry, mate. At £260. And 70 and 80. At £280 bid. At 280, at £280 bid, at 280, at £280 then is the 90 B sharp, at £280 then, at £280 then for the first, at 280 then for the second, third and last time at 280. Top right, thank you. And on to 138, the Austin champ. Had this running yesterday for somebody who couldn't unfortunately get down to see it and hear it and everything else. Runs lovely little Jeep. So there we are then, restored Austin champ with a snorkel and a rear jerry can. There's its selling points. There we are then. Where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to be at that £9,000 there. That's where we're going to start. At £9,000 bid. Doesn't really matter where we start, it's where we finish. At £9,000 bid then. At £9,000 then. At £9,000 then. At 9,000 is the 250 anywhere. At £9,000 and on sale, I might add. At £9,000 bid. At £9,000 then. At 9,000, are you sure? At 9,250, sorry, is there 9,250 I meant to say. At £9,000 bid. At 9,000 then. At £9,000 then for the first, second, third and last time at 9,000. There you go, top right, thank you. And on to lot number 139. There we are then. This, you've probably already twigged as one of mine. I'll vouch for this one. It does what it's supposed to do. It's a good motor. There we go. I won't rabbit on about it. You've all seen it, I'm sure. We've got 7,250 bid. At £7,250. At £7,250 then. At 7,250. At 7,250 bid. At £7,250. At 7,250 is the 5B sharp. I'm not bothered about selling it. At £7,250 then. And 7.5. At 7,500. At £7,500. At £7,500 then is the 750. At £7,500. At 7,500 is the 750 B sharp. At £7,500 then. At 7,500 I'll have a chat with you later on. At 7,500 then looking round for the first, second, third and last time at 7.5 provisionally. 7.5. I'll talk to you later. Thank you. And on to lot number 140, the little Lotus Elan SE Turbo. A one-owner car, ladies and gentlemen. Used as a second vehicle, never raced or rallied, garage maintained. Drove across in the car early part of the year. We had a look, we had a chat. They went away. And now the time is right. I think they're struggling to get in and out of the car, really. That's top and bottom of it. So there we are. But a one-owner car, there we are. And while we have been talking, we have gone from 4.2 on my right-hand screen up to 5.2 on my left-hand screen. So £5,200 bid. At £5,200 then. At 5,000, 5,003 and 4. At 5,400. At £5,400. And 5, he says. 5.5. Andy on the phone there. At 5,005 and 6. At 5.6. At 5,607, says Andy. At £5,700 then. Andy's there on the telephone at 5,758. At 5,008 and 9. 5,009. At 5,900 and 6. 6,000, he says. At 661. At £6,100. And 2 at 6,200. At £6,200 then. At 6,200, what's he think? He thinks 3. At 6,003. At 6,003 and 4. At 6,400. At £6,400. at 6,004 and 5, 6,500, at 6,566, at 6,006, at 6,600, at 6,600 pound, at 6,600 pound, 6,6, hey? 6,8 he says, at 6,008, at 6,800, that was Andy's bid at 6,8, at 6,008 and 9, at 6,009, have you seen that figure on there? At 6,900, at 6,900 pound then he's out, at 6,900 pound then Internet Huddersfield at 7,000, at 7,000 he says, and 1, at 7,100, at 7,100 pound then Huddersfield, 7,100 pound then for the first, second, third and last time at 7-1. Thank you, thank him for his bids, Andy underbidder. And on to lot number 141. Here we are then. The Jeep Wrangler, there we go, special little motor. I've been out in it, we've been playing with it, it's a lovely bit of kit, there we go. Where are we going to be with that? We're going to finish up, we're going to start off at that 4.8 there, Jack, please, at £4,800. At 4,800, at 4,800 pound bid, at 4,800, 5,000 on earmark, sorry, picture at 5,000, at 5,000 pounds. At 5,000, got diff locks, all the rest of it. 5.2 says Mark. At 5,200 pound. 5.4. At 5.4. At 5,400. At 5,400. 5.6 says Alan. At 5,600 pound bid. At 5.6. 5.8. At 5,800. At 5,800 pound then. At 5,800. 6,000. At 6,000. At 6,000 pound bid, at 6,000 pounds then, at 6,000 pound bid, I wouldn't want to build it for this money, at 6,000 pound then Alan on the telephone, drop it to 100 Jack, at 6,000 pound bid there, at 6,000 I'll take 100 if it helps, at 6,000 pound then Alan on the telephone there, at 6,000 pound then for the first, at 6,000 for the second, 6,000 pound then sold and away. Alan's bid, thank you. Well done, thank you. And on to lot number 142, the Triumph Stag. There we are then, yellow Stag. Manual with overdrive, same family from new. And it drives well, Mick's been up the street in it. Oh, I know that car, yeah, got an aftermarket set of wheels on it. Yeah, lovely old car. There we are then. Where are we going to be with that one then, ladies and gentlemen? Where are we going to be? We're going to be at 5,152, 5,2, he says, at 5,002, at 5,200, at 5,200 pound, at 5,002, at 5,200 is a 3, at 5,200, what's happened to the value of these stags? At 5,300 pound, at 5,200 pound, at 5,200, at 5,200 is a 3 anywhere, at 5,200. At 5,200 pound, at 5,200 only, at 5,200 then, at 5.2 for the first, 5.2 for the second, third and last time, very provisionally at 5.2. We'll try, I wouldn't hold your breath. And on to lot 143, the Jaguar XK8 Coupe. Here we are then. Current V5, paperwork, Jaguar wallet, owner's handbooks, previous V5, sale catalogue, MOT certificates and various invoices. There we are then. Where are we going to be with that one then? We've got £3,000 there, look. 3,000, 3,1, 3,2, at 3,200, at £3,200, at £3,200, at 3,200, drove in from Hull, I believe, at £3,200 bid. At 3,200, vendors known to us, he's sadly just lost his wife. At £3,200 bid. At 3,200, then is a 3 anywhere, be sharp. At £3,200, at 3,200 we'll talk. At 3,233, at 3,300, at £3,300 bid. At 3,300, we're going to get tongue-tied in a minute. At £3,300 bid then. At £3,300 then for the first. At £3,300 for the second. Third and last time, provisionally at 3-3. Thank you. And on to lot number 144. Here we are then. Mercedes V220 CDI Ambient Auto. There we go. Cheap, cheerful little runabout for you. And £600 bid and on sale. On sale. Must be worth more than that in bits. At £600 then. At £600 bid. At £600 then. Bidder number 600200. At £600 then. On sale. At £600 then. At £600. Is that it? Are we done? At £600 then. All right. Wants a bit of love. At £600 then. Looking round for the first, second, third and last time. Sold and away at 600. You'd get the kind of that for a gearbox for one if you wanted one, wouldn't you? And on to 145, the chrome Bentley grille with a red badge. There we are then. Ah, yeah, that's lovely, isn't it? It's as new. Look at that. Beautiful. There we go then. Where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to be £500 there and on sale from the off. At £500 bid. At £500 then, the Bentley grille, at £500, at 500 is a 25 anywhere, be sharp, at £500 then, at £500 then, at 500, £500 then and 25 he says, at 525, 550 with me, at £550, at £550 bid, at £550 then is a 75, at £550 then looking round for the first, at 550 for the second, third and last time at 550. Top right, thank you. And on to lot number 146. Here we are then. Land Rover Series 1, manufactured in March 1958 for military use. It's one of 300 specially ordered for the RAF in two-wheel drive form. Two-wheel drive. Two-wheel drive. So there we are then, 2-litre petrol engine is the original, or is an original, but military engine with tags. There we are then. So there we are, where are we going to be with that one then? Have we got 8,000 to kick us off? Is there 8,000 out there? If there isn't, we're going to move on. Is there £8,000? 8,000 says Charlie, I should think so. At £8,000 bid. At £8,000 then, Charlie on the telephone. At 8,000, 8 and a quarter. 8,250. At 8,250 and 5 he says. At 8,500. £8,500 then, Charlie on the telephone. And 750. 8,750. At 8,750 bid. 9,000 he says. At £9,000 then. At 9 and a quarter. 9,250 against you. At 9,250, 9,5 says Charlie. At £9,500 bid. At 9,5, 9,750. At 9,750 on sale from 10. It says 10. £10,000 bid and on sale. At 10,000, 10,250. At 10,250. At 10,250 and 5. At 10,500. At 10,5, 750, 10,750, at 10,750, 11,000, that was Charlie in all fairness, Jack, sorry internet, sorry Nottingham, Charlie's hand went up first, 11,000, 11,250, 11,250 and 5, 11,5, 11,5, 11,750, 11,750 bid, 11,750, too late, 12 just gone, 12,000 Nottingham, at 12,250, at £12,250, at 12,250. He can have 12,500, he wants 12,500 in the room, Jack, I'm afraid. That was Charlie's. At 12,500, Charlie's bid. At 12,500 and 750, at 12,750, at 12,750, Bucknell, Shropshire, at 12,750. To be fair, that was Charlie's hand there. Sorry, mate. At 13, yeah, that's it. At 13,000. At £13,000 then, Charlie on the telephone. At 13,250. At 13,250. 13,5. 13,5, Charlie, Nottingham. At 13,500 and 750, says Charlie. At 13,750, Charlie's bid there. At 13,750. At 13,750 pound, then is the 14. At 13,750 pound, then is that it? Are we done? At 13,750 pound, then Charlie on the telephone then for the first. 13,750 for the second. Give everyone plenty of time. Third and last time. 13,750. Thank you for your bids, everybody. Sorry you had to lose it, but that is life, isn't it? And on to lot number 147. Here we are then. A large selection of buses, trains and car models. Oh, I was expecting you all to be holding them. No, they say. There we go then. There's a good lucky dip there for you. There we are. We've got 70, 80, 90, 100, 10, 20, 30, 40. At £140 bid. At £140 then. At £140. At 140 and 50 and 60. At 160, bidder number 600391, 170, 180, at £180. At 180, 190, 200. At £200 bid. At £200 then, 210, 210, at £210. At £210 then, I'm out. At £210. At 210 is there 20, 20 he says. At 220, Dave on the telephone, 220, 230, at £230. At 230, does he want 40? He does. At £240 then, at 240 and 50. 250, at £250 bid. At £250 then, against you Dave, at £250. At £250 then, does he want 60? He does. 260, at £260. £260 and 70. 270, at £270. At £270 then, at £270 then, does he want 80? At 270, 80 he says. At £280 then, 90, 290, at £290 against you. At 290, 300 he says. At £300 bid. At 310, 310, at 310, at £310 then, thanks for letting us know. At £310 then for the first, second, third and last time at 310. Thank you for your bids, chaps. And on to lot number 148, little Morris 1000. There she is, look. Oh, that looks a cheap, cheerful little thing, doesn't it? Morris 1000 there, look. In need of some repairs, it says here. There we are. It looks a cheap enough little thing. We got £360 bid. Can't go far wrong at that, I know. At £360 bid. At £360 then. At 360. At £360 then. At 360. Bit of an odd number, that, isn't it? At £360. Just drop that down to like 400 quid, Jack. At £360 then. At £360. At 360 is there 400 out there. At £360 bid. At £360 then, are you sure you don't want 400? At £360 then, we'll submit it, we'll get you an answer as soon as we can. At £360 then for the first, second, third and last time, provisionally 360. Can't be dear if it comes at that, can it? And on to 149, the Mercedes 190E 2.5 16. There we are then. Astral silver, black leather interior, electric driver's seat, two owners from new, my ownership for 30 years, the vendors put here. Years MOT, service history, original toolkit, first aid kit, original service pack, stainless exhaust. It just keeps going. It's the car that keeps giving, look. Told to keep it as it will grow up in value, but loss of garage forces sale, it says there. There we go then. Where are we going to be with that then? Can we get 12 to start? We've got 11 and a quarter to start, that'll do then. 11,250 bid. 11,250, £11,250. I'm sure he's right, I'm sure it will keep going up in value. £11,250 bid. 11,250, 11,500, 11,500, 11,500, 11,500 then, 11,500 is a 750, £11,500 then, 11,500, be sharp, £11,500 then is the 750, 11,500 then. The hammer's coming up then provisionally, £11,500 for the first, second, third and last time at 11,500. We'll try for you. And on to lot number 150. Hey, we're halfway. Halfway. Now's about that then. Lot number 150, 2005 Honda S2000 GT. There we go then. S2000. Lot of car. With 9,000 there, Jack, please. 9,000, 9,500, 10,000, 10,500, 11,000 and a quarter. 11,250. 11,250 pound bid. 11,250, 11,250, 11,250 pound then, 11,250, 11,500, 12,000, at 12,000 pounds, at 12,000 pound bid, at 12,000 pound, at 12,250, at 12,250, at 12 and a quarter, at 12,250 pound then, Carlisle, Cumbria. Not anymore. 12,500. Drop that to 100 if you want. At 12,500. At 12,500, Preston. Hello. At 12,500, 12,600. At 12,006. At 12,006 and 7. 12,700. At 12,700. At 12,708. 12,800. At 12,800 pound bid. At 12,800, 12,900. 12,900. Both know a good car. 13,000 at 13,000 pounds. At 13,000, 13,100 at 13,100 at 13,100 and 2, 13,200 at 13,200 and 3, 13,300 at 13,300 pound bid then. At 13,300, 13,400, 13,400 and 5, 13,500 at 13,500 pounds. At 13,600, 13,600, whose idea was that 100? At 13,600 and 7, at 13,700 pound then. At 13,700, what do you think? At 13,700 pound bid. At 13,700 then, is that it? Are we done? At 13,700 for the first. For the second, third and last time, looking round at 13,700. 13,700 going off to Preston. Thank you very much. And on to the little 151, the little AMC Jeep CJ5 sits there. Great, brilliant little project. I've run out of time. This is, again, one of mine. I'm running out of time. I'm struggling. I'm not going to get round to it. So here it is. It looks filthy. It is filthy. It looks a mess. But look deeper. It's solid as a rock. So there we are then. Where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to be, well, we're going to be up to 5,000 in no time. Look, there we are then. £5,000 and on sale and sold and away at £5,000 bid. At 5,200 says Alan. At 5,200. Alan on the telephone at £5,200 bid. 5,400 says Dave at £5,400. At 5,400 Dave on the phone there. At 5,456. At 5,600 Alan's phone at £5,600. At £5,600 bid. At 5,658 says Dave. At £5,800 then. At 5,008 and 6,000 says Alan. At £6,000. At £6,000 then, you can't find them, can you? I didn't keep it because it was rotten, did I? At £6,000 bid. At 6,000. Yeah, go on then. 6-1 to Dave there on the phone. At £6,100 then. At 6,001 and 2 says Alan. At 6,200. At £6,200 then. £6,200 then. Alan on the phone then. At £6,200 then, looking round for the first. At 6,200 for the second. Third and last time, Alan on the telephone. 6-2. Thank you very much. And on to lot number 152, the little David Brown. There we are. Little petrol, little crop master. lovely little thing. 1948, but make your own decision on that one. But anyway, it sits up in mixed unit up the road there. Nice, bright little thing, little two-seater if you're only little, aren't they? Yeah, lovely little thing, ideal. £2,000 bid. At £2,000 bid then, at £2,000. Ideal little road run tractor, aren't they? You know, you don't get all messed up. Lovely. At £2,000 bid. At 2,000 then. At £2,000 is there one anywhere? Be sharp. At 2,001. At 2,100. At £2,100. At 2,100 is there two. At £2,100 bid. At 2,100, I'm sure it'll come. At 2,100 then, are you sure you don't want two? At £2,100 then, looking round for the first, second, third and last time. Provisionally at 21. And on to lot number 153. There we are then, double-sided Dunlop motor tyre stock sign. There we are. There we go then, nice little sign. Where are we going to be with this one? We're going to be £100 here, at £100 bid. At £100 bid then, at £100. At £100 then, there you go, that's it. At £100 bid, 110. At £110, 110, 120, at 120, 130, 130, 130, 140, £140 bid. At 140, 150, 150, 160, 160, at 160, 160 then, at 160, 170, at 170, 170 then is there 80, at 170 then, at £170, at 170, 180, 180, at £180 bid, at £180 then is there 90, at £180 then, at £180 then, the hammer's coming up then, at £180 provision, 190, 190, you might as well have 200 now, haven't you? At £190, at £190 then on sale from the next bid, at £190 then, £190 then, sold provisionally for the first, second, 200 on sale at £200. At £200 then, on sale at £200 then for the first, for the second, third and last time, going to Ripon. Thank you. And on to 154, the 1955 Norton. Here we are then. We have RGM Motors printout, invoices, and it's believed to be a Model 7 Dominator. There we go then. Can we get a couple of thousand bid, Jack? I've got no interest with me with this bike, I'm afraid. Is there £2,000 out there? Is there 2,000? There must be 2,000 for a Norton, surely. £2,000. Is there 2,000? If not, we're going to pass. Is there a couple of £1,000 for it? Guess not then. No, we're going to pass on that one, ladies and gents. And on to lot number 155, the Mini Cooper light-up sign. There we are. Where's that one? Is it here somewhere? Is it down there, is it? Oh, well, you guys at home can see it. There we are then. Where are we going to be with that one then? We've got £50 bid here. At £50 bid. At £50 then, the little light-up mini sign. At £50. At £50 then, and 60. At £60 bid. At £60 then, is there 70 anywhere? At £60 bid. At £60 bid then. At £60 bid then, is there 70? Be sharp. At £60 then, we'll talk. At £60 then for the first, second, third and last time, provisionally at 60. We'll try for you. And on to lot 156, the little Ossa 150 GT. Oh, now what a lovely little bike this is. What a cracking little thing when you compare it to a BSA Bantam or something. They were so much more advanced. Absolutely great. What a little smasher. It starts on the kickstart there, no problem at all. Lovely little thing. Great. Brilliant. There we are. So we've got 15, 16, £1,700 bid. At 17, 18, Jack. At 1,800. And on sale, ladies and gentlemen. At £1,800 bidder number 600302. At £1,800 bid. At 1,800. At £1,800 bid. at 1,800. Doesn't look a lot of money for a fancy little thing. At £1,800. At £1,800 then, on sale at £1,800. At 1,800 then for the first. At 1,800 for the second. Third and last time looking round. 18, thank you. And on to lot number 157, the Lion's Cake double-sided enamel sign. Here we are then. There you go, Mick's got it there, nice little sign. We have 50, 60, 70, £70, £80 bid. At £80 bid then, at £80 bid then, the little Lion's Cake, double-sided, don't forget, double-sided, £80 bid. At £80 bid then, at £80 and 90 he says. At £90 bid then, at £90 bid. At £90 bid then is there 100. At £90, 100 he says. At £100 bid. At £100, at £100 bid then is the 10. At £100 bid then be sharp. At £100 then we'll submit it for the first, second, third and last time we'll talk. £100 provisional, we'll try. And on to 158, the Audi Quattro, or the TT Quattro should I say, 225 brake horsepower, current V5, MOT certificates, a service booklet containing 14 stamps and 1 written entry, and a tax reminder and various invoices. There we are then, and we have £2,800 bid on that screen there, Jack, please. At £2,800 bid. At 2,800, that was actually my bid, Jack, sorry, that was on the system first. Yeah, there we are. There we are then, 2,829 at £2,900. At 2,900, we all know what they're doing in money, these. At £2,900. At 2,900 and 3,000. And on sale at 3,000, 3,1. At 3,100, 3,2. At 3,200. At £3,200 then, and 3, 3,3. 3,4 at 3,004, 3,4 is the 3,5 at £3,400 then. At 3,400, 3,5 there is. At 3,5, 3,6, 3,6 at 3,600. At 3,600, we're all going to wish we bought a barn full of these. At £3,600 bid. At 3,600 is the 7 anywhere, be sharp. At £3,600 then, at 3,600 then for the first, for the second, third and last time looking round, 36, thank you. And on to lot 159, the Fina illuminated sign. There we are, Mick's pointing at it down there. Where are we going to be with that one then? We've got £40 here with me, at £40 bid. At £40 then, at £40 bid, only 40. At £40 bid then is the 50. At £40 there is 50. At £50 bid. At £50 then is the 60. At £50 bid. At 50, 60, 60 says. At 60, £60 then, oh they're moving the furniture. At £60 bid. At £60 bid then is the 70. At £60 then, £60 then we'll submit. At £60 then for the first, second, provisionally, third and last time. At £60. And on to Escort. There we are then. Escort van. There we go. Can we get 100 quid for it, Jack? The others did 200. Can we get £100 bid for the old Escort van? Is there £100 out there? There must be £100 out there. Be sharp. We're not messing about. Is there £100? No. Wait, we're waiting for double that, surely. And on to lot number 161. Don't take any more of them Escort vans, eh? No, we shan't have any more of them. And on to lot 161, the Red Bull Total Racing light-up sign. There we are. Mick's got it across the way there. Mick's delegating. There we go. Where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to be 100, 10, 20, 30, 40, 150, 160. At £160 and on sale, I might add. At 160 by the time it comes. And here we are. At £160 bid. At 160, just as well it wasn't any shorter, you'd have missed it. At £160 bid then. At 160 then, are we done? At £160 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 160. Are you jumping on?
Yeah.
There you go. Dave's going to jump on and give my throat a rest. Thank you.
I was just told to stay up and see it on your jeans.
I know, that's right.
Well, let's get back in the swing of it. Right, here we are. So we've done that one. So 162, a 1977 Rally Chopper SC. Oh, is there two there, Andy? Is a pair then? Pair? Yeah, Andy's putting a pair up. Yeah, there we are. Two for the price of one. There you go. So he's got one. Michael's going to get the other. So we've got a Mark II Rally Chopper SC and a Rally Chipper SC. There you are. A breeding pair, almost. There you go. All right, isn't it? From me and Max. When it gets a bit bigger, we can go off out. There you go, then where we're going to be on that £2,000 then. Thank you at £2,000. 21, 2100 then, 21, 2, 2, 22 and 3. At 2003 we have 2,300. At 2003 and 4, 2004. Rare bit of kit that. At 2004, £2,400 and we all done at 24. At 2,400. At £2,400. At 24 then are we all done and dusted at 24. 163, the Jet. Quality petrol sign. There we are, £80 bid, 80, £90 we've got. £90 then, at £90 then, at £90. Well done, Michael, £90. At £90 then, £90 and sold and gone. At £90 then, off she goes and at 90, hammers coming down, £100, 110. At £110 bid, at 110, at 110. At £110, 110 we've got. At 110 for the first, second, third and last time. 164, the MG Midget 1500. This looks a nice little card, doesn't it? There we are. 4 bids with me already. Dropping up to £4,000 there, Jack. At £4,000 we've got. £4,000. Michael's just said it's right enough is the car. At £4,000 we have. At £4,000 then. At £4,000 we've got. At £4,000. At £4,000 then. At £4,000 are we all done at 4? At £4,000. At £4,000 then. Are we there at 4,000? Making sure I've missed no one. 4,001. At 4,001, sorry, 4,200. At 4,200 then. At 4,200. At £4,200 are we done? At 4,200. At £4,200 then. Hammer's coming down at £4,200. Sold, 42. Now then, Morgan 44. Here we are, Morgan 44. Submit the best bid on this one. We've got lots of bids here. I've got plenty here with me. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9,250. There's 9 different bids, taking us all the way to 9,250. You can see it on your screen. At 9,250. At £9,250 we have. At 9,250. At £9,250 are we all done at 9,500. At 9,005. At £9,500 at 9,005. At 9,500. At £9,500. 9,005. I'll submit it for you. I'll also take 100, Jack, if it helps anyone. At 9,750. 9,750. 9,750. At 9,750. I will submit it. I believe this is probably a batch of 1 or 2 cars that have come in, so I'll just check my figures. I'll get back to you ASAP. We'll submit 9,750. Don't worry, it won't go anywhere until I speak with you. At 9,750. At 9,750. Thank you very much. At 9,750 then. Hammer's coming down at 9,750. We'll get you an answer as soon as we possibly can. Thank you. Prioritise that one. And click the thing. There we are. Mercedes now. This has caused some interest, as they always do. There you go, the motorhomes. They always cause tremendous interest. And this one has this week's parts outside there in Yeah, everyone's been asking about it. There we are then. So the Mercedes Sprinter. Here we are, motorhome. We've got some bids here. You've got some bids there. I've got a couple of bids here on my books. I've got an 8,250 bid there, Jack. 8,250, thank you. £8,250. That doesn't look dear, does it, for a Sprinter motorhome? £8,250 we've got. 8,005. Mark, £8,500 bid. 8,005. £8,500 we have. £8,500 then. 8,005. It's provisional mark at the moment. 8,005 at 8,500. 8,750. £8,750. At 8,750, £9,000 says Mark at £9,000. At £9,000 we have 9,000. At £9,000 and a quarter in Lincoln. 9,250 in Lincoln. Do you want 9,500, Mark? 9,500 he does. 9,500. At 9,500 on the telephones at 9,500. 9,750 in Ireland. New bidder. 9,750 across the water at £10,000 says Mark. £10,000 at £10,000. Mark's bid £10,000. I'm going to put it on sale. It's on sale, Mark. £10,000 then. Off it goes then. 10,250. 10,250. 10,250 we've got. 10,500 says Mark. 10,500. At 10,500 says Mark. 10,750. Lincoln's back in at 10,750. 10,750. 11,000 says Mark. £11,000. 11,000 says Mark at 11. £11,000. Mark's bid. 11,000. £11,000. I'll take 100 if it helps anywhere. At the moment it's you, Mark. At £11,000. Are we all done and dusted? £11,000. 11,1 Ireland. 11,1 Ireland. 11,2 Mark. £11,200 it's Mark's. 11,200. 11,200. £11,200. 11,200 for the first, second, third and last time. Mark, your man, he's been in from the start. Fair warning. 11,200 to Mark. 167, the Fordson Major Tractor Light Up box. There we go then. £50 bid in the way. 50, £60 bid. Thank you at 60. At 60, £70 then at 70. Are we all done? At £70 then. At £70 then. Are we all finished at 70? At £70 then. At £70 then. Are we all done and dusted at £70? 168, the 1946 MG. There we are, look at that. Lovely little car. Super little car, little MGTC floating around here somewhere, I think. Or is that up with you, Michael? No, it's up with you. Oh, yes, I know where she's parked. Yeah, there you go. Bonny little car. Bonny little car. I think these are the prettiest. I think the TDs arguably drive the best, but I think the TCs, in my opinion, I think they are. The earlier ones, I think they've got that period look, haven't they, about them? They look nice. So there you go. Here we are then. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. Got £12,000 there. 12,000, 12 and a quarter. At 12,250. At 12,250. 12,250 in half. 12,500. At 12,500. Cheap, aren't they? At 12,500. At £12,500 for a little MG there. They're as cheap as I can ever remember them. At 12,750 in Lincoln, 12,750. And I cannot remember T-Series MGs being any cheaper. At 12,750. At £12,750. At 12,750. It's provisional Lincoln, obviously. At 12,750. We'll put you down. We'll try for you. At £12,750. Provisional that one, Josh. 169 is the handmade Jack Daniels double-sided oak barrel top. That's a tight one and a half, isn't it? Look at that. Well, that's very nice, isn't it? Yeah, that is very nice. That's nicely done. There you go. £120 bid I've got straight away. 130, thank you. Oh, £130 I've got. Oh, £130 then. Oh, 130. Come on, Jacko, get your fingers going. £130 I've got. There we are, £130 then. Oh, £130 then. Are we all done? Oh, 130. Oh, 130. I'm going to sell at 130 for the first. 140. 150. 60 I've got. 160. Oh, £160. Oh, £160. 170. Huddersfield, 170 pound. At 170 then. Hammer's coming down. It's off to Huddersfield at 170 pounds. Sold. 170, the Toyota. This is an unusual little car. It's basically a little GT4 underneath it, I think. There you go. Very unusual little car. Quite a rapid little thing, I would suggest. Look, 264 brake horsepower at 6,000 revs. Yeah, all-wheel drive, all singing, all dancing. Yeah. Driven to the auction. There you go. Where we're going to be on that? You tell me. Who wants to start me? Who's going to start? Who's going to give me a cheeky 3,000? Jacko, type 3,000 in there. We can't start any lower, but type 3,000. See how we get on. Anyone want to start me at 3,000? Little cheeky 3,000. Thank you. It's a start. Thank you very much. At £3,000 we've got. At £3,000. One bid's better than two lookers on, isn't it? At 3,000. At £3,000 we have. At £3,000 then. At £3,000. I know he's looking for more, but we'll try. We'll see if we can put a deal together. At £3,000. At £3,000. At £3,000. Are we all done at 3? At £3,000. At £3,000. Then we'll put you down provisional Skegness at £3,000. 171 John Deere sign. There we are. Nice John Deere sign. We have got £60 bid here, £60 bid, at £60 then, at 60, at £60 then, at £60 away at 60, at £60 we have, at £60 then, Hammer's coming down at 60, are we all done? At £60 then, £70 bid, at £70 we have, at £70, at £70 then one going to sell, at £70 then it's on sale, it's going, at £70 then off she goes, at £70 then and away. Sold. 172, the Toyota MR2 GT16 valve. Look at that, that's a bonny looking car, isn't it? Bids here with me, 5 different bids here, which go to £4,200 on your screen. You can see at home. At £4,200 we've got. At £4,200 bid. At 4,200. At 4,200. 43. 44. 44. I'll take 100, Jack. At 44. 4,004. At 4,004. York bid. Local bid at 44. 45. Sorry, Alan. 45. Alan just jumped in at 4,500 there. Alan jumped in at 45. York's back in at 46. 4,006. At 4,006 and 7. 4,7. It's not you, Alan. 4,8. York's back in at 4,8. 4,008. 4,009. £5,000 in York. £5,000 in York. £5,000. That's a York bid at 5,005. Alan. 5,001. York, you're out. You're back in again. 5,2. 5,002. 5,200. 5,3. Worcester. 5,4. York. 5,4 in York. 5,004. 5,5. Worcester. 5,5 Worcester. 5,6 York. 5,6 York. 5,7 Worcester. 5,7. 5,8 York. 5,008. 5,9. £6,000 bid. £6,000. 6,000 we've got. £6,000 then. Hammer's coming down. It's going to York. It's staying local at 6,000. 6,1. 6,001. 6,2. 6,002. Straight back at you. 6,2. Are we all done? At 6,3. 6,3. You're out, York. 6,003. He's back in. 6,4. 6,4. 6,004. £6,400 at 64 then. I'm going to pull the lever. It's off to York at £6,400. Sold. Thank you. 173. The hand painted. There you are. Got it, Jacko? Hand painted. There we are. Sign, gasoline sign. There we are then. We call them Wolford. That's exactly what they are. There you go. Where we're going to be on that? £40 away. Thank you. At £40. At £40 then. At £40 mid. £40 then. Are we done and dusted at 40? At £40 then. That's cheap enough in it at 40. Hammer's coming down then at £40. Are we all done and dusted for the first? £50 I've got. At £50 then. At £50 bid. £50 then. At £50. £50 then. At £50 then. At 50. £50 then. Hammer's coming down at 50 then. It's off to Braintree at £50. Off it goes. 174. The Citroen. The big Citroen there. Look at her. They XM. I can remember what they are. They XM there. I think they are XM. I can never remember what they're called. I like. Oh, the CX. Hang on a minute. It's a CX, Michael. Don't nod at me at XM. It's a CX. There we are, CX25, I think it is. The vendor has provided the model of the vehicle to be a CX25 GTI. Oh, well, I thought it looked a bit of a fancy thing. There you go. I like all these quirky things like this. I think that's right up my street, that is. Yeah. Where we are, we've got two bids. £2,600 at the moment is in the lead at 2,006. At 2,600. At £2,600 we have at 2,600. At £2,600. At £2,600 then. At 2,600. 2,600. At £2,600 then, are we all there at 2,600? Hammer's going to come down then at £2,600 for the old quirky Citroen there, right up my street, that at £2,600. Provisional 175 is the Jaguar. It's the Jaguar double-sided light-up box or sign, call it what you want. We have got £50, £60, £70 bid. At £70 I've got £80 bid. £80 then, are we all done at 80? £90 then, at £90 and sold at 90, 100 says Andy. At £100 bid, £110 then, 110, 110, 110. £110, £120, £120 then. £120 we have. At £120 then. At 125, please, Jack. At 125. At 125. 125. 125. 130, just jumped in. 130. 130. 130. Do you want 135, Andy? 135, he does. 135. 135. 135. 135, it's Andy's bid at 135 and 140. 140 I've got. 140. 140. 140 then. Hammer's coming down at £140 then. Are we all done and dusted at £140? Sold. And lot number 176, the Jaguar E-Type. Look at this. Very, very sensible. Lady owned and entered. Lady owned for the last 28 years. Cracking girl she is. I never had the pleasure of meeting her, but I've spoken to her on the phone a few times. One of the contractors done the collection for me. There you go then. Dead straight car, like honest car. Cheapest E-Type you're going to buy. Look at it. She's been so sensible with her expectations. There you are. She's got her head around the fact she can't look after it as much as she would like. Do you want 20? We've got 22.5. Pardon? 23,500 I'm being shouted at downstairs there at 23,500. At 23,500 for Mark. At 23,500 pound we've got. At 23,500. 23,500, 23,750. 23,750. 24 says David. 24,000 pounds says David. 24. 24,000. 24. 24 and a quarter, 24,250, 24,250, 24,250. Sensible price, dead sensible. 24,5 says Dave. 24,5 at 24,5, 24,5, 24,5, 24,750, 24,750 for an E-Type. That's sensible, isn't it? 24,750. 24,750 in Somerset. Are we all done? At 24,750 then. Hammer's going to come down at Somerset at 24,750. Are you sure? Excuse me. For the first, second, third and last time, off she goes at 24,750. 24,750, 177 is, the Jaguar XF. These are good value for money, aren't they? There we are. It's a diesel one as well. Hang on a minute, I've got 17. Hang on, I've gone too far. The computer's jumped ahead. Hang on a second. Bear with. There she is. Jaguar XF Luxury Diesel. Right, Michael. There you are. Level enough car, says Michael. There we are. Where we're going to be on that, you tell me. £2,800. That'd be cheap, wouldn't it? 2,008. £2,800. At 2,008, 29. At £2,900 we've got. £2,900, cheap car. 2,900, £3,000, thank you at 3. At £3,000. At £3,000 then. At £3,000 then, are we all done at 3,000? At £3,000. £3,000 then, are we all done and dusted then? Provisional at 3,000. 178 is the Land Rover Freelander. Here we are. The vendor provided the following. Freelander Mark 1 4 before. Oh, the 4x4 is still connected, only selling due to getting a Defender and no longer using this. Hopefully it will give the new owner years of service. There you are. Thank you very much, Stephen. There we are. I've got some bids here. There's 4 bids on the screen you'll see at home, which finish off at £2,700. £2,700 we've got. At £2,700 then. At £2,728 on my sheet. 28 on my sheet. £2,800 on my sheet at 28. At £2,800 we've got. I'll take a 50 if it helps anywhere. If not, it's going at £2,800. At £2,800 and 50. 2,850. A York bid again at 2,850. At 2,850. At 2,850. Are we all there? 2,850. 2,850. We all done? £2,850. 2,850. 2,850 then for the first. For the second, third and last time. Are we all done? Sold. I think that's coming up a lot, so just want to check on that. Maybe we might have to explain that in a minute. Where are we? 179. The Will's Golden Plate cigarette sign. Ah, that looks a period sign if ever I saw one. Spin it round to the side, Michael. There you go. The back's equally as important as the front, isn't it? There you go then. There you are then. Where we're going to be then, £100 on the way, at £100 then, at £100 we have, at 100, 100 then, 110, 20, 30, 130, 40, 140 and 50, 150. At £150 then, £60, thank you. At £160 then, at 160 then, are we there? At 160, at £160 then, it's all done and dusted at 170. At £170, at 170, at £170, 180 we have, £180, at £180, £180 then, at 180, 180 then, we'll put you down then, at £180 then, the girls will make a phone call, it's provisional 190. It's on sale, I'm going to sell it now, Barnsley, it's on sale. Not going to argue over a tenner. At £190 then. At 190, it's off, it's sold, it's gone. At £190, hammer's coming down at £190. Sold. Lot number 180 is the RMB Gentry. There we are. The little MGT series replica. There we go. I think these are great value for money. Super little cars. Where are we then? We've got a bid there on the screen of £5,000. Jack, please. At £5,000. £5,000 we've got. At £5,000. At £5,000 then at 5. At £5,000. 5,000. Wow. 1. 5,200. 5,002. At £5,200. At 5,200. At 5,300, 5,003, at £5,300, it's on sale at 5,300. Off it goes, it's going at 5,300 then, away she goes then at 5,300. At £5,300 for the first, second, third and last time at 5,300. Sold. Emily, when you go back in, darling, will you take these results for me? And moving up to 181 is the Alfa Romeo dealership sign. There we are. Alfa Romeo dealership sign then. 240 volt, illuminated it says. There you go. Plug and go. Where are we going to be then? £200 then. I bet 200. Oh, is it that one? Oh, blimey. That's big. Oh, blimey, yeah. Yeah, maybe we ought to leave that there. Well, I'm sure it's got sizes here. Oh, yeah, 70 inch. That's big, ladies and gentlemen. That's like 5 foot tall, that. There you go. Well, 12 inches in a foot, so there you go. That is big, isn't it? Yeah. I was going to buy it for Jeanette's bedroom wall, but I'm not going to bother now.
Just shy of 6 foot, isn't it?
Yeah, that's getting on a bit, isn't it? Wow. £240 there. That's a lovely big sign. At £240 we've got. At 240. At £240 then we have at 240. At £240 then 240, 50, £60 we have. At £260. 260, 280. 280, that is what you call a wall filler, that, isn't it? At £280. At 280. At £280, then are we all done? And 290, £300 we have. At £300. At £300. 320. 320, that's lovely, that. 320. At £320. 320, I'll take a tenner. 320 I've got. At £320. At £320. 320. 330. £330. At 330 and 40, it's on sale at 340. It's going at £340. At £340, 350. At £350. 350. Incidentally, Ireland, I've got a fantastic guy, backwards and forwards across the water. Kieran, he'll get that shipped for you if you need anyone to ship it. In fact, he'll ship anything across. He'll ship anything anywhere, really, but he's backwards and forwards across the water all the time. If you want anything shipping, give the office a shout and they'll put you in touch with him. Top lad is Kieran. £350 we've got. At £350 then, at 350. 350 then, and 60, 360. At £360. At £360 then, at 360. Are we all done? Hammer's coming down. You won't need shipping it to Malton, will you? Oh, you will to Cork, though. At £370 we have. At 370. At £370 then. At 370 then, it's off to Ireland at 370 for the first. For the second, third and last time, are you sure it's off? At 370. Away it goes, 182, the Ford Escort. Here we are. Ford Escort. Apparently it's a 600 Sport. There you are. But it's definitely a Ford Escort. I can assure you of that. South African import. All duties paid, it says. There you go. Where we're going to be on that? You tell me. Who's going to start me at 9,000? I can't start any lower than that. It's a Mark II Escort. Don't get much of a Mark II Escort for that sort of money. Who wants to start me at 9? It's a cheeky bid. I don't think it'll own it, but it's a start, isn't it? Thank you, St. Neots. Yep. At £9,000. £9,000 we've got. £9,000. Can't do any more than that. You've done exactly what I asked you to. £9,000 we've got. It's provisional, obviously, St. Neots. You've worked that bit out. At £9,000. At £9,000 then. I'll put it down to St. Neots. At £9,000 then. At £9,000 then. We'll have a conversation. The girls in the office will. At £9,000. Provisional at £9,000. Sorry, Tony. 183 is the Porsche. Original enamel sign. An original enamel sign. It's a later produced enamel sign. So just bear that in mind. It's a later produced enamel sign. It's not a sign that was made in 1950, I can assure you. There you go. So we've got some bids here. We've got some bids on my screen. At £220 we've got. At £220 then, at 220. At £220 we have. It's on sale at 220. 230 we've got. At £230. At 230. At 230. 240. Sorry, Josh there at £240. At 240. At 240. At 240. It's a lovely sign at £240, but it's not a 1950 sign. At £240 we've got. At 240.
What it means is, look, there can be original.
Oh, I see. Oh, I see. I get you. Well spotted. I've still covered my bum though, haven't I?
Yeah.
There you are. At £240 we have. At £240 then. At 240. It's priced accordingly. Off it goes. Josh, is your phone. At £240 then. Amber's coming down at 240. Better make a note on that then, mate. 184. Oh, the Morris Traveller. The Morris Traveller. This is the lovely car. If this is the one I'm thinking, oh, she's there. Is that the one? Is that the registration number there? Is that the one, Michael? No, is this one in your shed? Where is that OAP? That one?
No, that's J.
Oh, this is the one in your shed. Right. Okay. Yeah, that's going to be confusing. Don't send the wrong one to Ireland like Rennie did then. I'm not going to Ireland again. I love the Irish lads, but I'm not going to Ireland to pick up the wrong Morris Minor. No, so be sure. Right. No, we're not, John. No, we're not. Oh, yes, we are. Oh, no, we're not. Oh, yes, we are. Oh, no, we're not. £5,400 bid we've got. 5,004. At 5,005. 5,500. At £5,600. At 5,006. 5,700. £5,700. 5,800. £5,800. 5,900. 5,009. £6,000 there. I see he's coming along at 6. 6,001. £6,100. 62. 6,002. 63. 6,400, young Mark, 6,400, 6,004, 6,500, 6,500, 6,600, 6,600 has gone, 6,700's gone, 6,700, 6,800's gone, 6,900's gone, 7's gone, 7-1's gone. 7-1's gone. Hello, hello. 7-2, 7-2, 7-3, 7. Hang on, Andy. Hang on. It's 7-4. It's flashing, but it's just taking a second. 7-5, 7-5, 7-6. Mark, you'll get in trouble doing things like that. 7-6. Not yours. 7-7. 7-7. 7-8. That was with Andy. 7-8's with Andy. Mark, 7-9. 7-9 with Mark. £8,000, Cambridge. 8-1, Burton-on-Trent. 8-2, Cambridge. 8-2's gone. 8-3, Mark. 8-3 with Mark. 8-4, Cambridge. 8-4, Cambridge. 8-5, Mark. Mark did step in there, Burton-on-Trent. He did get his hand up straight away, Burton-on-Trent. 8-5 is Mark's bid. He genuinely beat you in there, Burton-on-Trent. 8-5. Cambridge, 8-6. 8-6 we've got. 8-7. Bognor Regis, new bid. Good afternoon, Bognor Regis. But Mark, you still won that bid. You still got in quick. Get very quick with that number, that little finger of yours, Jacko. 8,007 is your bid there. 8,007. 8,007. Young Mark, 8-8. Cambridge. 8-8 is Cambridge. 9. 8-9 Mark. 8-9 is Mark's bid on the phones today. 8-9. 8,009. Are we there? It's Mark's bid at £8,900. Bognor Regis, you're out. Cambridge, you're out. St Neots, you're out. Burton-on-Trent, you're in. £9,000. 9-1 says Mark. All you guys at home, long list there, I can't remember half of them. Cambridge, Bognor Regis, Burton-on-Trent. You're all out. It's 9,001 with Mark on the phones here with me today. At 9,001. £9,100. Then Hammer's coming down. Then when it goes bang, it's gone. At £9,100, it's Mark's bid here. 9-2. Bognor Regis. 9-3 says Mark. 9-3. 9-3. Mark's bid at 9-3. 9,003. Mark's bid at £9,300. Are we there? At £9,300 again then. You've all slowed up now. 9,003. Hammer's coming down at £9,300. Young Mark at 93. Thank you for your bids. Moving on to 185. Yellow Child's pedal car. Various bids here. You'll see there's 5 bids shown on your screens at home, which go to £240. So 240 I've got. At £240 then. At 240 and 250. At 250 then. At £250 then. Are we all there? At 250 then. Hammer's coming down then. Off she goes. At £250. You've been out on it, Mick? You've been out on it? Not that one. 260 we've got. 270. 280 on my sheet. At 280. At 280 on my sheet here at 280. At 280, 290, 290, I'm out, 290, at £290, at £290, Hammer's coming down then, at £290, everybody's out. So, lot number 186 is the Bentley Arnage, here we are. Fantastic value for money cars, these, aren't they? Very, very much so. There's 4 bids on my screen, taking us to £7,000, Jack. At £7,000, at £7,000 we've got. £7,000 then, at £7,000. £7,000, what a cheap car. At £7,000 then, at £7,000, at 71. At 7,001. £7,100 bid at 71. At 7,100, thank you, at 71. At 7,102, 72. 7,002. £7,200 we have. 7,200. 7,300. At £7,300. At £7,300 then. She's off to Surrey at £7,300 then. 7,400. Montrose. Good afternoon. 7,004. £7,400 and 5. 7,500. 7,500. 7,500. 7,500. At 7,500 then. She's off to Surrey again at £7,500. Hammer's coming down. Fair warning at 75. Off to Surrey, 75. 187 is the Land Rover Series light up sign. There we are then. light up box with Land Rover on it. There we are. Where are we going to be then? £100 and away, thank you. At £100 we have. Up £100 then. Up £100 then for the Land Rover. 110. Up £110 then. Up 110. £110 bid. 110, 120. Up £120, 120, 120 we have. 120, 130. £130 then. I'm going to sell it. £130. Josh, your phone. 130. Up 130. Internet bid at 140. 150. £150 we've got. Up £150 then. Up 150. Josh's phone at 150. Are we all there then? Internet, you're out. No, you're not. You're back in again. You're back in again at 160. 170. 170 we got. Don't forget, I've got a good shipper. Up 170. Up £170 then. Up 170. And 80. £180 I've got. Just squiggle around again, Mick, as well. Up 180, 190 says Josh. Up 190. Up 190 then. Up £190 then. We all done at 190 then. Going for the first, second, third and last time at 190. Sold. Lot number 188, the Maserati Gran Turismo V8. There we are, V8. Wow. Right, interest here. Bid on the screen there, Charlie. No, it's not. It's you, Jack. £9,000. At £9,000 we've got. At £9,000. And I'm going to sell £9,000. It's off. It's gone. At £9,000 then. At £9,000. If never one come. 9-1. 9,001. 9-2. Young Mark. 9-2. 9,200. At £9,200 and 3. 9-3. 9-3. 9,304. 9-4. 9,004, 9,004, 5, 9, 5, 9,005, 6, 9,006, 9,600, 9,600 £, 9,7, 9,7, 9,8, 9,8, 9,8, 9,008, 9,8, looks hell of a car for 9,8, 9,9. £10,100, fresh bid. £10,100 we've got. 10-1. At £10,100 are we all done at 10-1. £10,100 then. 10-2. 10,002. 10,002. 10,200. 10-3. £10,300. At 10,003. 4. 10-4. 10-4. 10-4. That's not a CB call sign, by the way. £10,400. 10-5. 10-5. 10,006. 10,006. £10,600. 10-7. 10-7 we've got. 10-8 from Mark. 10,008 from Mark. You're out, Dave. Do you want 10-9? 10-9 he does. Gonna round it up, Mark. 10-9 we've got. 11 says Marky. £11,000. £11,000. £11,000. We're going to knock it down to Mark then at £11,000 for the first, for the second, third and last. 11-1. 11-1. 2. 11-2. 11-2. Straight back at you. 11-2. 11,002. 3. 11-3. 4. 11-4. 11-4. 11-4 we've got. 11-5. 11-5. 11-6. 11-7. 11-8. 11-8. 11-9. 12,000 we've got. 12,000. 12,000 we've got at 12,000. 12-1. 2. 12-2. 12-2 we've got. 12,002 we've got. Yeah. 12.3, he says. 12.3, Mark? What do you think? 12.4 says Mark. Quickly, at 12.4. Nice and quickly back. 12.5. 12.6. 12.6 we have. 12.7. 12.8. 12.8 is Mark's bid. Are we all done? 12,008. I can sense that David's going to call it. At £12,800 Mark, it's your bid. Tried very hard from the beginning. One week. Oh, talk about show your hand. Oh, by the way, 12,009. 12,009. 13,000. 13,000. 13 we've got. He's calling it a day now. 13,000. Back with Mark at £13,000. Are you sure? I'm not going to get a whoa, 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 whoa. 13,000. It's going to Mark then, with no woo-woo-wooing. Off we go then. Down to Mark. 189 is the Rolex Style Oyster clock. There we go then. The Rolex Style clock. There we are. Where are we going to be on that £90 bid? At £90. Oh, at £90 then, at £90 then, at £90 we've got, at £90 then, at £90 I'm going to sell it, at £90 then, at 90 and £100 I've got, at £100 then, Hammer's coming down at £100 then, off she goes, at 110, at £110, at £110. At £110 and 20, at 120, at 120, at £120 bid, at 120 then, Hammer's dropping down at 120 then for the first, second, third and last time, 130, 130, Keithley, 130, £130 at 130, at £130 then, off she goes, 140, 140, 140, 140, 150, £150, 150, at 150, £150 then. She's off to Keithley at 150 then, fair warning, at £150. Sold. 190, stock Dunlop enamel sign again, a later sign there. A later, but enamel nonetheless, but still a later sign there. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. Who's going to start me? £50 on the way, thank you. At £50 then. At £50, £60, £70 we've got. At £70 then. At £70 are we all done? At 70 then. £70 then, £80 then, £80 bid with Alan at £80. Alan's bid at 80. £80 then, £80 then, £80. That was Alan's bid at £80 then. At £80 then, £80 for the first. £80 for the second. Third and last time at £80. Alan, £80 provisional. 191 Mini Cooper double-sided light sign. There we are. £100 bid there on that screen. £100 we've got. £100 bid at 100. £100 we've got. £100 we have there at £100 on the screens at 100. At 110. 120 I've got. 120. 120. At 120. 130, 130, at £130, at 130, at £130, at 130, 130 then, fair warning then, £130 then, off she goes at £130. So, 192, the Renault 4, here we are, look at this little beauty, look at that. That's got some nice bit of patina on it, hasn't it? There you go. Very interesting history. Originally bought by the Sue Ryder shops for use at their London branch. It was then bought by a manager of the shop who owned it for a very long time and brought it back up to Yorkshire. There you go. Yeah, look at that, lovely old thing. Where is she? You tell me. Who's going to start me? 35, £3,600 we've got. £3,600 and sold at 3,600. At 3,600, 37. 37 at £3,700 then, at 37, just wants the wheels painted and leaving as it is. 3/8 a day, 3,008, 3,008, 3,008, 3,900, 3,009. I wouldn't restore, I'd just enjoy it. 3,900, 3,009. You're out, Dave. £4,000. He's back in again at 4,000. At £4,000 we've got. At 4,100. Somerset, 4,100. 4,100. 4,200. 4,002. 4,300. Somerset, 4,300. 4,400. 4,400. 4,400 we've got. 4,500. 4,600. 4,006. Somerset, you're out. 4,007. You're back in again. 4,700. 4,700. 4,800. 4,800 on the phones at 4,800. 4,900 in Somerset. 4,900 Somerset. £5,000. David's phone at £5,000. 5,100. 5,200. 5,200. 5,300. 5,300. 5,400. 5,004. 5,500. 5,500 we've got. 5,006, spending like a sailor. 5,600. 5,700 Somerset. He's pushing you, Dave, all the way. 5,007. 5,800 he says. 5,800. Somerset straight back in. 5,900. 5,900. £5,900 we've got. £6,000 we have. £6,000. £6,000. 61. 6,001. 6,001. 6,200. 6,002. 6,300 Somerset. 6,400. We've been trying one more since about Thursday last week. 6,005 Somerset. 6,005. 6,005 Somerset, you're in. What's the gentleman's name or lady's name in Somerset? Paul. Paul, I think you got it, mate. He sat down now, he's given up. You giving up? Are you giving up? Yeah, he's given up. £6,500, are we all done? At £6,500, I think you got it, Paul, down in Somerset. Good luck to you, mate, at £6,500. Off she goes, well done. 193, Daimler Dart SP250. Here we are, one of two that we've got in this sale. Sorry, darling. Yeah, no, one of two we've got in. Yeah, one of two. Be sure you buy the right one. Yeah, one of two. I think one's got red wheels.
I think so.
Yeah. Yeah, and one's got a hard top. Yeah, you can tell them apart, can't you? There you go then. Where are we going to be? You tell me. Where are we going to be on that? Where are we? 17, I see on that one there. 17,255. 17,500, 750, 18,000. 18,000 then. 18,000, just let the internet catch up at 18. 18 and a quarter. 18 and a quarter. 18,250. 18,250. 18,250. 18,250. 18,250. That's not out of the way for one of these. 18 and a quarter. 18,250. 18,250. 18,250. 18,250. For the Daimler SP250. 18,250. 18,250. £18,250. 18,250, are we there? 18,250 then, are we all done and dusted? At 18,250, they need a bit more, but we'll see. 194 is the BSA. 1966 BSA, here we go. We have got a couple of bids on the screen there at £1,600 we have. At 16, 17, £1,800 bid. At 1,800. £1,800 we've got. £1,800. At 1,800 there, I'm going to sell it. At 1,008 it's going to go. At £1,800. 1,800 then for the first, second, third and last time be warned. It's going. It's gone. 195 is another rally chopper. Here we are. A Mark II rally chopper this time. We've got 11 bids on the screen there. £1,100 as well there, Jack, sorry. 11 bids taking us to 1,100. There we are. £1,100 we have. £1,100 then. £1,100 then. £1,100. £1,100 I'm going to sell. at £1,100 then. She's on sale at £1,100. Right, clean bite that, isn't it? At 1,100. At £1,100 then, are we all there? 11 and 12. £1,200. At £1,200 then. At £1,200. £1,200 then, off they go at £1,200. Fair warning. £1,200. 196 is a pair of loading ramps. We've got a few sets of these kicking about. If you're short of a set, I think we're your man at the moment. Here we are, 4 bids on that screen. 240 I've got there at £240 and sold at 240. At £240. At £240 on sale and gone at 240. At £240 and £50 we have, and 60. At 260. At £260. At 260 then. £260 then for the first. 260 for the second. Third and last time, hammers dropping at 260. 197, the Vauxhall Victor.
It will run, I think I did mention on the video, it will run off intravenous.
Right.
But it won't pull any fuel through.
Charlie's just said it will run if you intravenously feed it, but it just won't pull the fuel up from the tank. So make of that what you will, a blockage, a pipe, whatever it might be. In fact, it's a better car than that photograph suggests.
Yeah, we washed it off for the picture.
Yeah,
for the video.
it is, in actual fact. It probably wants another set of photographs, if I'm honest with you. I don't think...
Them, to be fair, but...
All right, I don't think that does it justice. It is actually a far better car than those photographs suggest. But anyway, there you go. If you've seen the car, you'd have already worked that out for yourself, wouldn't you? There you go then. Where we're going to be, £4,000, thank you, 4,000, at £4,000, 4,2, 4,4, 4,4, 4,6, 4,006, 4,8, £4,800, at 4,800, at £4,800 for the Vauxhall Victor, at 4,800. At £4,800. It's not a bad car at all, this, you know. At 4,008. At £4,800. At 4,008. At £4,800. Then are we there at 4,008. I'll take 100 if it helps. If not, it's £4,800. Then are we all done? At £4,800. Then are we finished at £4,800. 48. Moving on to 198 is the Honda Civic Coupe. Here we are. Not a toupee, a coupe. There we are. Where are we going to be on that? Lady owned and entered. There you go, 83,000 miles, I think. Second owner. She's Lady Jean there. She's second owner from 27,000 onwards. You might have to just mention to Jack about giving the dogs a wee, if you wouldn't mind. Josh, give the dogs a little run out. There you go. We have got some bids there. We've got, it's cheap, isn't it, that? £1,100, then £1,100 we've got. £1,100, it's worth every penny, I would suggest. £1,100 we have. £1,100, then that is a provisional bid at the moment. £1,100. £1,100 we have. £1,100. £1,100 then. £1,100 then we'll put you down, but it is provisional Essex at £1,100. £1,200. You're outbid. £1,200. 13, you're back in again, 13, one more bid and I can put it on sale. Provisional at the moment, one more bid, as promised, on sale, 1,400. £1,500 we've got, 1,500. £1,500 bid at 1,500, at £1,500 then, at 1,500, £1,500. At £1,500 then, she's on sale, she's off to Essex there, hammers coming down, be warned, at £1,500. 199, the Pratt's Perfection sign. Who's going to start me at £100 then? Anyone going to start me at 100? She's got a bit of patina on that old girl, isn't she? There you are. But it's got to be worth 100 quid of anyone's money. You tell me, 100 anywhere. If not, we'll move on. We've still got another 101 to do. £100 bid. £100 we've got. At £100 bid. At £110. At £110. At £110 and 120. At £120, at £120 then, and 120, 130, at £130, at 130 then, provisionally sold then at 140, 140, 140, £140 then, at 140, 150, 150, at £150, at £150 then, at 150, 160, 160, at 170, 170, £170, 180, 180, 180 then, are we there? at 190. 190. 190, £200, you might own it. I'm going to put it down provisional then at £200 to Stockton-on-Tees at £200. Provisionally sold then. Hammers coming down. Oh, 210. 210. 210. 210. Same applies then. Barnsley, provisional, 210. Hammers coming down. It's down. Lot number 200. Now we're nearly there. Just a mere 100 to go. The Derby, the little VW Derby, and what a little sweetie she is. Lovely. Some lovely paperwork upstairs as well. I also had a long conversation with a reporter from, not the Daily Express, I can't think where it was this week. Smashing guy. I've got his number saved in my phone. Who'd obviously been looking through a car journalist who'd been looking through our itinerary and spotted the little Derby and done a piece. I'll find out what publication it was, because it would be nice to add the piece to the car's history folder. He was very interested and extremely knowledgeable, in all fairness. Very, very knowledgeable gentleman. Yeah, there we are. So, where are we going to be? You tell me. We have got £6,000 on that screen there. £6,000, 61, 6,001, 61, 62, at £6,200, at 6,002, 6,002, 62, £6,200 we've got, 62 there. County Tyrone, 6,002, £6,200, 63, Chelmsford, 63, 6,003, 64, 6,400, £6,400 bid. It's provisional at the moment at 64, 65, 65, Daily Express I think it was, 65, 66, 6,006, 6,600, provisional at 6,600. She's a right time warp of a car, 6'7", 6'8", it's a collector's car, 6'8", 6,008, 6'9", 6'9", £7,000, £7,000. She's a thing of beauty and a joy forever. That's £7,000, £7,000. It's provisional. Are we all there then? £7,000. Then we'll put the offer forward at £7,000. Hammers coming down at £7,000. No, too late, Chelmsford. Sorry. Too late. I didn't rush the one through. Sorry. £7,000 provisional to Ireland. 201 is the Ford Cortina Super. Again, we've been asked to submit the best bid on this one, which we will. Those figures are maybe a little bit optimistic, but so we'll start it down. Then who's going to start me at £3,000? Who's going to jump in at £3,000? Just change that to 3 for us, Josh. Good lad. Not current bid. That's an asking. Just Charlie, just show you where to put it. We're just getting all staff members up to speed with various aspects of what we do, ladies and gentlemen. So just be a little patient, because the first time that Josh has been on the system, he'll pick it up quickly. But there's no other way of doing it other than on the job, sadly. All right then, mate? I know we are, mate, and you're doing well. Good lad. There you are then, 3,000 asking. Who wants to jump in at £3,000? I'm not starting any lower, but I'll put a sneaky bid in at 3,000 should you wish. If not, we'll move on. We've still got some more, and you will have to speak to the girls upstairs in the office. Are we all there then? Have a word with the girls upstairs in the office then on 201. In the meantime, we're going to move on to 202. Which is another little thing of beauty. Look at that, the little Suzuki Super Carry. There we are, loads of bids on my screen, 5 bids on that screen, 2 bids on that screen, taking us to 5,001 from Penrith there. Josh, there we are, £5,100 we've got, £5,100 bid, 5,100 we've got, 5,2 says Mark, 5,002 with Mark, 5,002 with Mark, 5,3 with Andy. Andy, sorry mate, I think Penrith might have just jumped in and beat you, is it? No? Hang on a minute, let's just let it settle down. Give me a second. 5-5, Penrith. 5-6, Andy.
Yeah, that's it. Happy.
5-7's gone. 5-7's gone. 5-8 is Andy. Get ready, Josh. 5-8's gone. 5-9, just beat you in, Mark. Braintree, Essex, just beat you in here. 6,000, Andy. So 6 is Andy's bid. 6-1, Mark. 6-1 is Mark. No question, 6-1. 6-2 is Andy. 6-2, leave it as it is. 6-2 is Andy. 6-3 is Mark. 6-4 is Andy. Hit the floor button, that's it. 6-4 is Andy. Floor button again. 65 is Mark. 66, floor button. 66, Andy's bid at the moment. Andy's bid at 6,006. Floor bid, 66 then, at £6,600. Internet bid, 67. Floor bid, 68. 6,008. 6-8. Just you to get a busy one, mate. £6,800. You're doing well. £6,800. 6,008. Your bid, Andy, at £6,800. Make it clear. Cumbria's come back in at 6-9. Andy's come back in at 7. Good job it's not me doing it. It'd be about £77,000 to the United States at the moment. By the time I'm all fingers and thumbs, I am. £7,000. Andy's bid. £7,000. It's Andy's bid. At 7-1 is Cumbria. 7-2. Floor bid. Josh, 7-2. I assume it's still called a floor bid button there, isn't it? Yeah, I'm just shouting out just to help you, Josh. 7-2. Andy's bid at 7-2. 7-2. 7-3 is a Cumbria bid, internet bid. 7-5. Two stabs of the floor button. 7-5. 7-5. Cumbria, you're out. Our telephone bidder is in. And Josh is doing well considering you've never done it before. Good lad. 7-5. 7-5. 7-5. Just like bingo went on Thursday night, mate. That's what it's like. 7,005. Andy's bid then. I'm going to wrap it up then at £7,500. 7-6. Cumbria's back in at 7-6. £8,000, says Andy. Keep pressing that floor button. £8,000. That'll do the trick, Andy, won't it? We'll see. £8,000. Is that done the floor? Is that done the trick, Cumbria? £8,000. £8,000. £8,000 we've got. I think it might have done. I'm going to pull the lever now then. You've had a chance then, everybody. £8,000. It's Andy's bid. £8,000 then. Hammer's coming down. Be warned when it's gone. It's gone. I'm not rushing you. It's going to go. It's gone. Put my dog away for us, Mick, would you? Put my dog away. It's Doug. Sorry, though, gentlemen, but my dog's having a little bit of a wander around. Bless him, he's a lovely boy. There we are then. 203. 203 is, when it comes up, is the BP motor oil sign. There you go then. BP motor oil sign, where we're going to be. Is it on aluminium or something, Cal? Ali? Bit of Ali plate, is it? There you go then. £10, £20, £30 we got, 30, 40, £50 on the way. Up £50 then, up £50 then, are we all done at 50? Up £50 then, up £50 then, £50 bid. Up £50, £50 then, are we all done and dusted at £50? Up £50 then, £60 I've got. Up £60 then, Hammer's coming down at £60 then, off she goes. £60 then, are we done and dusted at £60? 70. £70 then, at £70 we've got. At £70 then, at £70 then, at 70. At £70, at £70 then, off she goes, she's on sale. At £70 then, away she goes at £70. 204 is the VWB tool, here we are. I've got some bids here, there's some bids there. We've got 3 bids on the screen at £3,000. 2 more buttons then, Josh, please. We've got 2.8 there, we've got 2.9, we've got £3,000 here. £3,000 and then 3.1. That's it, 3,001. I'd hit the button again at 3.2 because look, we've got a 3.2 there. 3,287.
Hang on.
Can you get that bidder there for me? Look, £3,200. There you go, 3287. Darlington, £3,200. There you go, at £3,200. At 3,002. At £3,200 then. Darlington, you're in there at 3,200. At £3,200, are we all done? At 3,200 then. 3-3. Pickering, just round the corner. Pickering, there we are, 3,003. 3,003 then, at £3,300 then. Hammer's coming down at £3,300. Are we all done? Sold round the corner, that's a local one. And 205, the hand-painted on wood, Shell, motor oil, Popeye sign. There you go. Another wall filler. £20 we've got. £20, £30 bid. At £30 then 30. 30, £40. At £40 then. At £40 and away at 40. At £40, are we all done at 40? Off she goes then at £40 then. Hammer's coming down at £40 and away at £40. 206, the Honda CB750. Lovely looking bike, isn't it? I like the colours. There she is. The vendor informs us that she's a CB750 KO model with matching numbers. That's nice, Sean, thank you. Matching numbers bike as well. There we are then. £6,500 we've got there, Josh, at 65 bid. £6,500 at 6,500. There we are, at £6,500. Provisional bid then at the moment at 65. At £6,500 then provisional. £6,500. We'll have a conversation. We'll see what we can do for you at £6,500. Provisional. Lot number 207, the SS100 Jaguar Barn Fine model. There we are. She's a lovely little model. There she is. Look at that. A thing of beauty. There we are. Lovely, Michael. There we are. Where are we going to be on that? £100 of the way, thank you, at £100. At £100 then we've got 110, 120, 130. At £130 bid. At 130 then. At 130. At £130. Are we all done at 130? He needs a bit more. We'll have to move on to 208, which is a mini Chelsea. There you go. A little mini Chelsea.
Nice little car, that.
Nice little car, says Charlie. Mini Chelsea. There you go. She's on a category there, Charlie. She's on a category D, but that's a low category, is that, isn't it? She's a low one.
Purchased from us a few years ago now.
Ah, yes.
I know the vendor. I picked it up. Had it recommissioned. I think she's got 12 months ticket on it as of last month.
Yeah. It has. Yeah.
So
it's a June MOT till next year.
She's ready to go, really.
There you go then. Supplied from us before.
Do we know why that was down to Josh's phone when there's a bid there? Sold down to Josh's office board when there was that there.
I may have made a mistake.
Right.
Yeah, I can't remember.
Is that one? Yeah.
Do we sort it or not?
I did it, to be fair, you sold it.
Oh, okay, mate. There you go. So where are we going to be on that? You tell me. £6,000 then. At £6,000 we've done. At 6,000. At £6,000 we've got £6,000 then 61. At 6,001, 62. 6,200. At £6,200. At £6,200 then. At 6,200, cheap little mini. At 62, she's ready to go. She's got an MOT until next June. At £6,300. At 6,003. At £6,300. £6,300 then. £6,300 then, are we all there? At 6,003, 6,400, 6,400, at 6,004 and 5, 6,005, at 6,500, at £6,500, 6,600, 66 we've got, 67, £6,700, at 6,007 and 8, 6,8, 6,900, 6,009, £7,000 bid at £7,000, 7,100, 7,100 at £7,100, at 7,000. I'm sure it'll come with and see. We'll try for you at 7,001. I'll have to put it down provisional. Oh, 7,2's coming from Darlington. 7,002, 7,3 with and see back in. 7,3. 7,4 Darlington, 7,5 Willency. Well, I've got instructions to sell from this point Willency, so that's a bonus. 7,005, 7,6, 7,7, 7,7 I have at 7,7, in Withensea at £7,700. Then Hammer's going to come down at 7.7. It's off to Withensea. Oh, 7.8. 7.9. 7.9 we've got. 7.9. 7.9 in Withensea. 7.9. 7,009. Have you been to that nuclear bunker at Withensea? It's quite interesting. 7,009. £8,000 bid. £8,000. 8-1.
What'd you go there for?
Because I'm interested in nuclear bunkers.
Oh, really?
8,100. £8,100. £8,100 we've got. £8,100. What's wrong with you, John Boy? £8,100. £8,100. £8,100. We've got the same weird sense of humour, you and I, haven't we? £8,100. £8,200. 8,002. 8,003. 8,003. 8,300. £8,300, and are we all done? It's off to Withensea again at 8,300 then. Are we there? Hammer's coming down. Don't moan when it goes bang. 8,003. Withensea, we got there in the end. 209 is the BMW double-sided light-up box, Michael. We have got 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 110, 120 on that screen there. Oh, £120 and sold. 120, 130 I have. 130 then. Oh, £130 then. Are we all done? 130. Oh, 130 then. Hammer's coming down at £130 and off she goes. Ooh, thought there might be a bid then. 210 is what you need today, judging by the weather outside that door. The Jordan Racing umbrella that has probably been held up by a lot more attractive people than you, Michael. There you go, I would suggest. There you go, where we're going to be on that. You tell me. You tell me then. Look at that. One of those pit dollies might have had that, Michael. There you go. Where are we going to be? You tell me. £10 we've got. At £10 then. At £10 then. At £10. At £10 then. At £10. £10, £20 we've got at £20. At £20 then. At £20 bid. At £20 then. At £20 then. At £20. At £20 then. We'll see what Mark says at £20 then. At £20 then. Off she goes at £20. Provisional at £20. 211 is the New Holland box. There we are. New Holland agricultural box. There we are. Where's that, Michael? There we are. Is it on display somewhere? Oh, is it? There you are. It's on display at the front there. You'll see it on the screen. Where are we? You tell me. £100 bid. £110. Oh, 110, 110, 110, 110, 110, 110. That's cheap enough. £110. Oh, £110. Hit the bait. That's it. £110. Oh, £110 then. Oh, 110, 110 then. Are we all done? Oh, £110. Provisional 110 and 212. The little Kubota, I believe, isn't it? There she is. Look at that. Hopefully we don't need that snow plough in the rush. We don't want any of that stuff on there, do we? There we are. Little Kubota. There she is. Little B5000 Kubota. Little sweetie. There. Where are we going to go on that then? You tell me. £1,000 away, thank you, at £1,000. At £1,000 we have. At 1,000 then. At £1,000 bid. At £1,100 at Barnsley. 11, 12. £1,200, cheap little tractor. 1,200 at 1,200. £1,300 at 13. 14, 14. At 14, £1,500 bid at 15. £1,500 we've got. £1,500, that's provisional at 1,500. At £1,500, then are we all done? At £1,500 for the first, second, third, 16. Barnsley, 16. 16 to Barnsley, 1,600. 17. Hexham at 1,700. 1,700. 1,008. 1,008. Back down in Kent at 1,800. £1,800 we have. Oh, 1,008. I'll put it down to you. Oh, no, I won't, Kent. Sorry, it's going back up to Northumberland at 1,900. £1,900. Up to Northumberland at 19. I can put it on sale with one more bid. One more bid, ladies and gentlemen, I can put it on sale. £2,000, as promised, Ken, it's on sale. It's going. There you go, Charlie, it's off somewhere or another. At £2,000, then are we all done? At £2,000 then for the first, £2,000 for the second, third and last time. When the hammer goes down, it's gone. It's gone. 213 is the little Yammy. There she is. Oh, little that Yammy 100, there she is. Little, oh, I like these little Yammy 100s, and lovely little thing, aren't they? There she is. Where we're going to be on that, we've got some bids. We've got 4 bids on this screen, taking us to 950. I've got £1,000 on my sheet here. Please, Josh, £1,000 bid. £1,000 bid, I'll take a 50 anywhere. £1,000 I've got on my bids. At £1,000 here. At £1,050, at £1,050, at £1,050 then, that's a cheap little bite, at £1,050, at £1,050 we have, at £1,050 then, off to Rochdale at £1,050 then, cheap little bite then at £1,050 then, hammers coming down at £1,050, £1,100 I've got, £1,100, £1,100, £1,150, £1,150, £1,200 Cardiff, £1,200, £1,200 in Cardiff, £1,250 Scarborough bid. Good afternoon, Scarborough, £1,250 at £1,250, £1,250 at £1,250, £1,300. How far down's Cardiff? At £1,300.
Right down the bottom.
Is it?
Long way.
Is it? Oh, I've got a couple of bits to pick up from down that way then. 30, don't come up without ringing me, Cardiff. At 1,300, at £1,300 I've got. At 1,300, oh, I'm 50. No, I've got nothing to pick up from Scarborough. At 1,350, at 1,350, £1,400 I have. At 1,400, at £1,400, £1,400 then. Off to Cardiff, it would appear at £1,400. Hammers coming down at 14. Sold to Cardiff. But I have got a couple of bits down that way somewhere, Cardiff. I'll have a chat if you ring. So we've got 214 is the 1999 Chrysler. I'm quite sure what model it is, but there you go. She's certainly a converter bubble by the looks of things. There we are. We have got a couple of bids on the screen there. £1,000, £1,100 I've got on my screen here as well. £1,100, £1,100 I've got at £1,100. It's for sale. It's going to be sold. £1,100, cheap as. £1,100 then. £1,100. Are we all done? 11. £1,100 then. Off she goes. £1,100. Hammer's coming down at 11. Sold. £1,100. And Texaco. Gasoline filling station box, there we go then. There you go then, another little light box there. Where are we going to be? You tell me who's going to start me at £80. Get £80 typed in, Josh, and away we go. £80, who's going to start me at 80? Oh, an asking bid, sorry Josh, an asking at 80. Asking at 80. We just, and then change that to 80, we're getting there.
Yeah.
Bear with me boys and girls at home, I'm going to ask £80 in a minute as soon as Josh... Here we go. There we are. £80 starting. Who's going to start me at £80 then? That's cheap enough, isn't it? Someone jump in at 80. If not, we'll move on. We've still got 85 left to go. If not, we will move on and move on. £80 bid. Just £80 we've got. £80. Next one's 90. Josh. £80 we've got. £80 bid. £80 bid. £80 then. At £80. £80 we've got. £80 bid. £80 bid. £80 then at £80. At £80 then, £80 will put you down provisional then at £80. Are we all done? At £80. Provisional £80. 215 is a lovely little Unos which sits up in your shed, Michael. Nice little car. Bonny little car that. And we've got bids here. Oh, I think I know the lady who entered this, Daphne. I think I do know Daphne. If it's a Daphne I'm thinking of. Hello, good afternoon, Daphne, if it is you. If it's not, good afternoon, Daphne, anyway. We've got some bids there on the screen. We've got some bids here on my notes. So we might as well go straight to that one there, please, Josh, at £2,000. So we've got £2,000. Then we've got 2-1, 2-2, 2-3, 2-4, 2-5, 2-6, 2006, 2-7, 2-8, 2-9, 3,000. £3,000, 3-1, 3-2, 3-3, 3-4, 3,400. 3,400, please. That should take us to that one at 3,500. Yes, that's where we are at £3,500. That's that one there, isn't it? 7,500. Oh, okay. 3,500. 3,600. 3,700 I've got. 3,800. Take that bid again at 3,008, please, Dosh. 3,008. Oh yeah, we've got it. We've got it. That's okay. We've got it at 3,800. 2 seconds, Erica. Josh is just learning on the job here. 3,008. That's it. That's that one there, isn't it? 7. Oh yeah, I see.
Yeah.
3,008. 3,900. Yes, I've got 3,800. Do you want 3,900? Yep, 3,009. Erica's bid at 3,009. £3,900. 3,009. £4,000 coming? No. 3,900 I've got. 3,900 I've got. £4,000 bid in Chelmsford. £4,000. £4,000 we've got. 4,100. Erica's says 4,100. £4,000. 4,100 we've got. 4,200's back up in Leeds. 4,200's back up in Leeds. 4,300. 4,300 with us here. Sorry, Chelmsford. Charlie, just interject there. 4,300 was Erica. 4,300 was Erica. That's it. 4,300 is Erica. You've just got to be quick on the buttons. 4,400. Chelmsford, thank you for bearing with us. That's correct. 4,400. 4,400 we've got in Essex, Chelmsford. 4,500 is with Erica. Yep. Too slow, that one. 4,500. 4,500. She beat you in there, Leeds. 4,005. 4,600 back in Chelmsford. Get ready with the button. 4,700. Floor bid. 4,700 we've got. That's Erica's floor bid. Leeds, you're out. Chelmsford, you're out. Erica, you're in. 4,007. 4,700. Not stressful at all, Josh. 4,007. At £4,700. We've all got to start somewhere. At £4,700, it's Erica's bid. At £4,700, then I'm going to pull the lever. At £4,700, make it crystal clear. It's Erica's telephone bid at £4,700. Erica, £4,700. Well done. And lot number 217, the RAC double-sided light-up sign. There we are. That looks a nice period box. There we go. We've got £80 bid straight away. £80 bid and sold at 80. £80 bid at £80, then 80. £80 we've got. £80 bid. I'll take a. Yep, there. I'll take the £90 bid. £90 we've got. At £90 then. At £90 and £100 then at 100. At £100 then at £100. At £110. At 110. At £110. At 110, 120, at £120, 130, 130, £130 then we have at 130, £130, 140, 140, 150, £150, nice period sign. Be sure and turn it round. I should have mentioned it. Look, there you go. She's a wall. She's a hanging, but she wants to go again a wall, didn't she? 160, 170, 170. You two don't ever take up ballroom dancing. Don't ever take up ballroom dancing, because honestly, or do, because it'll be quite comical. 170, a £170 bid. Especially if it's on ice. I would pay to see that. Yeah, 170 we've got. At 170, at 170, 180, at £180, 190, 190, 190, at £190. At £190, then are we all done at 190? Hammers coming down, then are we all finished at £190? 200. At £200. At £200, 210. At 210. 210 we've got then, it's off to Coxo at £210 then. Hammers coming down at £210. Sold at 210. A 218 is a 1955 Land Rover. Look at that, she's a thing of beauty, isn't she? Look at that. Where are we going to be on that? £6,000 straight away. Josh, thank you at £6,000. £6,000 we've got. £6,000, 6-1, 6,001 and 2, 6-2, 6,002. Cheap Land Rover that. £6,200 then at 6,002. At 6,200. At £6,200. at 6,002. 6,200 pound then. Are we all done at 6,200 pound? At 6,300 pound. Stoke in Trent, 6,003. Very provisional Stoke, as you can understand, at 6,003. 6,300 pound we have. 6,300 pounds then. We'll put you down provisional then at 6,300 pounds. 6,4. 6,4. Skegness. 6,004 at Skeggy. 6,5 Stoke. 6,500 at 6,500 at 6,500 pound. At 6,500 pound, then are we there at 6,600 pound? At 6,006. Years since I've been to Skegness.
So we're going to a nuclear bunker and Skegness.
Yeah. 6,007 Stoke-on-Trent. 6,007.
And Ireland as well for the Moggy.
And where?
And Ireland for the Moggy as
Oh
well.
yeah, we're going all over, aren't we?
Yeah,
I'm off
doing
next
some-
week.
Doing some miles.
6,700 pound at 6,007. At 6,007, it's with you, Stoke at 6,700. It remains provisional at 6,700 pounds. Provisional, 6,007. On the subject of provisionals, let's do some of these. I keep getting past these. I mentioned this morning when I started, you'll see that we convert over 95% of all provisionals. So on that basis, lot number 52, that lovely TVR, that's been sold. Lot number 68, the very sensibly priced Pilgrim, the AC Cobra replica, if you recall that earlier on, that's been sold. Lot number 107, the salvage box sign. I think Paul had that one. 72, a little MGB, not sure which one it is, but she's found a new home. 126, a little Mini Cooper, that's also been sold. Lot number 58, the Austin A30, that's been sold. Lot number 59, the AA sign, that's also been sold. Lot number 53, the Rally bike sign, that's also found a new home. Sold. Thank you very much. There's some more to do later on. I'll go through them as I can. Lot number 219 is the 64 Ford Corsair. There you go. There she is.
Been stood a little while, I believe.
Been stood a little while, says Charlie.
Came in as a non-runner.
Yep.
Chucked a jump pack on it, gave it a squirt of easy start. She cranked straight up and kept running on the old stale fuel that it does
Ooh,
have
there
in
you
it.
go.
And it will actually make a car. I did do a fairly honest video on it.
Good lad.
And
Charlie was
the
here
more
when
you
it
look around
arrived.
the better it gets, to be fair.
Yep. Arrived as technically a non-runner. The lads put a jump pack on it, sprayed a bit of fuel in. She started and ran, and even ran on the old stale fuel that's in there. And Charlie was saying it actually is a better car than first impressions suggest, and it will make a car. There you go then. There's a little bit of background for you, but you make up your own minds. We can just give you a little bit of a heads up, but there you go. Where are we going to be on that, you tell me? I've got £3,000 there, Josh. We'll take that one. At £3,000 then, thank you. At £3,000 we've got 3,031. At 3,001, 32. At 3,200. At 3,002 and 3, 33. At 3,300 then at 33. At 3,300. At £3,300 then at 33. That's not dear, is it? At 33. At 3,300. At £3,300 are we all done at 3,003. £3,300 then. Fair warning at £3,300. Excuse me. 33, very provisional. 220, hand-painted Suzuki spare sign. Michael? Hand-painted Suzuki spare sign. There we are, I can see it there. There you are. Hand-painted, ladies and gentlemen, be wary. There you are, hand-painted, there you are. We've got 9 bids on this screen, taking us to £180. £180 I've got here. At £180 bid. At 180. At £180 bid. Then at 180 then. At £180. £180 bid. At 180. At £180. We just let Josh just sort that bit out. 180 I've got, that's it, you're there. At £180 then. At £180 are we all done? 190. £190 bid at 190. At £190. At £190 are we all done at 190. At 190 for the first. For the second, third and last time, hammers coming down at 190. Sold, 190. Thank you, Charlie. And lot number 221, the hand-painted Ford service sign, a wall filler we call them. That's what they are. £30 on the way, thank you, £30, £40. At £40 bid, £40 then, at £40 then, are we all done at 40? At £40 then, hammers coming down at £40, are we all done and dusted? £40, cheap enough at £40, £50 in Driffield. £50 bid, at £50 then, at 50, at £50 then, £50 off to Driffield, off it goes at £50. So, lot number 222, the Ford Zodiac, aircraft hangar, aircraft carriers, my dad calls them, there you go. 1967, Mark IV, automatic, there we are. It's just reading a little bit about it here. Roger's supplied a nice bit of information there about it. There you go, we've got lots of interest here on my sheet, there's interest there on there. We've got 10 bids on that screen, you can see at home, which takes us to 6,750, Josh. Do you want to be getting that typed in? 6,750 is where we are. Brilliant, there you go. 6,750, 6,750, £7,000 bid. At £7,000 I've got. 7-1, £7,000, 7-1. Just change that, that's it, 7-1, floor bid, £7,100 we have on my sheet. They're called floor bids on that computer, that's it, 7,001. At 7,001 I've got, 7,001, 7,001, I'm going to sell it at £7,100, we all done. At £7,100 then, bidder number 600,352. At £7,100 then, she's on sale. At £7,100 then, are we all done and dusted? At £7,100. Sold 7-1, top right hand corner, Charlie, with all the underbidders there as well. Lot number 223, the Aston Martin, double-sided light-up sign. There you go, on display says Michael, 4 bids on the screen, taking us to £100. £100 we've got, and there's a 110 bid there. Look, Josh, £100 floor, there you go, 110, good lad. £110 we've got, 110, 120 coming through at £120. At £120 then, at 120, 130, 130 and on sale and sold at 130. £130 then, off she goes at 130. At £130 bid. At 130 then, hammers coming down almost at 140. 140. At 140. £140 then, are we all done? 150 I see. There you go, 150. £150 bid. At 150. At £150 then. All done and dusted at 150. When the hammer goes down, it's gone. 150, 160. I thought I saw it coming. At 160. At 160. At £160. £160. Down in Dartford, good afternoon mate, down there, £160 then, are we all there? At £160, 170. 170, Dartford, you're out. 170. £170. At 170. Are we done? At 170 then. Hammers coming down at 170 then. Fair warning. You've had your time at 170 then. So, 224 is a lovely little Suzuki Jimny. Look at this. She's a thing of beauty, isn't she?
Proper clean little Jimny.
Proper clean little truck, says Charlie. Nice little truck, says Michael. There you go. That's our bit of advice. Make your own mind up, see what you think. But 2 of us think she's a bonny little thing. And I've got loads of bids here, so other people obviously think she's a bonny little thing. We have got 3, 3-2, 3-4, 3-6, 3-8, 4,000, 4-2, 4-4, 4-6, 4-8. £4,800 there. Josh at 4,008. I'll take £100 bid. £4,800 we've got. 4,008. I'll take £100 bid. 4,008. 4-9. Young Andrew down there at 4-9. £5,000 bid on my sheet. £5,000. £5,000. You are out. £5,000. At £5,000 then, £5,100, 5,001 on my right at 5,001, £5,100 on my right at £5,100, at £5,100 are we all done? 5-2 in Durham, 5-2, 5-3, floor bid, 5-3, 5,003, £5,300 on my right, 5-4 in Durham, 5-4 in Durham. 5-5, floor bid, 5,005, 5,500, 5-6 in Durham, 5-7 on my right, 5-7 on my right, 5-7, 5-7. On my right, 5-7, 5,007, 5-8 in Durham, 5-9 on my right, 5,900, at 5,009. Do you want 6 Durham? If not, we're going at 5-9. Durham wants £6,000. 61, 61, 61. You're out, Durham. 61, 6,001, £6,100. Thank you for your bids. It's here with me on my right at 61 at the moment. Durham's back in at 62. 63 I've got. 63. 6-3. 6,003. At 6,300. Are we all done? Durham, you're done. Thank you for your bids. £6,300 on my right at £6,300. Sold to the Bangers and Cash team at £6,300. Well done. There you go. 225. It was a Yankee 2-ton engine hoist and Sealy folding engine crane. There you go. There you go. Engine crane and stand. We have got 160, 170, 180, 190, £200 bid. At £200 I've got £200, £200 then, £200, £200. 220, there you go, that's it, £220, I'll take a tenner if it helps, 220, at £220, at 220, 230, 230, 240, 240, £240, Belfast, 240, 240, don't forget I've got a good man come backwards and forwards, Kieran, 240, he'll ship that over there for you, £240, then off to Belfast, and we all done at £240. Sold 240, 226 is the MGB. Now this is the one I like. I know, this is the one I like. Yeah, I think this is right up my street. This one. There you go. This will be the one that I would pick over there today, and it's lot number 226 is 1975 MGB in yellow, and she's a bonny car. We've got 21 bids on this screen here. At 6,250, then we've got 6,250, 6,500, 6,750, 6,750. Just let Josh and Charlie catch up. Josh's first day in the silly seat, he's just learning. We've got 6,750, Josh, at the moment. 6,750. 6,750, thank you very much. 6,750, £7,000 bid, £7,000, 7,250. 7,250, 7,500, 7,500, 7,750. Next one's 8,000. I'll take 100 from here on, Josh. I'll take 100 if it helps anyone. Just lower that bottom figure. We've got £8,000. I'll take 8,1. 8,1 says Alan down there. Just beat you in, Norwich. You shouted up down there on our phones. 8,1. 8,2 Hastings. 8,3, 8,4, 8,5's with me on my sheet. 8,5 here on my sheet. Josh is here with me. 8,5, 8,5's here with me. Everybody's out, apart from me. Norwich, you're back in at 8,6. Ramsbottom, you're in at 8,7. Doesn't say where you are, but you're 8,8, 8,9. Norwich. £9,000. 9,1 coming in. I thought so. 9,1, 9,2, 9,2, 9,2. I've got 9,2, 9,3, 9,4, 9,4. 9,5, 9,6, 9,6, 9,600, 9,600. Who's that, Josh? Can we have a name, please? Norman. Your bid, Norman, at 9,600. 9,600. You'll have some fun with this, mate. £9,600, then are we all done and dusted? Hammer's coming down then at £9,600, are we all done? Oh, 9,7. 9,8. 9,8. Sounded a bit like Suits You, sir, then, didn't it, really? Ooh, Suits You, sir. 9,008. 9,008. Are we there at £9,800? At £9,800 then, the hammer's coming down, be warned. At £9,800 she's off. At £9,800, I believe it's Norman's bid at 9.8. Sold at 9.8, good lad, well done. 227 is a pair of enamel RAC learner plates. I could think of a use for these, but anyhow, I won't say anything. There we are. Where are we going to be? We've got 4 bids on there at £75. £75 there at £75 and sold at 75. At 75, Jackie, you got it? At £75 and sold and done and away at 75. Are we all done? At £75. Hammer's coming down at £75. Sold. Lot number 228, the 2001 Audi S8 4.2 Quattro. There she is. That's a fair machine, isn't it? We've got 8 bids on my screen. That takes us to £4,000. Then I've got 4-1, 4-2, 4-3, £4,300 here. At 4,003. At £4,300 bid. 4,003. £4,300. Make sure I'm missing no one. 4,300. At 4,003. Are we all done at 4-3? 4,003. 4-4. 4-5. 4,005. 4,005. £4,500 got. At 4,005. 4,500. Are we all done? At 4,500. 4-6. 4-7. 4-7 I have. 4-7. 4-7. 4-8. 4-9. 4-9. £5,000 on the phones at 5,000. 5-1. 5-1. 5-1. 5-1 I've got. 5-1. 5-2. Jacko, 5-250. 5-250 with me. 5-250 with me. £5,250 with me. Bidder number 600389.
You'd think it was a detective, wouldn't you?
5,250. $5,250. I'm going to. Is that a bid? You want 5-3? You sure? £5,300. David's bid. 5,003 is your bid. I'm out at £5,300. 5,003. David's bid at 5,300. Are we all there now? 5,300. It's David's bid, missing no one at £5,300. It's with David at 53. Sold with Dave at 53. Underbidders there, obviously, and all the other underbidders. So the little lot number 229, shall I say, the 2020, the little Mazda MX-5 RF Sport. There you are. Look, that's a fancy little thing. Last service the 4th of June 2025. There you go, so basically just been serviced. New front and rear brake pads, new rear brake discs. There you go. MOT'd until June 2026. Away we go. Where are we going to be? Who's going to start me? We'll take that £12,000 there, Jack. I know it's a bit of a way off, but we'll start. £12,000 I've got there. Next one's and a half. Don't go up in ones, for God's sake, we'll be here all day. £12,000 we've got, but it's very provisional. 12,500 with Mark down there at 12,500. At 12,500. I know it's off, but we'll try for you. 12,500 is your bid, Mark, but it is provisional, obviously. At 12,500. At £12,500. 12,500. We can try, can't we? 12,500. You can only say no. At £12,500, it's Mark's very provisional bid. At £12,500. Mark, very provisional. 230. is a little rain or also. There we are. And we've got 2 bids on the screen there, taking us to £220, please, Jack. At £220 we've got. At £220 then. At £220 and two. Oh no, I have to take that one back. We'll just take that back, Lester, because that's not fair. It should be 230 next, not 320. There you go. There you go. That's better. There you go. 220. There you go. Lester. An heart attack then, poor lad. Blimey. £230 we've got. 230 at £230. Submit the best bid we've been asked. 240. 240 at £240. We'll submit the best bid as we've been asked. I don't like doing too many of these, but we will this time. 240 at £240 bid at 240 at 240 at £240. Then we'll submit it as it said. Like I said, I'm not a lover of that. We need to know a bit more info than that. 240 though. We'll submit it. Off she goes in at £240. 240. 231. The AA York sign. There we are. AA York sign, Michael. There we are then. There you go, a later reproduction sign there. Where are we going to be on that? £50 bid, thank you, 50, £60 we've got. At £60 then, at £60 then, at £60. At £60 we have, at £60 then, £60. It's not you, is it?
No.
£60 bid at 60. I thought you were bidding there. At £60, I thought you had a use for it then. At £60 then, at £60 then, are we all done and dusted? At £60 then, for the first, second, third, and last time at £60.
I nearly had a heart attack then.
Now then, Mr. J. Where is he? Mr. Joynson. Your next run around. Look at that. Look at the weather. Look at the weather. Look at the car. Look at the weather. There we are then. So lot number 232. Lot number 232 is the Amphicar 770. There you go. These are fantastic, aren't they? I was absolutely over the moon when this came through on our internet, on our email thing. I thought we've got to try and do something with this, because where do you see these? So there you go. There she is. She's here with us. And she hasn't been in the water. But I love to see it in the water, so whoever does buy it, please keep us up to speed, because we would love to follow you, not literally into the water, but we'd love to follow you and come down that day and see how you get on, which will be super interesting, won't it? So we've got some bids here. I've got bids there. In fact, I better just refresh my screen, because there'll be some bids on there, no doubt. There is. There you go. So there we go then. So where are we going to be? We've got 22,005. Then we've got 22,523, please, go up in that. 23,000, £23,000, 5, 23,5, 23,5, 24, 5, 25, 5, 26, that 26 there, 5, 26, 5, 26, 5 I've got, 26, 5, 27,000. I'll quickly jump in with 27.5 for me, please. 27.5. 27.5. All eyes are on you, Morland, at 27.5. We need a moron to link in with what I've said on the thing. 28. Just gone. Just gone. 28's gone. 28.5. 28.5 on Alan. 28.5. 28.5 we've got. 28.5. 29. 29. I'm amazingly disappointed in you, Morland. At 20, but then I'm sure most of your teachers have said that over the 29,500. 29,500.
Was that with us?
Yes.
Yeah, it was apparently while I was gassing. They were working. £30,000 we've got. £30,000. I'll take a 250 if it helps. I'll take a 250, Jacko. 30,250. Do the same again for the internet. 30,250. 30,250. It's your bid, Alan, at 30,250. Has he by chance got a waterfront property? Brilliant. 30,250, 30,500, 30,500, 30,750. More than we can follow this, can't we? We're definitely going to follow this. There you go. I've just heard we're definitely going to follow it. Not over to Calais. But we're going to follow it somewhere. Yeah. 31,000. So hopefully, has he got a face for radio, or is he fairly attractive? Has he got a face for radio? Because we want to follow it with the cameras. Better still. There you go. Get a blue light on top. Rapid response. 31 we've got. 31 against you, Alan, at the moment. 31. 31. 250. 31 250. 31 250 with Alan's phone. The paramedic on the phone there at 31 250. You can just see this with a reflective stripe down the side. 31 5. 31 5. 31 750. 30, you can hear a pin drop here. 31 750. 31 750. Don't blow off, Jacko, whatever you do. 32. Who's in hide, please? Ryan. I wish you were here, mate. But anyway, thanks very much for your bids. Ryan, 32,000. 32 250. What do you think, Ryan? 32 250 we've got. 32 500. 32 500. 32 750. 32 33,000. 33. 33 250. Oh, this is the worst bit, isn't it? Because someone's going to have to come second, aren't they? They don't like this bit. 33 500. 33 5. 33 750. 33 750. 34 from Ryan. 34 250. Yeah, not now, tell him. No, 34 5. 34 750. 34 750. Well, that gentleman sees how precious life is, doesn't he? Let's be fair, paramedic. £35,000, and you only live once. £35,000 we've got. $35 I've got from Ryan in Cheshire. 35 250. 35 250. I'm going to come on this photo shoot. You listening, Morland? I'm going to come with you and do this one. Definitely. 35 5. 35. Yeah, I can't swim, but 35. Hopefully, I won't need to, will I? It's a general idea. 35 750. 35 750. 36. 36. Oh. 36. £36,000. It's Ryan in Cheshire at 36,000. Are we there? Are we letting him sail away into the sunset? At £36,000, and it's Ryan down in Cheshire. He's been trying real hard as well at £36,000. Are we there then? Are you sure? When it goes bomb, it's gone at £36,000. Then Hammer's coming down at £36,000. Are we there? It's off to Ryan in Cheshire at £36,000. Off it goes, £36,000. Well done. I'm looking forward to meeting up with you, Ryan. I think it's fantastic. Brilliant. Well done. Get you on TV. Brilliant. Good lad. Where are we now? This one here. I'm all excited now. 2 3 3. Do you want to have a go, Jacko? You have a go. Jacko's just going to come on and do a few.
Come on for a bit. Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. Have you read these souls out yet? I haven't read any. No, we'll read a few of these out then quickly. Lot number 159, the Fina sign. Been sold 155, a mini sign. Also sold 157, the Lions Cake sign. 168, 1946 MG. 136, the Ford Capri. 143, the Jaguar XK8. 148, the Mod 1000. 142, the Lotus. 152, the David Brown Tractor. And 177, the Jaguar XF. There you go, it just goes to show, get your provisionals in, and obviously we convert the majority. There's a team downstairs working very hard. Moving on to lot number 233, look, the BFL plastic petrol pump globe. There we go, look, little plastic one there, look, as you can see, to my right hand side. Where are we then? Someone start me, I've got 40 pound bid, then and away at 40 pound bid. £40 bid then for the little plastic petrol pump globe. £40 bid then. £40 bid, are we all done there at £40? £40 bid. £40 bid. £50 bid then on the net at 50. £50 bid then and away at £50. £50 bid then, we'll make a note, we'll mark it down for you, Rippon. £50 then for the first, second, third and last time. Provisional 60. £60 bid, Cheshire, £60 bid, one more bid and it's on sale, which it is, Rippon. £70 bid, then it's being sold and away. £70 bid, are we all done? £70 bid then, £70 bid, I'm going to sell it. 70 then for the first, second, third and final time, don't miss it. £70. 234, the 1994 Volkswagen Corrado VR6. Ooh. There you go, look, current V5 present, owners club, members pack, all the rest of it. Comes with a large history file, fully loaded, heated leather seats, air conditioning, standard car with no silly modifications. There you go, just needs a bit of recommissioning, then it's good to go. There you go then, I'm sure you've all seen it. Where are we? Bid straight away, look, on sale and going £4,000. £4,000 bid of 600082. £4,000 bid then, on sale and going at £4,000 bid with me. 41 on the net, I'm out. 41, Skegness. £4,100 bid. £4,100 bid then in Skegness at 41 and it's on sale. £4,100 bid, don't miss it. £4,100, then are you sure you're all done? £4,102. At 42, £4,200 then in Derbyshire there at 42. £4,200 bid, on sale and going. £4,200 bid, Corrado VR6. At 4,200 then I'm going to drop the hammer. At 4,200 then it's going to be sold. 43. St Albans 43. Good afternoon. At £4,300 bid. At 4,300. At £4,300 bid and 44. Back in Derbyshire there at 44. At 4,400 on my screens here. Look, internet bid at 44. On sale, look, 4,400. Don't miss it for 100 quid. At 4,400. At £4,400 bid then. The hammer's coming down. At 4,400 on sale. 45. St Albans, back in St Albans, look, 4,500. At £4,500 bid then, selling and away at 45. At 4,500, are we all done? At 4,500, 4,6, we're not. 4,6 back down in Derby. 4,6, 4,7, £4,700 bid. At £4,700 bid. At 4,700 then, don't miss it. At 4,700, I'm going to have to drop the hammer. At 4,700 then, I'm selling it for the first. 47 for the second. Third and final time then, 47 for the first, second, third. 47 sold. St Albans, well done. Lot 235, 1953 Morris. Oh, this is lovely, this little van. I think I did the video myself the other day. There you go. I think it just wanted the brakes recommissioning from memory. But yeah, what a cracking little van. I love these little light commercials. There's something about them, isn't there? There you go. If you just see business or your name, just stick it on the side of there. Perfect advertisement vehicle. So there we go. Where are we? Got some interest here with me. I got 6, 6,250, 6,5, 6,750. At 6,750 bid, 7,000. Thank you, 7. At £7,000 bid, then and away. At £7,000 bid for the little van there, look. At £7,000 bid. At £7,000 bid. Very cheap. Put your name on it. Use it, show it, enjoy it, and then you can sell it and get your money back, can't you? There you go. Perfect bit of free advertisement there in the long run. Where are we then? £7,000. Thank you, 7. At £7,000 bid. At 7,000 is... Is it just the servo? Oh, there you go. It wants the brake master servo, and there's a kit upstairs in the office with the paperwork ready to go on to fix your brake problem. There you go. It won't take you many minutes. So there we go. Look, £7,000 bid then with me at 7,000. On my screen there to the right at £7,000 bid then and away for nothing. At £7,000 bid. At £7,000 bid then we'll mark it down provisionally. Are you sure you're all done? At £7,000 bid, then we'll make a call. At 7,000, it's very provisional. At 7,000 then for the first, second, third and last time. 7,000. 236 is the Lotus. Oh, there we go, look. Fancy looking thing, the Lotus Esprit. V8, look, there we go. V5 present, usual bits and pieces. There, I'm sure you've all read it. Where are we then? So we'll start with a hell of a car, these, aren't they? There we go then. I've got 18, 18.5, 19, 19 and a half, please, Jacko, just to get going. At 19,500, that's cheap. At 19,500, 750, 20, £20,000 bid. At £20,000 bid. At £20,000 bid then for the Lotus Esprit. Lovely, sweet sounding V8. At £20,000 bid then and away. At £20,000 bid. Asking 250 for nothing. At £20,000 bid. At 20,000 then. At 20,000. At £20,000 bid and away then at 20. At 20,000. Next bid's 250. I'm out. At 20,000. At 20,000 then. Are we all done? It's provisional. We'll make a phone call. At 20,000 then. At 20,000. Are you sure you're all done? At 20 then for the first. 20 for the second. Don't miss it. Third and final time. I'm going to drop the hammer. 20,000. 237 is the large enamel sign. Oh, 76 enamel sign. There you go, look. Something a little bit different. Nice wall for the foyer. Brighten up a garage wall, won't it? There we go, look. I've got 60, 70, £70 bid then and away. At £70 bid then for the nice size sign there, look. At £70 bid, roughly 30 inches in diameter. At £70 bid then and away. £80 bid there on the net. £80 bid, I've got you internet there at £80. £80 then on the internet there at £80 is the 90. £80 bid. £80 bid, we're a little bit off. £80 bid, we'll make a phone call, we'll submit it. At £80 bid then I'm going to drop the hammer provisionally for the first, 80 for the second, third and last time provisional. £80. 238 is the 1977 Arctic wet bike. Oh, I remember this one. I think me and Nick did some filming on this when it first came in. Are we going to? We haven't had a chance to test it though, have we? I was going to get my wetsuit. I had my wetsuit out ready for you. It's been on the water.
I wasn't driving.
I was going to say.
It was kind of in and out.
In and out fairly quick. Blimey, there you go. Well, anyway, they've had it in the water. It runs, drives. Obviously, engine starts.
It's not like riding a jet ski.
It's not like riding a jet ski, he's telling me. There you go. Anyway, I'm sure someone will have a load of fun with it. I think it's great. Is it what James Bond used, wasn't it?
It was exactly what.
And it was sort of the first of its kind.
The first of its kind sort of thing. There you go. Quite a fair bike back in the day, isn't it? It's a what, sorry? New engine, right? Yeah. Oh, brilliant. Yeah, there you go then. Well, I'm sure you've seen it, something a little bit different. I got bids on the internet straight away. We got 7, 750, 8, 850, 9, 950, £1,000 bid and away. At 9,000, at £1,000 bid and away, apologies. £1,000 bid, here with me. At £1,000 and 50, 11 with me on my sheet, please, Jack. Internet, you're just out. £1,100 bid then and away. At £1,100 bid, it's submit best bid. We're going to submit it. At £1,100 bid then. £1,100 bid, 1150, 1,200 with me, £1,200 bid, you're out internet, 1,200 back with me, at £1,200 bid, at £1,200 bid, it'd be interesting to follow through and see them on the water, that'd be a giggle, wouldn't it? £1,250, £1,300 bid here with me, please, you're out Glasgow, a bit cold up there, £1,300 bid then and away, at £1,300 bid then for the little Arctic wet bike there, at £1,300 bid, at £1,300 bid, at £1,300 bid and 50 back in Scotland at 1,350. At £1,350 bid then on the internet you're just in, I'm out at 1,350. At 1,350 bid, it's for sale they're telling me, it's on sale at 1,350. At 1,350, 14, new bidder, Derbyshire. At £1,400 bid then, we're selling it, it's away. At £1,400 bid, Malton, North Yorkshire. There we go, we can maybe just scoot down to Thorntondale Bet, can't we, and have a little play? There you go. 1450, write it down on today, can't we? There you go. £1,450 bid, then it's staying local, not anymore, 15 back down in Derbyshire. At £1,500 bid, it's on sale and going, don't miss it. At £1,500 bid, you're coming back in Malton. At £1,500 bid. At £1,500 bid then. At £1,500 bid, I'm going to have to drop the hammer down. At 1,500, 1,550 is going back up to Scotland. At £1,550 bid. At 1,550. I'll get it on one of the locks up there, that'd be funny. At £1,550 bid, then on sale and going, I'm going to drop the hammer. At 1,550 for the first. Second, third and final time, 1,600, back down in Derbyshire. 1,600, it's going up, down, up, down, up, down. £1,600 bid. What we thinking, Scotland? At £1,600 bid. On the internet then, at £1,600 bid. Are you sure you're all done? And 50, 1,650, 17, 17. At £1,700 bid then. It's on sale and going. At £1,700 bid. At £1,700 bid then, Derbyshire, £1,700. I'm going to drop the hammer down to Derbyshire at 17. 17, well done, thank you very much for your bids. Lot 239, the Shell gasoline enamel sign. There we go, nice size little sign there. There you go, little wall filler again. Where are we then? I got 30, 40, £40 bid then and away. At £40 bid, at £40 bid. Look, little sign there, look, 12 inches in diameter. Brighten up an inchy wall. 40, £50 bid then in Durham at £50 bid. At £50 bid and 60. £60 bid then, at £60 bid, £70 bid, at £70 bid, at £70 bid, then I'm going to sell it, at £70 bid, at £70 bid, then £80 bid, 90 bid, stock non-tees there, someone fill it up, at £90 bid, is there 100, at 90, 100 there is, look, Leicestershire, thank you, at £100 bid, then selling and away, at £100 bid, 110, 110, 110, at £110 bid, at £110 bid, then are we all done? At £110 bid for the first, 110 stocked on tees for the second, third and final time it's going to be sold. 110 stocked on tees, 240 is the 1936 Morris. Oh, this is a lovely old car, look, there you go. Lovely old car. Sits down, is it still in here? Down the bottom on the right there, isn't it? There you go, look. Yeah, little Morris 8 Tourer, she's lovely, isn't she? Interested with me, we're sold from the off. Look, we got £7,000 bid and away, 7,000, 7,1, 7,2, £7,200 bid on sale and going, at £7,200 bid, at 7,200 then for the little Morris 8 Tourer, at 7,200, at 7,200, lovely little car there, look, at £7,200 bid, at 7,200, it's on sale, don't miss it, at 7,200, bid of 5,000,041, at £7,200 bid then, selling and away, I'm going to drop the hammer, at 72 for the first, second, third and last time it's going to be sold, 72, 241 is the J40 pedal car, haha, there we go, look, that's nice, is it heavy? It's heavy, he says, hurry up, he says, hurry up. There we go, bids again, look, sold from the off, we got £1,500 bid and then away. 15, 16, £1,600 bid, at £1,600 bid, at £1,600 bid then for the little J40 there, at £1,600 bid, that's lovely, is that? At £1,600 bid, at £1,600 bid then, bid for me there, £1,600 bid then, selling and away then at 16, at £1,600 then if we're all done there at 16 for the first, second, third and last time, missing no one. 16, 242 is the Datsun 260Z. There we go, look. Quite a fancy thing, this, like this. We did a bit of a walk around the other day with Tom and Jake on the YouTube channel. This one came up. Quite quite sought after, aren't they, these 260Zs? There you go, look, lovely colour scheme there with the blue and silver. I think it's quite a quirky thing. What have we got? We've got a current V5 present, owner's manual, printed photograph of the vehicle, 2 MOT certificates, bits and pieces there, look. Owned by this gentleman since 1988. There you go, look, we all like a bit of continuity. And it was sold to me as a Samurai. There you go, I never researched it. Has Samurai features, e.g. triple weathers, Wolf Racer wheels, Spike Anderson cam, steel front spoiler. There you go, look, now there's a few now there's a fiberglass spoiler on it. There you go, look, I'm sure if you're into them, you know what I mean. But there you go, look, I'm sure you've seen it, looks hell of a thing. Where are we then? I've got 18, 18.5, 19, 19,000, 19.5, 20, 20,000 pounds and an away. At £20,000 bid. At £20,000 bid. Looks a lot of car if you ask me. At £20,000 then. At £20,000 then for the 260Z. At £20,000 bid. At 20,025 is the next one. At £20,000 bid. 20,500 is the next bid. At £20,000 then. At 20,000, 20,005, thank you, 20,005. At 20,500. At £20,500 bid, we're a bit off, in fact we're way off, worth more. At 20,500. At 20,500, then are you sure you're all done? At 20,500, then we'll submit it, we're way off, we want a bit more. At 20,500, I won't be surprised if we hold on to this one for the next sale. At 20,500 then for the first, very provisional for the second, third and final time at 20,500. There we go, 243 is the 2006 Royal Enfield Bullet. There we go, look. What have we got here? Owner's manual, MZ service record with stamps, previous partial re5, bits and pieces there, look, there you go. Looks a fancy little thing, that looks a nice little bike. Where are we then? Someone start me, 1,000, 11, 12, £1,200 bid and away. At £1,200 bid then for nothing. At £1,200 bid. At £1,200 bid then. At £1,200 bid, 600371. At £1,200 bid. At £1,200 bid. That looks an awful lot of bike for that. At £1,200 bid. At £1,200 bid then is provisional, we'll make a note. At £1,200 bid then, I think you're missing a trick. At £1,200 bid. At £1,200 bid then, are you sure you're all done? At £1,200 then, we'll make a note for the first. £1,200 for the second. Third and final time. Provisional, top right, Josh. 244 is the 1989 Mercedes 500 SEL. There you go, look. Where are we? We've got 7 stamps in the book, usual bits and pieces, look, MOT certificates, various invoices and so forth. There you go, they're a lovely big comfy car, aren't they? Where are we then? Interested with me, I got 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 2, 4, 2, 5, 2, 6. At £2,600 bid then and away. 7, 8, 2008. 2,800, 2,9, 3,000, £3,000 bid. At £3,000 bid then for the 500 SEL. 31, 32, 32, you're out 5. At 32, at £3,200 bid then and away at 32. At 3,200, a lot of car if you ask me. 33. They're back in, 3,300. At £3,300 bid then. At £3,300 bid, I'm out. Internet, you're in. At £3,300 bid. At £3,300 bid then is provisional. We'll make a phone call. At £3,300 bid then. At £3,300 if we're all done. Then at 33 for the first. Provisioning for the second. Third and last time. 33, internet bid. 245 is the Honda RC181 replica. Looks like a flying machine, doesn't it? There you go, look. What have we got? We've got an immaculate and superbly built Honda 504 classic track/race parade bike, or generally just display it in your man cave. There you go, look. And look at it over a beer or a glass of wine. There you go, look. As you can see, the bike was built to be raced and used for track days, and it is also eligible for the Classic Spa 3-day event, where it can be run on open pipes as fitted. There you go, you should hear it running to believe how close the sound is to the real thing. There you go, look, loads of bits and pieces. Engines are 400cc, taken to a 492. There you go, 56mm pistons fitted, new rings. There you go, barrels, valves lapped in, you name it, it's had it, look. So an awful lot of work has gone into the bike. Looks a hell of a bit of kit if you ask me. Where are we then? Someone start me. We'll just lower that down a little bit if, to gain a bit of interest. If you want Jack to 3.5, I think it's worth 3.5. It's got a starter kit with it. Oh, has it? Oh, brilliant. There you go. Alan just said it's got the starting kit for it as well. 35, there we go. 3,500, thank you. 35. At £3,500 bid, then and away, 36. 36. Got the starting kit there for it, Alan tells me. Nice looking bike. Look at this photo, Alan. He is. He's nodding his head. At £3,600 bid. At 3,600, 37. Staffordshire 37. At £3,700 bid. At £3,700 bid, then it's in Staffordshire at the moment at 37. 3,700. Looks an awful lot of bike. I dread to think what it's cost to build. At £3,700 bid for nothing. At £3,700 bid in Staffordshire then at 37. At £3,700 bid. At £3,700 bid, it's a new master cylinders, refurbished brake calipers, new fairings. Oh, there you go, look, included with the bike is a brand new roller starter and battery. There you go, I missed that bit. And a battery, there you go. 37, 38. 38 down in Cheshire at £3,800 bid for nothing. At £3,800 bid. At £3,800 bid, then even if you don't race it, it'd be lovely just to look at in your garage or take it to shows. 39 then, someone fill it up. 3,900 down in Staffordshire there at 39. At £3,900 bid, someone fill it up. At £3,900 bid. At 3,900. At £3,900 bid. I think you're pretty safe there if you ask me, aren't you? At £3,900 bid, then 4,000. Thank you. 4,000. £4,000 bid. 4,000 then on the internet there in Cheshire at 4. At 4,000 is the one. 4,000 on the net there at Cheshire. 41 there is. 41. At £4,100 bid. At £4,100 bid. At 4,100 then. At 4,100, don't miss it for 100 quid. Puts you in the driving seat. I can't sell it, it's provisional, but it puts you in the driving seat. You'll be kicking yourself later on. At £4,100 bid then, I'm going to drop the hammer down, Staffordshire, provisionally bear in mind. At 41 then for the first, second, third and final time. 41. 246 is the 1995, the little Fiat Coupe. There we go, look, little 16 valve. They're quirky looking little cars, aren't they? They're funny. There you go, we got a service booklet containing 9 stamps and 1 written, previous V5s, MOT certificates and various invoices. There you go. What are you saying, Michael? Well, yeah, with Jack's hairdo, look, it's suited down to the ground, wasn't it? There you go. With curtains, Jacko. I know, yeah. £1,600 bid then and away, and on sale. At £1,600 bid then, Newcastle upon Tyne. £1,600 bid there, look, on my screen. £1,600 and away. 17, not anymore. £1,700 bid. Fresh bidder, look. £1,700 bid at 1,700. At 1,700. They're a good car, these. At £1,700 bid, on sale and going. At £1,700 bid, then are we all done at 17? No, we're not. 18. £1,800 bid, back up in Newcastle, look. £1,800 bid, then selling and away, don't miss it. At £1,800 bid. At £1,800 bid, then I'm going to drop the hammer down at 18 for the first, second, third and final time. Internet bid 18. 247 is the Dunlop double-sided forecourt sign. There you go, Mick's pointing down there. Where are we, Mickey? Oh, there is it. Oh, lovely. Oh, that looks nice. There you go, look. Yeah, that's quirky, look, that'll look good. Anyway, where we go? Where are we? I've got 100, 110, 120, 130, 140. At £140 bid, then and away. At £140 bid. At £140 bid. I like that. At £140 bid. At £140 bid. Nice big weight at the bottom of it. Look, so it's not going to blow over. 150 on the net. At £150 bid, then on the net at 150. At £150 bid. At £150 bid. Pop it outside your garage and look lovely, that. At £150 bid. At £150 bid is provisional, but we'll make a phone call for you. At 150 then for the first, provisionally for the second, third and final time, missing no one. 150. 248 is the 1970 Morris Mini 1000. There we go. Oh, hang on a minute. Is this the one? It's not your normal Mini 1000, is it? The Suzuki 13, absolute little flying machine, yeah, is what it is. Gentleman drove it up for right down country somewhere, might tell me on here. Current V5 present, paperwork includes MOT certificate, driven up from Cambridge, there you go. Spoke to the gentleman when he came in, when it arrived. Cracking little car. There was a bit of a sad story behind it actually, but anyway, he's ended up with it. I think he's been running it with that running gear for something like, it wasn't done like 3 months ago when you're going to have a load of problems. It was more like 3 years ago or something, wasn't it? There is something what you can plug in the dash to read the ECU and so forth, but a very well put together car. So yeah, don't let that put you off. Loads of interest here with me. I see we've got 4,000 on the screen there, Jack. Can we please go 5,000? Then I need to go 5,250, 5,5, 5,756. £6,000 bid. At £6,000 bid for the not so little Morris Mini 1000. It's a flying machine. There we go, look. Gearbox. Can't remember what gearbox it had in it. Can you? Is it Suzuki box as well?
gearbox.
It is Suzuki all put together. I didn't know if it was a fancy something or other. Yeah, Suzuki gearbox as well. Suzuki running gear basically. There you go then. Where are we? 6.5. Is that Mark? 6.5 on the phone bid there. Mark's bid at 6.5. I better go 6,750. 6,750 with me. 6,750 bid. You're out, Mark. You're out on the internet. 7,000 on Mark's phone. 7,250 on the net. 7,500 and 7,750 with me. 7,750 bid. Here with me, but it's 6,00354. At 7,750 bid. At 7,750. You're out internet. You're out on the telephones, Mark. Not anymore. 8,000 fresh bidder. County Antrim. £8,000 bid. At 8,000, are you sure you're all done? At 8,000, thank you for his bids. £8,000 bid then on the internet. I'm out. Internet, you're in there at 8,000 and it's on sale. £8,000 bid. Well, I'll try 100 if it helps anybody. £8,000 bid. At £8,000 bid there. Asking 8-1 if you want to jump in. Sneaky 100. £8,000 bid then. Selling and away at 8,000. 8,000 then for the first. 8,000 for the second, third and last time, missing no one. 8,000, County Antrim. Got yourself a good little car there, cracking little car. 249, there we go, look, is the SO, put a tiger in your tank, light up sign. There you go, mix on it on there, just wants a bit of cable, put to it and a plug, put it on. There you go, look, where are we? I've got 60, 70, 80, £80, £90 bid, then and away. At £90 bid, at £90 bid, that'll really brighten up your workshop, won't it? Get a light and a plug in there. At £90 bid, then and away. At £90 bid, put a tiger in your tank there, look. At £90 bid, £100 bid on the net. £100 bid, Barnsley, at £100 bid. 110, at 110, down in Nantwich, at £110 bid. Are you coming back, Barnsley? At £110 bid. At £110 bid, Jake will bring it home for you. At £120 bid, on the internet there, look, Barnsley. Where's cameraman Jake? He'll put it in the boot and bring it to you. 130 then, down in Cheshire, 130. I don't think he'll come that far. At £130 bid then. At £130 bid, are we all done? Barnsley, you're coming back. At £130 bid then, I'll make a phone call for you. I'll knock it down provisional, Cheshire. At £130 bid then for the first. 130 for the second. Third and final time then at 130. 130. Lot number 250 is the Honda. There she is, look. There you go, I'm sure you've seen it. Well, have we got 1972 Honda CL450. I love a looking bike. Hang on, let me just get this screen back together. There she is, look, yeah, the CL450, rare bike for the UK. Having a total overhaul frame, shot blasted, 2K painted. It's had Speedo rear wheel and front wheel re-chromed, as you can no longer get them. Both fitted with SS spokes, wiring harness, alternator, rebuild, rectifier, ignition, switch starter, solenoid, front and rear mudguards re-chromed, seat re-covered. Paint alone cost £600. There you go, and had to be shipped from the USA. Loads of parts, too many to mention. There you go, no reserve either. So what it makes today is what it's going to sell for, as far as I'm aware, on this sheet. So there you go, I got a lot of interest. We'll not count these silly bids here. We got 1,000, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. £1,800 bid then and away for nothing. At £1,800 bid. £1,800 bid, £2,000 bid. 2,000, I missed that one, sorry. 2,000 with me. At £2,000 bid then with me. At £2,000 bid, absolutely for nothing. At £2,000 bid. At £2,000 bid, then are we all done? 21. Lincolnshire there's fresh bidder 21. At 2,100. At £2,100 bid. At £2,100 bid. It's on sale. I can sell it. At £2,100 bid. At 21. 22. 22. At 2,200. Nice looking bike if you ask me. Someone spent some time around it. 23 down in Cheshire. Excuse me. £2,300 bid, down in Cheshire, on the internet there, not anymore, 24, Barton Humber, £2,400 bid, for sale, don't miss it, at £2,400 bid then and selling. At £2,400 bid, I think it's worth more. At 2,400. At £2,400 bid. At 2,400, then I'm going to have to drop the hammer. At 2,400, then it's on sale, don't miss it. At 2,400 for the first. 24 for the second. Third and final time, then it's going to be sold. 24, someone's got themselves a treat bike there. 251 is the wooden hand-painted Silkaline oil sign. There we go, nice another one there. There we go, that looks nice. Where are we then? Bid straight away on the net there at 40, is that 40, Jacko? £40 bid then on the internet there at 40. At £40 bid, at way up there, where are we gone? Hang on, let's go back a little bit. Hang on, what's going on there, Jacko? There we go, £40 bid, 50 is the next one, there we go, just get straight. At £40 bid then, Derbyshire there at £40 bid. At £40 bid, at £40 bid with the Concorde on it as well by the looks of it. There you go, look, £40 bid then and away at £40 bid. At £40 bid, I'm going to sell it. At £40 bid, at £40 bid then it's going to be sold for the first. 40 for the second, third and final time at £40. £40 bid. 252 is the 1974 Honda. There we go, look, CB754. There we go. Loads and loads of new parts fitted there. Look, 4 pistons and rings, valve guides, timing chain, clutch drivetrain and tensioner, clutch plates, 4x4 exhaust system, new headers and shields, wheel rims and tyres, mud guards, fork tubes, top nuts, plywood, you name it, there you go. Paintwork done to a high standard at the cost of £600. There we go, look, over £6,000 spent on the bike there. There we go. Are we sure these are all... We better just check, because I don't quite know what the story is behind these. I just don't want that to be a mistake. Anyway, where are we then? I've got 3.5 on the net, I got 3.6, I got 3.7, I got 3.8. At £3,800 bid. At £3,800 bid. At £3,800 bid. At 38.39 on the net, 4,000. At £4,000 bid. At £4,000 bid, 41. 41 at £4,100 bid on the internet there at 4,100 at 4,100 42 42 at £4,200 bid 43 4,300 43 on the net. We just have a quick check with regards to some of these. I think they're all from the same stable possibly, but I just want to make sure that's not an error there. I'm just going to mark it down provisional to be on the safe side. At £4,400 bid then on the internet there at 44. At 4,400. I'm just going to mark it down provisional, guys, just to be on the safe side that there's not an error on my sheet. At £4,400 bid, Wiltshire there at 44, but you're most likely to buy it. At £4,400 bid. At £4,400 bid then, and we all done. At £4,400 bid, I'm going to drop the hammer down, don't miss it for £100. At £4,400 then is 45. There we go, West Yorkshire 45. At 4,500. Hell of a looking bike. At 4,500. At 4,500. At £4,500 bid. Then I'm going to mark it down provisional just to be on the safe side, guys. 46. At £4,600 bid. At 4,600. Don't miss it for £100. You'll be kicking yourself later on. At 46, 47, and rightly so, Huddersfield. At £4,700 bid. At 4,700, 48, 48 back in Wiltshire. At £4,800 bid. 49. Fill it up, Wiltshire. 4,900. Huddersfield at the moment there at 49. 4,900. Someone fill it up. Where's 5? 4,900. CB750. Hell of a bike, look. At 4,900. Are we all done? At £4,900 then I'm going to drop the hammer down. At 49 then for the first. 49 for the second. Third and last time. I'm just going to sell it provisional to be on the safe side. 49, there we go. 253 is the handmade timing metal sign. Oh, there you go, look. Oh, that's a nice little thing. That's a bit unusual, isn't it? A little bit different, Michael. Yeah, that's nice, look. Where are we then? I've got £30 bid to start. At £30 bid. £30 bid then and away then at £30 bid. Starting then at £30 bid. At £30 bid. Something a little bit different there. At £30 bid. £30 bid, 40. £40 then, £40 bid. At £40 bid. £40 bid, 50. £50 bid on my screen to my right. At £50 bid. At £50 bid then and away. £50 bid then and away is provisional, we'll make a phone call. At £50 bid then, at £50 bid then is provisional. I'm going to drop the hammer down for the first, provisionally for the second, third and final time at £50. £50, 254 is the 1967 Wolseley Hornet. Michael, up there with you, is it not? Yeah, nice car, he says. There we go. Where are we? 1967 Wolseley Hornet Mark III. Vehicles had a respray in the past. There you go, just freshened it up. Look, quite a bright looking little thing as they are, aren't they? So there you go. I got 32, 33, 34, at 3,400. Did he say anything then? Did he come back without? 34, at £3,400 bid. At 3,400, 35, 35, at 3,005. At 3,500, at £3,500 bid then and away at 35, at 3,500 down in Essex then at 35, at 3,500 for nothing. Looks a right little nice bright looking little car, get my tongue in, at £3,500 bid, Essex then at 35, 36 anywhere, at £3,500 bid, we're a bit off reserve, we'll make a phone call, at £3,500 bid, at 3,500, at £3,500 bid then we'll make a note, at 35 for the first, 35 for the second, third and final time, hammer's coming down, is provisional, 35, 255 is the 1992 Honda VT 600C. There you go, look, it's a funny looking thing, isn't it? There you go. There we go, nice low rider there for you. Got a service book with a stamp, previous V5s, MOT certificates, general DVLA correspondence, and it's believed to be a Shadow VT 600C. There you go, look, I'm sure you've seen it. £1,000 to start then, thank you, £1,000 bid then and away. Got £1,000 bid here with me, we're a bit off but we'll try. At £1,000 bid, at £1,000 bid, at £1,000 bid then, at £1,000 bid asking 11. I got £1,000 with me, at £1,000 bid, at £1,000 bid, at £1,000 bid then, and we all done. At £1,000 bid, worth more, I think we should move on. We're going to have to pass on that one, I'm afraid, but make a phone call, we'll submit it, we'll try. At 256 is the 1956 Austin. There we go, look, nice little car. There we go, been in regular use, it says here. There you go, nice and bright, usable looking thing. Where are we then? I got £2,000 and away. At £2,000 bid. At £2,000 bid then. At £2,000 bid. At 2,000 then. At £2,000 bid. 21 Northallerton. 2,100. At £2,100 bid on the internet there at 21. At £2,100 bid. At £2,100 bid then for the nice little Austin. At £2,100 bid. At 21. At 21, that's cheap. 22, rightly so, Nottingham. At 22. At 2,200, 23 back in Northallerton. £2,300 bid. At £2,300 bid. Staying in North Yorkshire, it's staying local, or maybe provisionally, bear in mind. 24, 24, 25, 2,500, North Yorkshire. 26, 26, we're nearly there. 26, at 2,600, 27, 2,700, at £2,700 bid. Northallerton, 2,700, £2,700 bid. At £2,700 bid then, are we all done here? Sure. At 2,700, we're nearly there. I'm sure we'll put a deal together for you, Northallerton. At £2,700 bid then, I'm going to drop the hammer down at 27. At 2,700 for the first, second, third and last time provisional, but I'm sure it'll come. 27, 257 is the Fiat dealership sign. There you go, look. Lights up, I think we've had it on display and plugged in over the past couple of days there, look. There you go, Mick and Andy are holding it up. Big sign that, look. There you go. Need a fair gable end. Where are we then? Sold from the off, I got 350, £350 bid to start, 360, 370, 380 and 390. At £390 bid. At £390 bid then. At £390 bid and away then at 390. At £390 bid. At £390 bid, I got some bids here with me. This one is bid at 5,000 with 61. At £390 bid. At £390 bid then. On my sheet then is selling. At £390 then for the first. It's got a plug ready to plug straight into the wall. £390 for the second. Third and final time then at £390. £390. A couple more souls for you just quickly before we move on to 258. We have got lot number 173, the standard gasoline sign. Sold 139, the Jeep Wrangler went through earlier on. Sold 27 is a, I don't know if that says Lambretta or Lamborghini sign. 171 is the John Deere sign. 174 is the 1986 Citroen. 215 is the Texaco light up sign. 218 is the Land Rover. 199 is the Pratt sign. And 230 is the Auto Cycle. There you go, look, sold. 258 then, the 1928 Austin 7 Chummy. Oh, this is a lovely little car. Nice little car. I was here when it came in. There's something about these old little chummies, they're great, aren't they? If you just use them sparingly and keep on top of them, they're a great little show car, aren't they? There you go, got buff log books upstairs in the office, usual bits and pieces there, look. There you go, look, correspondence and so forth, dating certificate, number plate authorisation. It's all there with the Austin 7 Club, bits and pieces as well. There we go then, where are we? Well, I've got 7,000 is the start, Jacko. 7,000, 7172. It's £7,200 bid. It's £7,200 bid, then and away for the nice little Austin 7 Chummy. 1928, blimey, nearly 100 years old, look. Yeah, it's seen a life and lived one, hasn't it? 73, it's £7,300 bid. 74, rightly so. Clanfield 74, at £7,400 bid for nothing. Should be worth more, these little cars. 7,400 at 75. 75 Lincolnshire at £7,500 bid. At £7,500 bid. At £7,500 bid, then is the 6. 7,500 Lincolnshire, you're in. 7,500 at 7,500. Yeah, nearly 100 years old. Blimey, I bet you've seen some things. At £7,500 bid. At 7,500, then you're sure you're all done. Don't miss it for 100 quid. It's extremely provisional at the moment, guys. 7576 76. 7,600 at £7,600 bid. At £7,600 bid, then we'll make a phone call. I'll submit it, we'll try, but I think it's worth more. At 76 77. 7,700 at 7,700, then in Lincolnshire there at 77. At 7,700 at £7,700, then you're going to drop the hammer down. We'll make a phone call. At 77, then Lincolnshire for the first. 77 for the second, third and final time. 77. Yeah, plenty of warning there. I didn't rush that through, unfortunately, Jacko. It's provisional anyway. We'll keep an eye on the website, Tully, but don't leave your bits till the last minute. 259 is the large India Tyres enamel sign. There we go, look. Where are we? Mick's holding it up. Blimey, that's long, Mick. There you go, 64 inches long. There you go. Where are we? Sold from the off, I got 100, 110 on the net, 120, 130, 140, 140 here with me. You're out internet, bids here with me. Mr. H, £140 bid. On sale and going then 140, 150. Internet bid at 150, 160. At £160 bid. On sale and going then at 160. At £160 bid, then selling and away. 170, 180, £180 bid. At £180 bid, then are we all done? At £180 bid, then I'm going to drop the hammer down. 190, 190. Someone fill it up. 200. Thank you, Cheshire. At £200 bid. At £200 bid. At £200 bid. At £200 bid, then. At 200 then for the first. 200 for the second. 210. 210. At £210 bid, then Stockton on tees. 210. 220. 220. 220, nice bit of age about it as well by the looks of things, it's aged well. 230, at £230 bid. At 230, 230, 240. At £240 bid. At £240 bid, 250. 250, 250 on the net. At £250 bid, then selling and away at 250. I'm going to have to drop the hammer. At 250 for the first, Stockton on tees for the second. Third and final time at 250. 250. 260 is a 2003 Volvo C70T. There you go, look, there she is. The roof has just stopped working, unfortunately, possibly the motor. There you go, so I'm selling it as a hard top at the moment, be aware. There you go then, so that one's looking at. So she's a Volvo C70, well she's not a C70, she's a Volvo 70, she's a hard top. So there you go, it won't take long to sort that out, I'm sure. There you go, look, bids from the off. I got 500, 550 bid here with me. On sale, it can go, believe it or not. £550 bid, then on sale and going. At 550, at £550 bid, that's for nothing. At £550 bid, it'll break for more than that. At £550 bid, at £550 bid, then for the Volvo. At £550 bid, no reserve, it's on sale, it's going. At £550 bid, at £550 bid, at £550 bid, then are you sure you're all done? At £550 bid, then I'm going to drop the hammer down at 550. 550. 261 is the Optima Vintage Picnic Basket. That's lovely, is that? There you go. Put it in the boot of your Classic. Go out on little picnics. There you go, you'll love it, won't you? Where are we then? 10, 20, £30 bid, then and away. £30 bid, at £30 bid, at £30 bid. Are you coming in, Mark? £30 bid with me. Would you like 40? 40, he says. £40 bid, then and away. 50 back at you. Would you like 60? £50 bid here, £60 he says, and it's on sale. £60 bid, on sale and going then at 60, 70 on the net. £70 bid on the internet there at Newport, 80 he says, not anymore, Mark's telephone. £80 bid then on the telephones, internet you're out, Mark you're in. £80 bid and it's on sale. £80 bid then on sale, I'm going to drop the hammer down, it's Mark on Mark's telephone, internet you're out. Ooh, 90 Mark, 90 on the net, Nottinghamshire there, look. Would you like to fill it up? It is. £100 bid. Mark's telephone, £100 bid. 110 back in York. Good afternoon, York. 110, 110, 110, 120, he says. 120 back on the phones. Be lovely. Put it on your back seat. Go for a little picnic. 120, £120 bid. Is it heavy, me? 120. At £120 bid. At £120 bid, then are we all done? I'm going to drop the hammer down. It's Mark's telephone bid, make that crystal clear. 130. 130. You two ought to be buying this. You're going out on a little picnic date, though, can't you? There you go. 130. £130 bid, 140. 140 back on the phones, internet, you're out. 140. At £140 bid. At £140 bid. At £140 bid, then on the telephone, I'm going to drop the hammer down. It's Mark's bid, then at 140. 140. 262 was the 1988 Citroen 2CV Dolly. You ready to come on, mate?
Yeah, I'll have that.
2CV Dolly. There we go. Look, loads of interest here with me. Looks a nice car. Owned since 2014, so it's owned it for some time. Over £6,000 spent on renovation. Blimey, there you go. He's a good-looking dude in that photo there. Look. Where are we then? We're sold from the off. We've got 4,000, 4,250, 4,500, 4,750. 5,000, £5,000 bid, 5,250, 5,500, 5,750, £6,000 and away. You're keeping up, Jacko. £6,000 bid, 6,250, 6,500, 6,500. Loads of interest. 6,500 on sale and going. 6,500 and 750 on the net. 6,750 down in Devon. 6,750. At 6,750, I'll take 100 if it helps. At 6,750 bid. On the internet there, I'm out on my sheet. Internet you're in. 6,750, 6,850. Sorry, Alan. 6,850. At 6,850, 6,950. Would you like 7,000? Do 7,000, please, Jacko. Just get to 7. Hang on a minute. 7,000, 7,000. Back in hundreds, please. £7,000 bid. Alan's telephone there at 7,000. On the floor, you're out internet. £7,000 bid and 71. 7,100. 72 he says. 72. 73. Back down in Devon at 73. Would you like 4? He does. 74. 7,405. Back at you, Alan. 7,005. 76. Back on the phones at 76. 77. On the net. 77. 78, 7,800. Alan's telephone, 79. Would you like to fill it up? 8,000, he says. Fill it up. And 8,100. Down in Devon, 82. 8,200. 8,200 bid. 8,300 bid on the internet. 8,300. 84. 8,004. 8,004, 8,005. Two good bidders here, ladies and gentlemen. 86, 8,600, 86. What we thinking, internet? It's Alan's on Alan's telephone there at 86, 87, Who was it in Devon, Jacko? Steve. Steve at 87. Against you, Steve, 88. 8,800. Back with Steve at 89. 9,000. Alan's telephone, you're out, Steve. 9,000's on the phone here with us. £9,000 bid. At £9,000 bid. On sale, what are you thinking, Steve? £9,000 bid. I'm going to have to bring the hammer down. At £9,000 bid. Thank you very much for your bids. At 9,000. At £9,000 bid, then it's on sale and it's going. It's Alan's telephone. Steve, you're out. 9,000 then for the first. Selling for the second, 9-1. 9-1, 9-2. 9-2 against you. 9,200. At £9,200 bid. 9,200. Hammer's going to come down at 9,200, giving you plenty of time, Steve. At 9,200 then. Alan's telephone bid at 92. Sorry, there's got to be a loser. At £9,200 bid then for the first. Alan's phone for the second. Third and final time at 92. There you go. Thank you for your bids. Jumping on Bob?
Yeah, I'll have that mic.
There we go.
Rightio. Well done.
Thank
Thank you. Well done, Jack. Well done. Right then, we'll have a little look. And on to lot number 263. Here we are then, Castrol jacket with Ford new old stock Escort RS badges. There we are then. Nice little lot for you. Mick's got it there, look. Where are we going to be with that one then, ladies and gents? We're going to start with that £70 bid there, please, Jack. At £70 bid. At £70 bid then. At £70 then. £70 is there 75. Oh, we're in 80s, are we? Is there £80 bid? At £70 bid then. Bidder number 600195. Don't bid against yourself. £80 and 90 with me. At £90 bid here, Jack, and 100, Jack. At £100 bid then. At £100 bid then for the jacket and the old Escort badges and 110. At £110 then, I'm out. At £110 bid, is there 20? At £110 bid. At £110 then for the first. At £110 for the second. Is it your size, Mick? 110 for the third and last time. Thank you. And on to lot number 264. Here we are then, Audi TT. There we are. Audi TT 3.2 Mark 1 DGS gearbox. I think that should be DSG, but anyway. Full service, 6,000 miles ago. Full dealer service history. Low mileage, matching leather interior. Dry stored for a couple of years. There we are then. Where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to be at £2,000. That's where we're going to start. At £2,000 bid. At £2,000 then. At £2,000 is the 21. At £2,000 bid. At £2,000 bid, doesn't look a lot of money. At £2,000 then. At £2,000 is the one anywhere, be sharp. At £2,000 then, if not, we'll submit. At £2,000 then, looking round for the first, for the second, third and last time at 2,000. We'll try for you. And on to 265, Texaco enamel sign. There we are, the little one. Mick's got it there, look. There we are. We got 40, 50, 60, 70, £80 bid. At £80 bid then, £80 then, the little Texaco enamel sign. £80 there, 90 you're out. You were just picked online there, Jeanette. At £90. At £90 then, 100 she says. 110 with me. At £110 then. At £110. 120. 130 she says. 140 with me. At £140 then. At £140. At 140 and 50 says Jeanette. At 150. £150 then, I'm out. At £150 then, Jeanette there on the telephone then for the first. For the second. Third and last time at 150. Jeanette's telephone, thank you. And on to 266. Here we are. I wondered why half of the office was out here. Of course they are. They're all here for the Aston, aren't they? I bet you've got it in your shed. Got it in his shed. He's got all the good cars in his shed. Sure. Here we are. Aston Martin DB9 automatic. Naturally, it's in Mick's shed, isn't it? I think my cars want to be in Mick's shed next time. Here we are. Been in one family. Late husband bought it. There we are. Very sadly, he's now died. It's been garage kept, low mileage, much loved, regularly serviced. There we are. So, where are we going to be with that one then? We've got lots of interest here with me, ladies and gentlemen. We've got lots of interest there with you. We have got 18.5 on there. We're going to fast forward, Jack, right the way up to 27,000 on there, look. And I'm not going to go up in £1,000 intervals to there. So we've got £27,000 on my right-hand screen there, on our side. At 27,000, at 27,000, at 27,000. At £27,000 bid, 27.5, 27.5, 28 says Dave. At £28,000 there, Dave on the telephone. At 28.5 said Emily, I'm afraid. Sorry, Ken, it was in the room first. 28.5 is Emily's telephone. 29,000, Kent. At £29,000 against you, Emily. At £29,000. 29.5, she says. At 29.5. At 29.5 and 30,000. At £30,000. We'll have 250 if it helps. 30. Are you going 250? At 30,000, 250 is Emily. There you are. At £30,250. At 30,250 is at 30,500 says Dave. At £30,500 bid. At 30,750 says Charlie. At 30,750, 31 says Emily. At 31,000 £31,000. At 31 and a quarter says Charlie. 31 and a quarter, Charlie on the phone. And 5 says Emily. 31.5, 750. 31,750, 32. 32 at 32 and a quarter says Charlie. 32 and a quarter and a half, 32,500. At 32,750 says Charlie. At 32,750 and 33. I don't know why I'm here. You could do it between yourselves. You sat next to each other. 33 and a quarter says Charlie. At 33 and a quarter, Charlie's bid. 33,250. Are you sure you're out, Dave? £33,250. At £33,250, then the hammer's coming up, and 5. 33,750 says Dave. 33,750. 34 says Charlie. At 34,000. I like him. At £34,000, then Charlie on the telephone. What's he think, Dave? £34,000 then. 34 and a quarter says Dave. 34,250 and 5. 34.5. 34.5 at £34,500. At £34,750, sorry, £34,500, sorry. Charlie on the telephone. Are you sure? Are we done? Is that it? £34,500 then. Charlie on the telephone for the first, for the second, third and last time. Thank you for your bids, chaps. Well done. Well done. Lovely car. Lovely, lovely car. Well done. And on to lot number 267. Here we are then, traffic lights. Oh, there we go then. There you go. We don't spend long enough looking at these, do we? There we are. We have 80, 90, 100, 110, 120 bid. At £120 then. At £120 bid. At £120. Always on green if you wire them up right. At £120 bid. 130. At £130. At £130 then is the 40 B sharp. At £130 bid. At £130 then for the first. At 130 for the second. 140. At 140. 140 and 50. 150. Are you sure? At £150 bid. At £150 then looking round for the first, second, third and last time at 150. Too late there, Jack. Bromsgrove, you missed it, Bromsgrove. I left you loads of time there. And on to lot 268. Oh, look at this. There we are, look. Wants a few decals on it, doesn't it? Oh, it's nearly there. It's got the patina already. There we are then. Where are we going to be with this one then? Where are we going to be? We take that 4,000 there, Jack. At £4,000 bid. At £4,000 bid. Ready just literally for some graphics. At £4,000 then. At £4,000 is the one. At £4,000 bid. At £4,000. At £4,000 then. You know where it's going to end up, don't you? At £4,000. At £4,000 bid then. Is that it? Are we done? At £4,000 then. Submitting for the first, the second, third and last time at 4,000. We'll try for you. And on to Fleetwood Caravan. Here we are then. Long-standing customers. Friend, not customer anymore, friend Bob. He's not feeling so well at the moment. He's struggling a little bit, and his caravanning days have come to an end. So here we are, proper caravan. This one, ladies and gents. You want a very quick once over, clean, and off you go. There you go. There we are. We have £3,000 bidding away and on sale at £3,000 bid. At £3,000 it was towed in, it'll tow back out. At £3,000 then is there one anywhere, be sharp. At £3,000 bid, still looks a real modern caravan this. At £3,000 bid. At £3,000, at £3,000 then are you sure you don't want one? At £3,000 bid. At £3,000 then, go in for the first, the second, third and last time at £3,000. There you go, you bought yourself a cheap caravan. And on to lot number 270, the Rolls Royce. Sits along the way there, I can see it from here. There we are, automatic, it's been parked up for a few years, will require some servicing. It wants a brake overhaul, it wants a quick once over, some history, various invoices, work for interior, previous servicing, chassis number SPA.2, engine number 1.AS. Don't know the relevance of them, but there you go, they're there. There we are then. We've got 7,250 bid at £7,250. At £7,250, starts on the bottom. It does want to service up, wants a set of plugs in it. It's got a bit juiced up in it, but it does start at £7,250 bid. At 7,250, 7,350. At £7,350 then. At 7,350, 7,450. At 7,450, looks terrific value. At £7,450. At £7,450 then, is that it? At £7,450, at £7,450 we'll submit, we'll talk. At £7,450 then, provisionally for the first, second, third and last time. 7,550, at 7,550, 7,650, 7,650, I should think so as well. 7,650 then, at £7,650 then, are you done? At 7,650 for the first, second, third and last time, very provisionally. 7,650. And on to 271, BP motor oil sign. There we are, Mick's got it down there, look, there you go. There you go. We got £50 bid. At £50 bid then. At £50 bid then, the little BP motor oil sign. At £50 bid. At £50 then is the 60. There is £60 bid. At £60 then. At £60 then is the 70 anywhere. At £60 bid. At £60 and 70. £70 bid then. At £70 then, I'll put it on sale. At £70 bid. At £70 then is there 80. At £70 then the hammer's coming up. At £70 then for the first, £80 he says. £80 bid and 90. At £90 bid. At £90 then. At £90 then the hammer's coming up then. £90 then for the first, second, third and last time. £90. And on to 272. Here we are then, little Suzuki. There we are. Service book showing pre-delivery inspection, previous previous V5s, etc. There we are then. The vendor has provided the model to be a 2014 GN125. There we are then. Where are we going to be with that then? Can we get £1,500 bid? If we can't, we're going to pass. Is the £1,500 out there, Jack? Is there anyone there? There is someone there, look, thinking about it. If we can't get 15, we're going to pass. What a lovely little bike that is. It's a lovely order. No. If you've got any interest, ladies and gents, give the girls in the office a call on that little machine. It's a lovely little bike. There you are. And on to 273 Triumph. Here we are. Again, very, very elegant little bike, lovely little machine. We had one in our museum down there for years and years and years. There we go. Where are we going to be with that one then? We'll take that 2.8 Jack at 2,800 there, at 2,800 pound bid, at 2,800 pound then, at 2,800, at 2,800 is the 9 anywhere, at 2,829 he says, at 2,900 pounds. At 2,009, you might as well have 3,000. At 2,900 pound bid. At 2,900. At 2,900 pound, then is a 3,000 B sharp. At 2,900 pound, then we'll submit, we'll talk. At 2,900 for the first, second, third and last time, provisionally 2.9. Thank you. And on to Ford Escort XR3i. There we are. The vendor says an immaculate, unrestored, highly original and very low mileage diamond white Escort. There we go then. So he rates it, 33,000 miles showing. Make your own inquiries on that one, of course. But everyone else seems to rate it. There's lots of interest here with me. While we're talking, Jack, that 11.25 has gone and we are now up to 14,000, look. At 14,000 pounds, Mick's just walked past giving it the kiss of approval. At 14,000 pound bid. At 14,000, at 14,000, just drop that to 2, Jack. At 14,000 pound. At 14,000 pound here with me. At 14,000 pound bid. 14.2 says Marky. We picked the internet there, Jack. I'm sorry. There we are. 14.2. 14.4 in Norfolk. 14,400 pound bid. And 6. 14.6. Gould. 14, you picked every time. 14.8. Yeah. 14.8. 15,000 says Mark. At 15,000 pound. At 15. To be fair, Andy was in front of that. 15.2 is Andy on the telephone. At 15,200 pound bid. Andy's phone, not now. 15.4. 15.6 he says. Now he's getting the hang of it. 15.6. 8. 15.8. 16 he says. 16,000 pounds. Andy's telephone there, make no mistakes. And a quarter. 16.2. At 16,200. Norwich, Norfolk. Good afternoon. 16.4 says Andy. At 16,004. And 6. 16.6. At 16,608. 16.8. At 16,800 pound then. 17. 17,000. At 17,000 and 2. 17.2 he says. At 17,200. At 17,200. Andy on the telephone there, make no mistakes. 17,200 pounds then. Looking round for the first. 17,200 pounds for the second. Third and last time. No, it's not. 17.4. 17.4. Careful, Norfolk, you nearly lost it. At 17.4. 17.6 he says. At 17,600, are you sure, Norfolk? At 17,600 pound then. Andy on the telephone there for the first. For the second. Third and last time, looking round. Andy, well done, well done. Thank you. And on to lot number 275, a wooden hand-painted rocket oil sign. There we are then. Where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to be £20 and away. At £20 then. At £20 then. £20 only. At £20 bid is a 30B sharp. At £20 30 he says. At £30 bid. At £30 bid then. You could hardly buy the bit of wood for that, could you? At £30 then. £30 40. At £40 bid. At £40 then it's on sale. Come on, let's sell it. At £40 then is the 50B sharp. There is 50. At £50 bid. At £50 then you must keep it inside. Don't forget, don't put it outside. At £50 bid. At £50 then. Hammer's coming up then. £50 then for the first, second, third and last time at £50. There you go. You bought yourself a sign. Thank you. And on to 276 BMW M135i. There we are then. Carried out stage 2 ECU remap. There we go. Looks a lot of car. M-Power exhaust, 450 brake horse. Oh my lord, look at that. It's got all the bits and pieces there, hasn't it? There we go. Where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to take that 4.5 there, Will, please. No, not Will, Jack. At 4,500. At £4,500 bid. At 4,500. 4,500. 4,600. At 4,600. At £4,600 then. At £4,600 and 7. 4,700. I should think so as well. It looks for nothing. At £4,700 and 8. 4,800. At 4,008 and 9. 4,900. At 4,009 and 5. £5,000 bid. At £5,000 bid. At 5,000 is the 1. Be sharp. At £5,000 bid. At 5,000 is there one anywhere? At £5,000, 5-1 there is. At £5,100. At 5,100 is the 2. At 5,100 then. At 5,100 we'll submit. At 5,100 then the hammer's coming up then. 5-2. At 5,002 and 3. 5-3. At 5,300. At 5,300 it'll come. At 5,003 and 4. 5-4. At 5,400. One more bid and it is on sale. At £5,400. At 5,400. 5-5 and on sale. On sale. At £5,500. At 5,500 then looking round for the first. At 5-5 for the second. Third and last time then at 5-5. Sold at 5-5, thank you. And on to lot number 277. There we are then. There we are, look. Brilliant little thing. There we go. Interest here with me. You've obviously got the grasp of it. It's only a little one. There we are then. We have 110, 20, 30, 40, 50 and 60 there with me. £160 bid. At £160 then. At £160 and 70 and 80. 180. At £180 then here with me. 190. Not anymore. At £190 bid. At £190 then and 200. £200 then. £200 bid. Is there 10? At £200 bid. At £200 and 10 to 10. Lovely little thing, isn't it? At £210 and 20. 220. At £220 bid. At £220 then. At £220 then. The hammer's coming up then. £220 then for the first, the second, third and last time at 220. No, it's not 230. Just hang on. At £230. At 230, 240. Hold it higher. At £240 bid. At 240 then. Are we done? At £240 then. The hammer's coming up then at £240 for the first, second, third and last time. Well done, fellas. Thank you. Thank you. And on to lot number 278, the Humber Super Snipe. There we are then. We've been asked to submit the best bid following the auction. I did overhear it was running earlier in the week and running very, very nicely. So there we are. So we're not going to suggest you can drive it home because you're not, but it does start and it does run. So there you go. There you are then. Where are we going to be with the old Humber then? Where are we going to be? We'll have that couple of grand there. Look, Jack. 2,000, 2,224, he says. At 2,400. At £2,400 then. At 2,400. At £2,400. 24, 26, 26, 28. At 2,800. At £2,800 then. At £2,800. Don't forget it runs. At 2,800 and 3,000. At £3,000 bid. At £3,000 bid. Be handy if that plate had come off, wouldn't it? At £3,000 bid. At 3,000 then is there 2. At £3,000 bid. We'll take 100 if it helps. I'm out. At £3,000. At £3,000 then is there 31. At £3,000 then we'll submit it. At £3,000 for the first, for the second, third and last time at 3,000, sorry. There you go, provisionally at 3,000. Getting muddled up here. And on to lot number 279, the Seat illuminated sign. There we are. Andy's got it there, look, there we are. Where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to be £50 bid. At £50 bid, at £50 bid, at £50 then, at £50 bid and 60. £60 here with me, at £60 bid, at £60, £60 only, at £60 then are we done and dusted, at £60 then the hammer's coming up then B sharp, at £60 then sold and away for the first, second, third and last time at £60. There we go, thank you. And on to lot number 280, MGF. There we are. Low mileage in red, 1.8 injection of course, with just over 300 miles covered in the last 3 years. Head gasket replacement upgrade has been done. Bodywork and interior are complemented by the hard top, with inner lining recently fitted and a new battery. Clutch slave cylinder, track rod ends, four-wheel alignment, radio and speakers have been upgraded. There we are, advisory for possible new front tyres. There we go, so you might have to treat it to a pair of tyres. There you go. Where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to have that £1,200 there, that's what we're going to have. At £1,200. At £1,200 bid, at 1,200, at 1,200 and 3, £1,300 then, at £1,300, 1,400, at £1,400, at 14 and 15, £1,500 bid, at 1,005, 6, 16, at 1,600, at £1,600 then on sale, looks good value, at £1,600 bid, at 1,006 is the 7, at 1,600, Dave's on his feet, £1,600 bid. 17 said Dave just before the computer flashed, Jack, thank you. At £1,700 then Dave on the telephone. At £1,700 then is there 18. At 1,700 Dave's bid. £1,700 then the hammer's coming up then. 18 he says. 1,800. At £1,800. Does he want 19? He does. 19 says Dave. At £1,900 bid. At £1,900 then Dave standing. At £1,900 then give everyone fair warning. £1,900 then the hammer's coming up then £2,000. At £2,000 bid. At 2,000. Does he want one, Dave? At £2,000 bid. Thanks for letting me know. At £2,000 then the hammer's coming up then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 2,000. Thank you for your bids, gents. And on to lot number 281, the 1960 Armstrong Siddeley. There we are then, new owner to apply for a V5. And we have some information from the Armstrong Siddeley Owners Club. Lovely old car. We were looking at it, did some video and some filming with it earlier in the week. It's just a majestic old girl, really. There we go. So where are we going to be with that then? We'll take that 5.5 there, Jack, 5.5. At £5,500 bid. At 5,500. At 5,500, 5.6 he says. At 5,006. At 5,006. 5,600. At 5,600 is the 7. At 5,600, 5.7. At 5,007. £5,700 then. At 5,700. At £5,700. At 5,700. Give him a nudge. At 5,700. At 5,000. Thank you. I wondered when you'd catch up. At £5,700 then. At 5,700 is their 8B sharp. At 5,700 then, if not, we'll submit. At 5,700 for the first. For the second, third and last time, very provisionally, 57. And on to 282. Here we are then, 1953 Alvis. Similar situation to the Armstrong. There we go, owner to apply, or new owner to apply for V5, etc. We'll have to do a bit of digging on this one and see. I think they may well have both come from the same stable. Anyway, there we are then. Where are we going to be? You tell me. Can we get that 5,750? If not, we're going to pass. Is there 5,750 out there, Jack? If not, we are going to pass on that one. There is 5,750, I should think there is as well. At £5,750. at 5,750, at 5,750 is the 5,850, at 5,750 then, at 5,750, 5,850, at 5,850, you can't buy Alvises for this money, I know, at 5,850 then, at 5,850 is the 5,950 anywhere, at 5,850, at 5,850, at 5,850 we'll talk, at 5,850 then for the first, very provisionally, for the second, third and last time at 5,850, 5,950, 5,950, don't leave it till the last minute, at 5,950, at 5,950 then, at 5,950, just round that down to 6,000, Jack, oh, they're too late, at 6,050 pound, at 6,050 pound then, at 6,050, at 6,050 pound then, be sharp, at 6,050 pound then we'll talk, 6,050 for the first, provisionally for the second, third and last time, 6,050. We'll get you an answer as soon as we can. Thank you very much. And on to the Wolsey 1550. Here we are. We did a bit of filming with this car earlier in the week as well. And there we go then. Now, it's not a genuine police car. Don't get excited. It's a mock-up. But anyway, it does look the part. There we go. The bell works as it should. Great bit of fun and a bit of a talking point. So there we are. And we'll take that 35 to start, Jack. At £3,500 bid, at 3,500, at £3,500 then is the 36, at 3,500, at £3,500 bid, at 3,500, hope you brought your brolly guys, it's wet out there, at 3,500 then, at 3,500, at £3,500 then the hammer's coming up then, provisionally sold at 3,500. Provisional, but we'll try for you. And on to lot number 284, Las Vegas, Nevada light up sign. There we go. Mick's got it there, look. There we are. Where are we going to be with this one then? Oh, look at that. Where are we going to be then? We've got £50 here with me. At £50 bid. At £50 bid then. At £50 bid here with me. At £50 then. £50 bid and 60, at £60 bid, at 60, 70, £70 bid, at £70, £80, £90 bid, at 90, 100, £100 then, 110, 120, at 120, who's that? At 130, at 130, £130 then, at £130 then is the 40 anywhere, at 130, 140 on sale, at 140, 150, who was that at Malton? At 150, 160, all right, I thought it'd be someone else. 170, at £170, at £170 then, 180, at 180, 190, 190, at £190 bid, at £190 then, is that it, are we done? At £190 then, the hammer's coming up then, at £190 for the first, second, third and last time. 190, I know who that is, yeah. Morning, afternoon, evening, it's another day gone. And on to lot number 285. There we are then, Jaguar, light up, double-sided. There we go. Where are we going to be with that one then, ladies and gents? We're going to be that £80 Jack. There we are, £80 bid. At £80 bid. At £80 then is the 90. At £80 90 says Andy. At £90 bid. At £90 then Andy's telephone. At £90 bid then is there 100 anywhere? There is £100. At £100 then. At 110. 110. 110 he says. At £110. At £110 then is that it? Are we done? At £110 then Andy's telephone. 120. 120. 120. All right, cock, it's someone in Barnsley. 120, 130, he says. At £130, at £130 bid. At £130 then. At £130 then. The hammer's coming up then. £130 then for the first, second, third and last time. 130, thank you. And on to 286. Here we are then. little Mini Cooper. Here we are. The vendor has provided a classic early Morris Mini Cooper, restored in 2000, still retaining the original colour scheme and registration number, and the last 5 years of his ownership. The car has had annual services, new Yokohama tyres, seat belts, recent MOT, heritage certificate. Oh, the list goes on and on and on. Look, there we are then. Annually shown in the Mini Cooper stand at Simply Bewley. The private plate is being sold with the vehicle, as this is a non-transferable reg mark. There we are then. That's lovely, isn't it? There we go. And we have 14,000, Jack, at £14,000 bid. At 14,000, yeah, it looks lovely on that number, doesn't it? At £14,000. At 14,000 is the two anywhere. At £14,000 bid. At £14,000 then. At 14,200 says Dave. At £14,200 bid. At 14,200 Dave on the telephone. At £14,200 bid then. At 14,200 is the four. At £14,200 then. I'll take 100 if it helps. At 14,400. At 14,200. 14,300, there we are. At 14,300 against you, Dave. At 14,400, he says. At 14,400. At 14,400, Dave on the telephone. At £14,400, then is that it? Are we done? At 14,400, 14,500, 14,500. Does he want 6? At 14,500, 6, he says. At 14,600. At 14,006 and 7. 14,700, County Durham, afternoon. At 14,007 and 8, says Dave. At 14,800 bid. At 14,800, says Dave. At 14,800, 14,900. At 14,900, at 14,900. 14,900 15. At 15. 15,000. And 1, 15,100 at £15,100. 15,200 says Dave. You can hardly hear ourselves think there's that much rain. At £15,200 bid then. At 15,200 Dave's on the phone. 15,300 against you. At £15,300. At 15,340 he says. At 15,400 on the telephone there, you ladies and gentlemen can see him in front of me. At £15,400 bid. At 15,400, what do we think? At 15,405. 15,500. At 15,500, and we can all turn it down a bit now. At 15,600 says Dave. At 15,600. At £15,600 then. Is that it? Are we done? At £15,600 provisionally then. Dave on the telephone then for the first. 15,700. 15,700 Dave. At £15,700 and 8 he says. At £15,800 then Dave on the phone then and 9. Back at you Dave. At 15,900. 15,900. At 15,900, 16 he says. At £16,000, at 16,001, 16,100, at 16,100, at 2, 16,200 he says, just keep going. At £16,200, at £16,200 bid then. £16,200 then. The hammer's coming up then provisionally to Dave on the telephone. £16,200, 16,300. 16,300, I've got to give everyone plenty of time. At £16,300 and 4. 16,400 he says. At £16,400. At 16,400 is the 5. Be sharp. There is 16,500. 16,500. 6. 16,600 he says. At £16,600 then. Dave on the telephone there, make no mistake. 16,007. 16,700. At 16,700 and 8. 16,800. 16,800. At 16,000. We're not on sale yet. At £16,800. At 16,800 then. What do we think? We think 9. 16,900. Gravesend at 16,900. 17, he says, at £17,000. At 17,000, Dave on the phone there, at £17,000. At 17,000 for the first, provisionally 17,000 for the second, third and last time at 17,1. Sorry, mate. At 17,1. At 17,1. 17,2. Is that Henry down the other end? At 17,2. All right, sorry. At £17,200 then on the telephone here. It'll come at 17,200. At 17,200 then the hammer's coming up then provisionally for the first, for the second, third and last time. 17,2. You'd have to, yeah, did you do that one? There you go. Thank you very much, everybody. Someone has to lose that one. Someone has to lose it, didn't they? But you had a good fight there. Well done. Well done. And on to lot number 287, selection of die-cast scale models and a motorcycle by the looks of it. There we go. And we've got 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 pound bid. At £70 bid there. At £70 bid. At £70, £80 here with me. At £80 then. At £80 bid. That's my bid here, Jack. That. There you go. At £80 bid. Sorry, internet. At £80 bid then is the 90. At £80 then 90 he says. At £90 then I'm out. At £90 bid. At £90 then is there 100 anywhere B sharp. At £90 bid then. At £90 then the hammer's coming up then. £90 then for the first, second, third and last time at £90. Thank you. And on to 288. Oh, we're getting there now. 2012 Porsche 911 Carrera 2. There we are. There we go then. Coupe in white, black leather interior, the last of the 997s, manual transmission, analog, whatever that's supposed to mean. A lot of parts influence how the cars drive, one of them being the hydraulic steering rack. Oh, well, there you go then, there you go. You've all read it, you all know about it. There we are. Where are we going to be with that one then? You tell me. Have we got that 36 there? Is there 36 to start, Jack? There must be 36 there to start. There must be. Is there there is. He's there, look, 36. There you go. 36,000 and we're off. At 36,000. I'd have that into, yeah, exactly, yeah, certainly up into 250s, Jack. At £36,000. At £36,000 then. At 36,000. £36,000 then. And a quarter, says Mark. At 36,250. At 36,250. At 36,250 is the 5 anywhere. 36,5 says Alan. At £36,500 there. Alan on the telephone. 750 says Mark. 36,750. At 36,750. £36,750. 37 says Alan. At 37. 37,000 he says. 37,000 and a quarter. 37 and a quarter. Look, a lot of car. £37,250 Mark's bid. At 37 and a quarter. 37,5 says Alan. At £37,500 bid. At 37,500 and 750. At 37 and 3 quarters. 37,750. 38 says Alan. At 38,000. £38,000 then. At £38,000 bid. At 38,250. 38,250 says Mark. £38,250 and 5. 38,5 at 38,500. 38,750 at 38,750 he says. £38,750 39 at 39. 39 says Alan. At 39,000. At £39,000 then. Thanks for letting me know. £39,000 then, is that it? Are we done? At 39,000 then, I'll take 100 if it helps. £39,000 then, looking round. 39,000 for the first, provisionally 39,000 for the second, third and last time. 39 provisional, Alan's phone. Thank you very much. And on to lot number 289, Land Rover Solihull enamel sign. There we are then. There we go. Oh, I see. Where are we going to be with that one then? You tell me, where are we going to be? We're going to be £40, £50, £60 bid. At £60 bid then, at £60 bid, £60 then, at £60. 70 he says, sorry Charlie, I didn't see you. At £70 bid there, Charlie's phone, £80 bid. £80 then against you, £80 bid. 80, 90 he says. £90 says Charlie, £100. At £100 then, at £100 bid. At £100 then, is there 10 anywhere? Be sharp. At £100 then it'll come. 110 he says. At £110. At 110 on sale. 120. 120. £120 bid. At 120. 120. 130. 130. Be sharp. At 130. 140. £140 then. At £140 then. 150, 150, at 150, 160, 160, at £160. £160 then looking round for the first. 160 for the second. Third and last time at 160. Sold and away, thank you. And on to 290. Jaguar, there we are then. Previously restored and comes with a complete large toolkit, beautifully retrimmed interior, which is a comfortable place to be. Recent refurbishment to the dashboard and boot lining, new battery, oil service just carried out with the carburetors overhauled recently. A lovely day out at the July 2025 Classic Car Show. Much admired, head-turning example. Had it running last week. Sounds a nice old girl, there you go. So, without further ado, we go from 7, 8, 9, 10, £11,000 there, Jack. £11,000 bid. £11,000 bid, please. £11,000. £11,000 then. 11,000. Is there 250 anywhere? £11,000 then. £11,000 bid. 11,000. 250. 11,250. 11,500. Back with me. 11,500. £11,500 bid. 11,500. I'll take 100 if it helps. £11,500 then. 11,500. 11,500. 11,600. 11,700 with me. £11,700. 11,700. £11,700 bid. 11,700. 11,700 then, is that it? Are we done? £11,700 and 8 and 9 and 12, Jack, and £12,000. At £12,000 bid of number 5 0050 at £12,000 bid. At £12,000 then. At 12,000, is there one anywhere? Be sharp. At £12,000 and 1. 12,1 and I'm out. At 12,100. At £12,100 then. At 12,100. £12,100 then. The hammer's coming up. £12,100 then for the first. For the second. Third and last time at 12,1. Thank you for your bids, ladies and gents. And on to 291. Here we are then. Ferrari, passenger seat. Passenger seat, rear headrest and a centre console. Oh, I've been looking for one of these. Yeah, I've been looking for one of these. There's only one. There's only one. But I have got £50 bid. Who'd have thought that? Yeah, there's only one seat. Anyway, I got £50 bid here. There we are then, we got £50. £50 bid then, is there 60 anywhere? At £50 bid. At £50 bid then. At £50 bid. £50 only then, we'll submit it. At £50 bid then for the first. For the second. Third and last time at £50. We'll try for you. And on to lot number 292. This is a great little truck, this. Come down from Scotland. The vendor was going to, I'm not sure whether he was going to actually import them, but he was certainly going to start and sell them, and then he's had a slight change of direction, and it wasn't to be. But you've moved it around on site and things. It feels quite a good little truck. Yeah, so great little thing. So it's as near to a new one as you're going to find. It's done very few miles. The mileometer isn't actually written on here, but it's done very, very few miles. Electric, they keep telling us it's the future. I'm not so sure, but anyway, I'll be converted, we'll see. So there we are then, we got £4,000 bid. At £4,000, it's like a new truck. She's a lovely little truck and quite a big load area as well, you know. It's bigger than you think. At £4,000 bid. At £4,000 then, at 4,4142. At 4,002, back with me, Jack, that's it. At £4,200 then, it's an all but new truck. At 4,200, 4,002, 43, 44, at £4,400 bid. At 4,400, it'd just do these TV guys for their little running about, wouldn't it? At £4,400 bid then. At 4,004, 45, 45, 46 with me. At 4,600 then. At 4,600, 47, 48, 4,008. At £4,800. At £4,800 then. 49, 5,000. At £5,000 bid. At £5,000 bid then. At £5,000 bid. We might even charge it up before it goes, eh? At £5,000 bid.
I think it's already got 3/4.
It has got loads of charge in it, yeah, so assuming it keeps it, it has got lots of charge, you're right. At £5,000 bid, 5-1, 5-2, look, he's buying the electric now. At £5,200, at 5,200, at 5,200, 5-3, 5-4, 5,004, at £5,400 here with me. At 5,400, is that it? Are we done? At 5,400, then the hammer's coming up, then 5,005 and 6, 5-6. Cardiff, I don't know if you drive it to Cardiff, at 5,600. Well, it will, but it might have to have a stop. At £5,600 bid then. Or a generator, he needs a generator tomorrow. At £5,600 bid then. At 5,600 then, the hammer's coming up then for the first. 5-7, 5-8, 5-8, I'm with you all the way. At £5,800 here with me. £5,800 then for the first, for the second, third and last time. Sold top right, 5-8. Thank you. Thanks for your bids, chaps. And on to 293. Here we are then. The Gardner Diesel engine removal kit. Oh yeah, well, we've been looking for one of these. There we are then. Well, someone's looking for it, look, because we've got £100 and 110. At £110. At £110 then. At £110 bid. At £110. £110 then is the 20B sharp. At £110 bid then. £110 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at £110. There you go, you bought yourself a kit. And on to Ford Escort Cabriolet. There we are then. Original unmolested car, never needed welding, original alloys, over matte since new, mileage believed to be genuine. There you go. Make of that what you will, ladies and gentlemen. Is there £1,000 there to kick us off? Is there £1,000? If not, we're going to pass, we're going to move on. Is there 1,000? There doesn't look to be, Jack, I'm afraid, does there? No. If you've got an interest in that car, ladies and gentlemen, please give the girls in the office a call, and there will be only two pleased to sort you out. And on to 295, two Bosch dealer in that illuminated shelf signs. There we go, Mick's got one there. Oh, they're nice, aren't they? Ah, they're lovely, aren't they? Look at that. There we are then, where are we going to be with them? We're going to be these £50 here and away. At £50 bid. At £50 then, at £50 bid, at £50 then is a 60 anywhere. At £50 bid and 60, £60 bid then, there's two of them, at £60 bid. At £60 then, shall we say 70, at £60 bid. At £60, £70, £70 bid. At £70, £70 bid then is the 8TB sharp. At £70, £80 bid. At £80 then, £80 bid then, £80 then, there is two, £40 a piece, no money, £90. At 90, £100. Oh no, he's not waving, no, he's not waving. No, he's waving away at us. At £90 bid. Barnsley, at £90 bid there. Sorry, Mark, I thought you were bidding there. At £90, £100. At £100, Lim in Cheshire, they're bidding £100. Look, £100 bid. At 100, 110, £110. At £110 then. At 110 then is the 20B sharp. up £110, 120, 120, up £120, up £120, then is a 30 anywhere, up 120, 130, 130, up £130, up 130, £130, then the hammer's coming up, then £130 for the first, for the second, third and last time at 140, hang on Mickey, 140, up £140, up £140 then, up £140 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 150, oh 150, you want to be sharp, up £150 bid, up £150 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 150. There you go, it's gone now. Thank you. And on to lot number 296, Triumph Stag. Here we are then, the third Triumph Stag of the day, if memory serves. There we go. Where are we going to be with this one then? Cherished and well looked after by Dad, looking for a new owner who will do the same. So there you go then. That's a what, Mick? You had it running in your yard? Oh, it ran out of fuel, that's right. That's right, ran out of fuel, there you go. Yeah, Mick's had it running. There we are then. Where are we going to be? You tell me. Have we got 6,000 to kick us off? There must be £6,000 out there to kick us off. There is 6,000 there to kick us off. I want to be in 250s as well. At £6,000 bid. Thanks, Jack. At £6,000, 6,250 says Mark. At 6,250, 6,5. 6,5 he says. At 6,500. At 6,500 and 750. At 6,750 and 7,000. At £7,000. At £7,000 he says. At £7,000, I'll take 100 if it helps. At 7,000, thanks for letting me know. At £7,000 bid. At £7,000, then the hammer's coming up then, provisionally here, sold and away, 7,071. At £7,100, at 7,100. At 7,100 is the two anywhere. At £7,100 then, the hammer's coming up, 7,100 provisionally for the first, for the second, third and last time. Thank you, hope you get it. And on to 297. Look, we're nearly there, we're nearly there. Some Pifco 1960s lamp in working order. There we are then. Where were you? We've got £50 there. Look, that's where we're going to start. At £50 bid. At £50 then. £50 then is the 60 anywhere. £60 and 70 with me. At £70 bid. At £70 bid then. At £70 bid. At £70 then is there 80. At £70 bid there's 80. At £80 bid then is the 90. Be sharp. At £80 bid there, Oldham. £80 bid. At £80 then for the first. £80 for the second. Third and last time at £80. Thank you. And on to 298. Here we are then, Jaguar XKR. There you are. If you're going to have one of these, you want the R. The vendor has supplied lots and lots of bits and pieces down here. Look, we haven't got time to read it all out. We want to all go home for tea. There we are, carbon fibre edition. Will likely be a collector's car due to its rarity, being just one of 50 ever produced. There you go. So, specialist thing. There we go then. Can we take that 5.5 there, Jack, please? At 5.5. At £5,500 bid. At 5,500 then it is an XKR. At 5,556 he says. At 5,600. At £5,600. At 5,600, they're too cheap these cars. At 5,600. At 5,600 then is the 7, be sharp. At £5,600 then. At 5,600 we'll talk. At 5,600 then looking round for the first, second, third and last time at 5.6. It's very provisional, but we'll talk. Now, lot number 299. I don't know what's happened here, ladies and gentlemen, but it has been withdrawn. So I don't honestly know the reasons behind that. So I apologise for those of you that have been to see it and all the rest of it. But as we stand today, we can't sell that car. It has been withdrawn.
Paperwork.
Some paperwork issue.
In the right order, I think.
There we are. So I'm really sorry for that, ladies and gents, but that car will no doubt come through next time. So we move on to the last lot of today, lot number 300, 2003 Land Rover Defender 90 TD5. Here she is, look. Isle of Man vehicle registration certificate comes with the car, and all the information has been provided by the owner. There we are then. So where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to be at 4, 4.2, 4.4, 4.6, 4.8, 5,000. At £5,000 bid. At £5,000 bid then. At £5,000 bid. At £5,000 then. At £5,000. 5-1. I better go 5-1 here, Jack. At 5,100. I don't, mate. No, I don't know it. No, it says here Isle of Man registration certificate. At 5,152. At 5.2. Telling there'll be another one along soon, so they're coming through all the time, aren't they? You know, if in doubt. At £5,200 then. At 5,253 with me, Jack. At 5,300. At £5,300 bid. At 5,300. 5.4 says Mark. Back at you, Mark. 5.5. At 5,500. That is a 6 on there, isn't it? At 5,000. At 5.6 says Mark. 5,006. 5.7 with me. At £5,700 here with me. At £5,700 bid. At 5,007. 5.8. 5.9. 5.9. At 5,900. At £5,900. 6,000 says Mark. 6.1. At 6,100. At £6,100. At 6,100. At £6,100. At 6.1. 6.2. 6.2. At 6,200. I'm out. At £6,200 then. At 6,002 is there 3 anywhere? At £6,200. At 6,200 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 6,200. Sold. And on that note, I thank everybody for all their efforts today. Thank you all the boys and girls at home. Thank you for the YouTube watchers. Please remember to like and subscribe. Thanks for everybody who's participated in today's auction. Thanks to everyone who may well attend tomorrow's auctions. We're going to do it all over again tomorrow, you know. All over again. Just the same, another 300. Yeah, tomorrow. So we shall see you all at 10 a.m. sharp. Thank you ever so. Have a lovely evening. Over and out.